Chapter 4 Chapter 14 History. Robert Fowler. Introduction, Myth versus History. Myth and history both consist in stories about the past, but their claims to truth have been in dispute ever since the two were first distinguished in the discourse of the 5th century BCE. Myth, with its undoubted element of imagination and frequent concern with the supernatural, is initially on the defensive in this argument. Its relationship with truth, however understood, is not straightforward. The truth of myth lies below or beyond the narrative, something that is encoded or symbolized. History, by contrast, defined its business already on the first page of Herodotus as getting the record straight, the record that is out there in the sources, waiting to be discovered and assessed. Within a generation, Thucydides' history of the Peloponnesian War gives such a powerful impression of factual accuracy and impartial judgment that it was long the gold standard for historians. Once history had seized the high ground of truth, defenders of myth required new tactics to reclaim it. Rationalization and allegorization were popular choices in antiquity. In both cases, something has to be done to myth to make it speak truth. The argument is conceded before it is begun. Indeed, well before Herodotus, in the Ionic Enlightenment of the 6th century BCE, radical thinkers had begun to challenge the authority of poets, and question the myths that were their stock in trade. See, in this volume, Benitez and Tarrant, Chapter 15. Mythos, originally a solemn word denoting authoritative, performative pronouncement, slowly acquired its meaning of an imaginative, even fictive, tale, with reference especially to the stories we now call the Greek myths. This development, the invention of mythology, had been completed by Plato's day, Fowler 2011. The distinction between fabulous myth, peddled by poets, and truthful history was commonplace throughout the rest of antiquity. Another enlightenment, that of the 18th century, took matters considerably further. There was a sense of a decisive break with the past, and a belief in the possibility of human perfection in a brave new world, effected by the power of pure reason. A naive point of view, as the endless carnage of modern war must make one think, yet it was precisely the naivete of ancient myth that attracted the derision of writers like Vico, Fontenelle, and Heine, most 1999, 37-40. The notion was born here that there had once been a mythical age of humanity, characterized by superstition, ignorance, and fear. Myth, in this scheme, was a childish misapprehension of reality. Positivism, denying validity to metaphysics and seeking to derive natural laws objectively from observable facts, was a powerful offshoot of the Enlightenment. The founder was Auguste Comte, but to some extent he was articulating ideas generally in the atmosphere. Gain 2006, Iggers 2011. To be sure, no great 19th century historian, whether Niebuhr, Macaulay, Grote, Mommsen, or Wilamowitz, was under any illusion that a personal point of view was inevitable in the writing of history. Even the prophet of historical positivism himself, Leopold von Ranke, was aware that his anti-Hegelianism was a kind of philosophy, Krieger 1977. Nevertheless, these historians would have argued that their judgments were, within the limits of human imperfection, objectively true, being derived from the data. To assemble the data was, therefore, the first duty of the historian, and, throughout the century, legions of historians in the new universities toiled like the Nibelungen, collecting and editing manuscripts, inscriptions, documents, and artifacts. The industry of these scholars, their countless factual discoveries, and their advances in method place us all in their debt. The philosophical underpinnings of positivist historiography were, however, exposed to lethal criticism in the 20th century by anti-Enlightenment and postmodern thinkers such as Walter Benjamin, 1973, 245-55, Penske 2004, De Wilde 2009, and Hayden White, 1973, 1978, 1987. History cannot be written without imposing some kind of order on the original chaos. The patterns that give meaning are inevitably ideological, because the generation and apprehension of meaning are social processes. Definitions of ideology are notoriously slippery, but they all refer to a collection of beliefs and values which are socially rooted and shared, make sense of the world, and govern behavior, Jost, Federico, and Napier 2009. If we place, alongside this, the definition of myth most commonly cited by classicists, that of Walter Burkert, a traditional tale with secondary, partial reference to something of collective importance, Burkert 1979, 23, we see that there is a substantial overlap. The content of any ideology is difficult to express, and impossible to justify, without a story, usually teleological. Ideology and myth both work by their hold on the imaginaire of the subscribing collective, CSO Po 2005, 276-315, Baths 2012, 1957. Just as myth addresses large questions about human life and the world we live in, so does history, and both draw on similar emotional, cognitive, and narrative resources for their effects. A large body of work in the late 20th century, building on the seminal but controversial writings of White, has explored the narrative tropes deployed by historians to represent and make sense of the past, Lorenz 2011. White famously said that history is not so much found as invented, Hayden 1978, 82, a claim that infuriated professional historians, and proved to casual observers the fundamental immorality of postmodernism. Whether White's anti-realism and relativism are as thoroughgoing as his critics say they are may be questioned, but the furious reaction certainly revealed deep anxiety about the historical enterprise. That history is only story does not seem to do justice to its nature. At a basic level there are constraints in the record the historian cannot ignore, Williams 2002, 241-50. Yet it must be granted that narrative and history interact at very basic levels, Ricoeur 1984-1988, and all narrative contains fictive elements. Every historian must fill in the gaps in the evidence by surmise and conjecture. These maneuvers are often well hidden, but they are always there, because there are always gaps. After centuries of methodological refinement, historians, in this respect, work exactly like Herodotus. The latter's gaps are bigger and more obvious, to us, at any rate, and he must work harder to fill them in. Modern historians may have more facts to work with, and, depending on the questions they put to them, may succeed in concealing the gaps better. But it is hard to see a difference in the procedure. In fundamental ways, then, the 20th century challenged the distinction between myth and history. One need not support a totally deconstructive view of this problem to recognize the difficulty it poses for those who would interpret the intellectual landscape of 5th and 4th century BCE Greece, when the distinctions between myth and history, and, more generally, between myth and logos, the faculty of reason, were still inchoate. To disentangle them, in post-Enlightenment terms, entails a risk of serious misreading, which has led some scholars to deny the legitimacy of applying the word myth at all to ancient Greece, as being an alien category, Callum 2003, 2008. This may go too far, since the change in discourse seems clear in the ancient record, and this discourse was inherited directly by early modern Europe. The danger of reading the story teleologically is easily avoided, and the aberrations of the Enlightenment reading easily identified. It also needs to be remembered that this is a European tale. To what extent the conceptual framework finds significant analogies in other traditions raises a host of new questions, all but intractable. Nevertheless, there is no use pretending that the matter can be definitively settled, even in a restricted European context. Since myth and history were separated, the two have existed in symbiosis, and can only be understood in mutual relation. The oscillation between them may be so rapid as to be a blur, and there will be cases where one cannot be sure what one is dealing with. This is particularly true for one's own myths, they always seem like history. The difficult case in the ancient context is heroic legend. No one in antiquity seems to have doubted the existence of people like Theseus or Achilles, or events like the Trojan War. Yet the supernatural trappings of heroic legend caused unease, and some historians, notably Ephorus, dismissed everything that happened before the return of the Heraclids as fiction and or unknowable. This deep-seated ambivalence makes it very difficult to be confident of any definition of myth or history one might advance. A different approach may be suggested. Rather than tracing yet again the history of the terms and concepts in antiquity, or asking whether there is a spatium mythicum and spatium historicum in Herodotus and other writers, and if so, where they drew the line between them, let us look at the way stories of gods and heroes are used, in what contexts, in what ways, and to what purposes. Our two case studies will be Herodotus and Phanodemos, which will, of course, only scratch the surface of this vast topic, but may at least suggest some avenues for further exploration. Before getting down to these cases, however, a few more preliminary remarks may be helpful. Mythistory. An important distinction is that between historians talking in their own, narrators, voice about myth, and representing others talking about myth. The point may be illustrated from Xenophon. In his Hellenica, in imitation of his model Thucydides, Xenophon makes almost no reference to myths, trivial references at 3.1.8, 3.4.3, the 7th of January 1934. In two places, however, myth comes to the fore, and in both of them the context is a speech. At 6.3.6 Callias is attempting to persuade the Lacedaemonians to enter into a treaty with Athens, and at the 6th of May 1947 Procles of Phlios is attempting to persuade the Athenians to render assistance to the Lacedaemonians. Callias reminds his audience that Triptolemos had initiated Heracles your Archegete and the Dioscoroi into the mysteries of Eleusis, the first foreigners to be initiated, and that the Lacedaemonians had been the first recipients of Demeter's corn from Triptolemos' hands. This proof of ancient goodwill between the two peoples should persuade them now to join the alliance. Procles, for his part, appeals to the support given by the Athenians to the Argives when the Thebans refused burial to the Seven, and to the stand taken by the Athenians against Eurystheus in defense of the children of Heracles. These mythical incidents were central to the Athenian image of themselves as benefactors of mankind, a font of civilization, and defenders of right even in the face of grave danger. Leroux 1986. We know, too, that appeals to mythical antecedents and ancient kinship were a common tactic in diplomatic negotiations. See for instance HDT 5.80, 7.150, 7.157-62, 7.169-70, 9.26-7. Such arguments appealed to the recipient's sense of identity at its very roots. There was no deeper grounding than these foundation stories, which provided the truest bearings in times of uncertainty. This variable enunciation of myth in narrative suggests at least one important point. A prime function of myth is etiology, the explanation of origins, often with reference to cults and festivals, but also, as mentioned, to other kinds of origin. History, too, is about origins and causes. Arch denotes both in Greek, HDT 1.5. In Xenophon's other works, characters delight in invoking myths to point a moral, provide an exemplum, or ornament their remarks. Plato's dialogues, the essays of Plutarch, and, one may say, the whole output of the Second Sophistic, display a similar use of myth in cultivated conversation. So the sharp differentiation in the Hellenica between the myths Xenophon as narrator uses, and the myths his characters use, is a matter of choice. There were plenty of ways both he and Thucydides might have worked myth into their tale, had they been so minded. We do not expect philosophical justifications from Xenophon, but Thucydides explicitly appeals to a non-mythological notion of causation when, in his programmatic preface, he says that the truest reason for the war was Spartan fear of Athenian power. 1.23.6. Herodotus' ideas of causation are quite different, and involve the directing hands of gods. This is not, however, because he was still in the grip of myth. The upper case may distinguish the reified concept, from which later thinkers had struggled free. Abstract, untheological notions of cause were hardly new in his day. He made his choices for personal reasons as much as did Thucydides or Xenophon. Like Xenophon too, as we will see below, Herodotus distinguishes between narrators and characters' myths. If myths can be differently deployed by historians, this only reflects the variety of ways in which myth was deployed in ordinary life. Ordinary Greeks encountered myths in an astounding range of contexts. Buxton 1994. Greek literature being predominantly a public, male affair, we get only glimpses of storytelling in the private world of family and women, but these are enough to tell us that, from the earliest age, children heard myths for entertainment, as part of their education, and as a means to participate in the public worship of the gods. A famous scene from Euripides' Ion, 184-218, describes the delight of women visiting Delphi from Athens as they recognize in the temple sculptures the myths they have told each other over their spinning Heracles, Bellerophon, the Battle of the Giants. People decorated their homes with vases depicting mythological stories. Festivals and holy places all had myths to explain their origin and character. Mythology decorated public buildings. Men, of an evening at the symposium, performed myth through song. Old men gathered socially in the Leschai and swapped tales, often mythological. Buxton 1994, 40-4, Bremer 2008, 166. Orators used myths to inspire their audiences. At the great Panhellenic gatherings, virtuoso epic poets vied for prizes. In Athens, a feast of mythology was consumed every year in the dramatic festivals. Contact with mythology was ubiquitous. It was also different in character according to context. An obvious example is the difference between tragic and comic myth. Tragedy sets its stories in the remote past, a gap that is generally sustained but, with occasional powerful touches of realism, imaginatively bridged. Savinuin Wood 2003. The nobility and grandeur of the characters, appropriate to the solemn themes, add to the sense of distance. In comedy, by contrast, heroes and gods keep company on stage with characters from the streets and countryside of Attica. Buxton 1994, 34-6. The ease and frequency of mythological references exceeds what other literature suggests was normal in ordinary life, reinforcing the feeling that all the heroes have come out of seclusion to enliven the carnival, present in the imagination if not on stage. If the two worlds of myth and reality are thoroughly commingled in comedy, that is because it is its business to break down all barriers. But the phenomenon also shows that the barriers were there to be broken, and that, in other contexts, the two worlds, though coexisting, could be held apart. Another important general point is that many myths had an historical flavor. Myths, of course, are set in the past, but it is often a special, timeless past beyond normal experience. Mucha Iliads Iliad Tempus, that time, Iliad 1959. By contrast, many Greek myths of the gods, and even more of the heroes, were associated with specific places and times in the past of the living cities, giving these stories a marked proto-historical character. The elaborate genealogies of Greek heroic mythology imply a chronological framework which is already observed by the epic poets. Nobles regarded themselves as descendants of the heroes. People knew the basic timeline of public history. In Athens, for instance, Theseus bringing together of the scattered towns into a single polis, his synoikism, happened before the Trojan War, and, by definition, after the first beginnings of Attic life with its various kings. The first people to record Greek myth in prose, writers we now call mythographers, would have regarded themselves as historians. Their large-scale works attempting to bring order to the genealogies and refine the chronology were a prominent part of the intellectual landscape of the 5th century BCE. Fowler 1996, 2000, 2013. And, in this volume, Willie, Chapter 6. If Greek myth was imbricated in Greek history in challenging ways even after intellectual discourse distinguished them, Greek history was already imbricated in Greek myth before this move was made. If people were in continual contact with the past through mythology, this did not mean that there was a canonical narrative shared by everyone. On the contrary, Greek mythology was perpetually shifting, and versions of stories differed radically. A predominantly oral environment engendered such variety. Depending on circumstances and the eloquence of the storyteller, this or that version would be preferred. We can trace the change in many myths over time, and even if, in principle, people thought there should only be one Aeson, which may be doubted, while one myth was replacing another there would have been a period of transition in which two Aesia were available, like Homeric formulae. As written literary culture became the norm, the number of variants on record reached amazing proportions. to provide learned poets like Callimachus, Fr 79a, or Ovid, e.g. Fast. 1.323-32, 5.3-7, 5.633-62, with riches to exploit not only for subject matter but for metapoetic effects. But this does not mean that the tolerance of plurality was any less in earlier times. We shall find further evidence below, in discussing Phanodemos, that this was the case. With these preliminary points in mind, let us turn to our two case studies. Herodotos. The commonest use of myth in Herodotos is, unsurprisingly, to identify origins. With respect to nations, he is notably consistent about this. Every Greek and every important barbarian nation has its origins explained, usually on first appearing in the histories. The Medes and Persians are exceptions, but see 7.61-2. Prominent individuals in the history may receive the same treatment, notably Spartan kings, whose genealogy is carefully rehearsed, 6.52, 7.204, 8.131, compared to Miltiades at 6.35. This careful charting creates a vast canvas of the known world, a spatial map to complement the chronological framework Herodotos develops with equal care on the basis of his discoveries in Egypt. All human history is here accounted for. Epic grandeur meets the encyclopedic urge to acquire total knowledge. The corners of such a map could only be pinned down by myths from the Ursite, the primeval time. An important point about Herodotos emerges here, however. For him, primeval time begins with the first human being. Another writer would have taken one more step backwards and told us who the gods were, from whom these original heroes were descended. But Herodotos is very skeptical about direct human interaction with gods. When such stories come into his narrative, he carefully marks them as what other people say, Fowler 2010, and, in this volume, Willie, Chapter 6. In explaining the origin of the Scythians, for instance, he first gives us the Scythian story, that the first man was Togetaus, son of Zeus and a daughter of the river Borysthenes. This is what they say, but I do not believe it, for point 5. Next we get the Greek version, about Heracles and a snake woman. For point 8-10, Heracles was returning with the cattle of Geryon, fetched from beyond ocean, which the Greeks say is a stream flowing around the earth, but they cannot demonstrate the fact. A third, much more realistic tale is the one Herodotos emphatically prefers, for point 11. A revealing case is that of Aphatai. In telling us how this place in Thessaly got its name, the point from which the Argonauts set out in the Argo to fetch the golden fleece, Herodotos notes that this is where it is said Heracles was left behind by Jason, 7.193. A particular indication of his skepticism is his use of the word koas to denote the fleece. This is the mot just in the poetic tradition, and instantly brings to mind all the fantastic elements of the tale as the poets told it. The name of the Argo, well known for its magical quality, has a similar effect in this passage. Contrast the realistic motive given at 1.2. The Greeks who went to Colchis were merchants, no mention of Jason or the Argo. This is a subtle but telling indication that a sense of myth is emerging. This pattern of signaling incredulity by attributing such tales to others is consistent enough to be relied on. It is confirmed by the converse. Where Herodotos relates a heroic legend in his own voice, it never contains any fantastical elements, and has sometimes demonstrably been purged of them, for instance, the Helen logos at 2.113-20, where the gods have been written out of the narrative. One may include, as examples of myths told in his own voice, those cases where Herodotos is arguing a thesis that is clearly his own, but where he cites, at the same time, local authorities to support his case. An example of this mixture would again be the Helen logos, where he claims the testimony of Egyptian priests as evidence for what is, in all essentials, his own argument. It is valid everywhere, so far as I can see, that no story containing miraculous elements is delivered in the narrator's own voice, with the understandable exception of omens and oracles, in which Herodotos, like most Greeks, believed implicitly. Thus far we have been discussing myths which, in a broad sense, account for origins of things. We have noted a pattern of enunciation, whether in the narrator's voice or attributed to others, and its link to Herodotus' attitude to myth. Both the notion of cause, arch, and the removal of supernatural elements link directly to the second major use of myth in Herodotus, which is to illustrate historiographical principles. The first example comes right at the beginning of the histories, where Phoenician and Persian accounts of the cause, arch, of the war are rehearsed and dismissed. The stories involve characters from Greek myth, Io, Europe, Media, Helen. It is sometimes said that they are dismissed qua mythical, but this is too hasty a conclusion. If Herodotus attributes a story to somebody else, the grounds of disbelief are often that the story contains fabulous elements, as we have seen. In the present case, such elements have been, as usual, expurgated, but this creates a conundrum. Who could seriously think that Persians and Phoenicians argued thus not only about Greek myths, but about rationalized Greek myths? To sidestep that problem for a moment, it is hard to see what purpose Herodotus would have in cleansing these stories of gods if he was never going to believe them anyway. Much easier to pass them on in their traditional form, and say that he did not believe them for that reason. This would be a straightforwardly comprehensible procedure. It is important to note that Herodotus takes these arguments seriously enough to rebut them. These are the kinds of argument that might be advanced on the basis of traditional myth, once it has been put into a shape such that it can be discussed rationally at all. About myths in their usual form there is simply no point arguing, everybody's opinion has equal validity, see HDT 2.3. Maybe he had some reason for thinking that the Persians and Phoenicians would subscribe to these arguments. It is also probable that Herodotus is here responding, as so often, to somebody else's theory. Fowler 1996, 83-6. Be that as it may, the crucial thing is the reason for the rejection, that about these stories there can be no certain knowledge. For his part, he will begin the discussion with Croesus, who is the first of those whom he knows to have harmed the Greeks. 1.5. He does not turn his back on myth, then, at least in the first instance, but on what is unknowable. But unknowability is a serious disadvantage in a tale that would claim to be historical. Herodotus' move is surely significant from that point of view. If the principle of unknowability were pressed, it would have the effect of turning the Greek myths into myth. Before long, it did. But how does this assessment of the prologue square with the Helen logos of 2.113-20, where Herodotus clearly accepts her historicity? In Book 1, the Helen story is presented as part of a chain of events which present numerous difficulties both in themselves and in what they are collectively meant to prove. It is one thing to say that Io was an ordinary woman, and to disbelieve her metamorphosis into a cow. Herodotus would not have believed that either, but the suggestion that she was kidnapped by Phoenician sailors is pure guesswork, and beyond verification. Also unverifiable is the suggestion that Paris conceived his desire for a Greek wife because he thought he would not have to make amends. The principle of verifiability and, even more important, of falsifiability is explicit in his rejection of the ocean theory of the flooding of the Nile. 2.21-3. I do not know that ocean exists, the theory has no refutation. Some poet like Homer must have made it up. There may be no reason to doubt the existence of Paris and Helen, but one must base what one says about them on evidence and reason. Herodotus' analysis of the story in Book 2 fits this requirement, and furnishes a second example of his use of myth to clarify historiographical principles. He concludes that Helen could not have been at Troy, she was in Egypt all along. If she had been at Troy, the Trojans would have been mad not to give her up. The Greeks did not, however, believe them when they said she wasn't there. The story of the phantom Helen at Troy is passed over with silent contempt. The story is first made susceptible to rational analysis by conversion to realistic form. The gods, and things like phantoms, are removed. Herodotus then studies its inner logic and brings external evidence to bear in order to derive an historical conclusion. Perhaps the real inconsistency between the two accounts of Helen is that Herodotus criticizes his unnamed source for surmises of the sort that he so often provides himself in compiling his history. But, of course, Herodotus thought his surmises reasonable, and his opponents arbitrary. Which of us does not think the same? Phanademos. The great, surviving historians and their grand themes tend to claim the attention of modern readers, but if significance were to be measured by quantity rather than quality, the many lost local historians, those who compiled the histories of individual cities, both their own and others, would take pride of place. In Felix Jacobi's standard collection of historians known to us only by fragments, Jacobi 1923-58, over 700 writers are edited in Part 3, Histories of Cities and Peoples. Pride in local tradition is as old as the Hellenic world. The vast mosaic that is the epic tradition springs ultimately from such traditions, and was perpetually enriched by them. There were stories about landmarks, institutions, and cults, the arrival or autochthony of the first inhabitants, subsequent immigrations, the deeds of the great families at Thebes and Troy, the exploits of heroes venerated in the city's shrines, and much else. Poets and priests were the earliest keepers of this law who had a public face, but many members of leading families would have been well informed, and, for all we know, the curious antiquarian, neither poet nor priest, who went out of his way to learn the city's traditions could be older than the beginnings of prose history. Herodotus Lojoy Andres, talkers whom he cites several times as authorities, HDT 1.1, 4.46, compared to 2.3, 2.77, Loragi 2001, 2006, might be seen as such people. Authors who recorded the early history of their city obviously had their fellow citizens in mind as one readership. At the same time, a foreign readership was also targeted, for part of the point was to make a wider audience aware of the city's impressive achievements. Local heroes would find a place in Pan-Hellenic myth, and, coming the other way, stories heard from traveling bards or during visits abroad might put down local roots. This local, international dialogue is visible throughout antiquity. As the world became increasingly globalized, first in the wake of Alexander's conquests and then the Roman, the city's jockeying for position became all the more energetic. The relationship between local and great history was more complex than a simple dichotomy of parochial antiquarianism versus universal history would suggest, Clark 2008. Myths were a big part of this conversation, but their unreliability was a recognized problem. They always retained their value as moral exemplars, but some harder form of truth was needed if myth was to serve historical purposes. In surviving writers like Dionysios of Halicarnassos or Livy we can see some of the maneuvers adopted to make myths usable. Contradictions are resolved by logical analysis, authoritative writers are privileged, hidden meanings are extracted by rationalization or allegorization, prosaic truth may be distilled from a story's overall tendency. Above all, the result had to make sense in the light of current realities. Here, the ancient writers almost seem to know by instinct what modern students of oral tradition have so amply documented, that such traditions are perpetually modified in the light of contemporary experience, and only those that have some purchase on a society's beliefs and values survive. Van Zena 1965, 1985, Hennig 1982, Thomas 1989. If a given tradition is seen to be powerful, the very fact that so many people believe it must count for something. This living commitment to tradition may be what made kinship diplomacy work, even if doubts might attend the details of the genealogies. If a whole people is prepared to say, in all sincerity, "We believe we are your family," it is a strong argument for making an alliance. In fragmentary writers we may assume similar maneuvers, but quotations are rarely extensive enough for us to witness them. There were also, no doubt, fundamentalists who straightforwardly believed in the myths, and others who remained agnostic even while setting down the traditions. A change in the practice of mythography, as instanced by the surviving library of Apollodoros, perhaps 2nd century CE, is, however, revealing. Whereas the proto-historical mythographers of the classical period began their books with the first humans, Apollodoros begins with the theogony. What was myth is now myth, and the gods are part of it. Local historians made more and more room for recherche and marvelous tales, and new genres sprang up that specialized in them. Words like mythousi, people tell the story myth that, become frequent in the prehistoric stretches of both local and universal history, e.g. Agathocles FGR Hist. 472 F1, ubiquitous in Diodorus of Sicily. On the other hand, the Paean Marble, a chronicle composed in 2643 BCE, calmly assigns dates to divine doings, such as Demeter's gift of corn to man in 14098, FGR Hist 239012. Taken at face value, this implies a startlingly literal belief, without a whisper of doubt. Is this aggressive denial of the problem, or blithe indifference? It could not be ignorance, since a scholar was required to put the chronicle together, but however one may answer the question posed about his belief, whatever he thought he was doing, it was not history in the manner even of a Herodotus, much less a Polybius. One problem in myths that could not be ignored was their multiplicity. Like the early mythographers, writers of local history sought to identify, or establish, the true variant among many. The attempt may seem futile, and we might choose to smile at their naivete, as if the habit has died out among scholars. Yet by taking a step back and surveying their activity as a whole, we might make a different point about the tolerance of plurality the situation implies, not among individual writers, but in society at large. This, in turn, may suggest something about the relationship of myth to history. Phanodemos of Athens was not the most distinguished of Athadographers, historians of Attica, at least in terms of frequency of citation by later scholars, but his enthusiasm for mythology and traditional attitude may have been more in tune with the majority of ordinary readers than, say, the rationalization of the better-known Philokoros. Phanodemos was politically active in mid to late 4th century BCE Athens, and was known particularly for piety, Harding 2008, 8. Such a reputation accords very well with the image his Athis projects. Fragment after fragment dwells on shrines and monuments, local cults and festivals, setting the record straight and delighting in obscure facts and etiologies. It does not seem accidental that only 3 of the surviving quotations treat the historical period, FRR. 22 to 4 Jacobi FGR Hist 325 is equal to 127, 123, 120 Harding. Phanodemos' contemporary 4th century BCE world is nowhere to be seen. Of course, it was there in the background. After all, the Battle of Chaeronea, the decisive Macedonian victory over the southern Greeks, took place in his lifetime, 338 BCE. Assuming Phanodemos was writing after this cataclysmic event, one might be tempted to read his Athis as escapist, yet, if one assumes its author hoped for a readership wider than other Athenians of similar tastes, one might suppose he wished to remind the Macedonian conquerors of Athens' immense antiquity, prestige, and contribution to civilization. Phanodemos' chauvinism is certainly clear from the fragments. He insists that the rape of Persephone took place in Attica, not Sicily or Crete or anywhere else. FR 27 Jacobi equals 44 and 77 Harding. He uniquely adds Admetos and Alcestis to the list of those succored by Athens, like the children of Heracles or the mothers of the 7 against Thebes. FR 26 Jacobi equals 82 Harding. According to Phanodemos, not only was the city of Sais in Egypt founded by Athenian emigrants, FR 25 Jacobi, but the race of the Hyperboreans was named after an Athenian Hyperboreus, FR 29 Jacobi. Teucer II, eponym of the Teucrians, Trojans, hailed from Athens, FR 13 Jacobi equals 3 Harding. The original name of Delos, Ortygia, was bestowed because of an incident in the life of the Athenian hero Erysichthon, FR 2 Jacobi equals 28 Harding. Phanodemos probably also claimed, in defiance of the entire epic tradition, that the Greek fleet sailed to Troy not from Aulis in Boeotia, but from Broron in Attica, FR 14 Jacobi equals 278 Harding, see Jacobi ad LOC. It is hard to think that anyone outside Athens would have believed such bold claims, but it would be unwise to infer that the audience was therefore Athenian. In FR 8 Jacobi equals 275 Harding. Phanodemos tells us that the Leochorion was in the middle of the Kerameikos, as Athenians would not need to be told this. The fragment shows that the implied, and no doubt the real, audience included non-Athenians. Some fragments, to be sure, do seem more clearly of interest to Athenians alone, such as the Asian for the Festival of the Chose, FR 1 Jacobi equals 88 Harding, The Early History of the Areopagos, FR 10 Jacobi equals 34 Harding, or Details of the Cult of Artemis Colanis, FR 3 Jacobi equals 232 Harding. It is in such fragments as these, however, that one gains some insight into the nature of multiple traditions. One expects Athenians to contradict non-Athenians. One expects scholars to contradict other scholars. But some of Phanodemos' discussions suggest not just learned arguments or the filling of inconsequential gaps in an otherwise stable record, but fundamental instability and multiplicity as the norm within the same community. The Tritarpators are a case in point, FR 6 Jacobi equals 5 Harding. The same entry in Harpocration cites not only Phanodemos, but the slightly later Athidographers, Demon, FGR Hist 327 F2, and Philokoros, 328 F182, each with incompatible or ill-consorting explanations. The cult was widespread and homely, a worship of ancestors for the prosperity of their progeny, Harding 2008, 18. One infers, first, that the ancestors in question were but vaguely defined, second, that ordinary worshippers were free to supply their own understanding, if they thought about it at all, and, thirdly, that it was not important that everybody agree. Another disagreement concerns the Eleusinian goddess Deiae, FR 15 Jacobi equals 279 Harding. Phanodemos said that she was identical with Aphrodite, and she, in turn, with Demeter. Pausanias the Atticist, 2nd century CE, rejected this idea, on the grounds that the two goddesses, Demeter and Deiae, were regarded as inimical to each other, and the former's priestess would not attend the latter's sacrifices. One might have thought such a basic ritual prescription would have been known to Phanodemos. Perhaps, then, Pausanias' information is wrong, but other Athenian sources exist which display equally stark divergence about this figure. Aeschylus said she was the same as Persephone, FR 277 Rat. His contemporary Pharside said she was sister of Styx, surely the daughter of Ocean, FR 45 Fowler. Aristophanes said she was mother of Semele, FR 804 Castle-Austin. Yet more guesses can be found in the ancient commentators, most of which will depend ultimately on Athenian sources, Fowler 2013, 16. Perhaps the secrecy of the Eleusinian mysteries was to blame for some of this confusion, but it is hard to believe that all of it was. The shared knowledge of the many initiates would have acted as a brake on this plainly rampant speculation. One more plausibly supposes nonchalance about etiological conformity in a ritual context. Another example is the explanation of the name of the Pelagian, the court to the southeast of the Acropolis at which cases of involuntary homicide were heard. On the Pelagian see also, in this volume, She, Chapter 12. Two main myths are attested, one from Clydemos, FGR Hist 323 F20, and the other from Phanodemos, FR 16 Jacobi equals 87 Harding, who was probably correcting his predecessor's account. Both stories involve a fight between Athenians and Argives returning from Troy, as a result of which the Pelagian, the talismanic statue of Athena, fell into Athenian hands. Clydemos' version, in which the Athenian king Demophon deliberately attacks the Argives in order to gain possession of the Pelagian, is less flattering than Phanodemos, in which the Athenians mistook the Argives for enemies. This improvement in the interests of Athens' good name seems appropriate for the patriotic Phanodemos. Savinu Inward, 2011, 225-62, argues that both these stories were invented in the 4th century BCE. That the myth could change so rapidly within a few years is remarkable. Once again, it might be easy to dismiss this as two scholars arguing amongst themselves about a variant that had no real purchase in the imaginaire of ordinary people. Yet, as Savinu Inward documents, there were other, earlier stories about how the Pelagian came to Athens, one of which was quite possibly dramatized in tragedy broadcast, that is, to thousands of Athenians, either as a new invention, Scullion 1999-2000, Seaford 2009, or as a reflection of something already in public circulation. The etiology for the other courts was just as messy. Jacobi on FGR Hist 323 AF1, McDowell 1963, 1978, 113-18. Harrison 1968, 1971-2. 36-43, Rhodes 1981 on Ath, Paul 57.2-3, Harding 2008, 206-7. The etiological chaos hinted at by these fragments suggests a world in which plurality of explanation was the norm, Vane 1988. When Herodotus refers, as he frequently does, to variant traditions, sometimes leaving the choice open, he is unique among historians and mythographers, who typically pretend that theirs is the only version. Herodotus may more honestly reflect lay discourse about the past. In this environment, mythistry might, in different contexts and for different purposes, resolve into either myth or history, but without eliding the other altogether. Authority might flow from any number of competing sources and from immediate exigencies. Etiology would adapt continually without the differences being noticed. The basic question, is this story myth or history, would not arise very often at all, and the trigger for asking it might not always be the same. In intellectual discourse, taking a stand on the issue of myth versus history was unavoidable, but, then as now, they cannot be separated at the fundamental level, each needs the other. On the other hand, when myth becomes myth, it can be treated with a certain distance, however illusory, it can be studied as a phenomenon, and strategies of interpretation can be developed that are, if not unique to myth, highly appropriate to it: allegory, rationalization in antiquity, a plethora of theories in modern times. These, in turn, develop autonomous discourses with their own history, yielding other insights into the human imagination and the world it experiences. Conclusion. Understanding myth as it relates to history needs to be studied not only in historiography but with regard to the experience of the society which hosts the historiography. Some aspects of ordinary Greek experience of myth as history have been noted here, but there is much scope for further study. The picture is anything but tidy. The mix of mythistry changes from context to context, individual to individual. Among historians, too, there is a range of attitude. Patterns of explanation prevailing in poetry and mythology continued in different guises in the historians. Herodotus' cyclical view of history is inherited from archaic Greece, and even so sober a historian as Thucydides can be analyzed mythically. Cornford 1907. At the same time, personal choice plays a large role in the historian's stance. In the more overtly scientific Hellenistic age, the tenor of discourse changed, but it is doubtful whether the substance did. History still occupied the high ground of truth, but myth refused to abandon its assault, relying on the fifth column already inside the enemy camp. Myth played the long game, until, in our time, it has not so much won, in the sense of ousting history from the high ground, though some would think it has, as in the sense of having put paid to the metaphor and redefined the landscape. History and myth each has their legitimate claim to truth and need to work together. Future ages may see this stance as ideological, as no doubt it is, but for the moment it seems like progress. Suggested reading. Morley 1999 is an excellent overview of issues in the theory of history, CSO Poe 2005 for theories of mythology. Fowler 1996, 2000, and 2013 explore the interface of Greek mythography and historiography in the formative 5th century BCE. Buxton 1994 is indispensable for the contexts of mythology. Buxton 2009 continues the exploration. Clark 2008 is a superb study of Hellenistic local history, and Harding 2008 is an accessible and authoritative treatment of the Athodographers. For Herodotus, the two handbooks Bakker, de Jong, and Van Wees 2002 and de Wald and Morincola 2006 provide rich resources for further study. On his prologue, CWA with diaresis trademark symbol Kowski 2004 and Nikolai 2012, though with somewhat different emphases. Chapter 15. Philosophy. Rick Benitez and Harold Tarrant. Introduction. Tihi's study of the dialectic between philosophy and religion in antiquity informs us about how religion was conceived and how philosophers contributed to the development of religious thinking. We review the philosophy and religion dialectic from the end of the 6th century BCE to the 2nd century CE, focusing more on theology, mythology, and personal religious experience than on cult practices of polis and oikos. In general, philosophers accepted that conventional religion had an essential place in Greek culture. Competition arose rather where concepts and assumptions underlying religious practice appeared to conflict with reason. Such competition has been viewed in terms of antagonism between philosophy and religion. In this chapter, we stress the interrelation of philosophy and religion, paying special attention to how some philosophers incorporated religious thought into their own views. In the case of Plato, this inevitably also includes the incorporation of religious practice and experience. We begin by reviewing the supposed opposition between philosophy and religion, in order to put into question the very distinction it presupposes. This is followed by more detailed case studies that show philosophy and religion in closer proximity. We focus on Xenophanes, Plato, and later Platonism, on the grounds that these reveal the most pertinent interactions between religious culture and philosophical thinking. Were philosophy and religion opposed in their origins? It is difficult to pinpoint how and when Greek philosophers first diverged from poets, seers, and other persons of religious significance. Many contemporary accounts follow Aristotle, Metaph. A.N. in treating the philosophers from Malthus, Thales, Anaximander, and Anaximenes, all early to mid-6th century BCE, as establishing a new conceptual framework, based on natural processes and substances, e.g. Curd and Graham 2008, 3-21. According to the Aristotelian perspective, the Milesians naturalized divine powers and divine beings, and the dialectic between religion and philosophy began in criticism rather than constructive engagement. The Aristotelian perspective distorts our view of religion and philosophy, however, and it does so in three ways. 1. By mistaking what philosophy was in its origins. 2. By ignoring the religious persons and practices most appropriate for comparison. And 3. By presenting a picture more coherent than the evidence allows. The first distortion results from Aristotle's selective presentation of evidence. For example, his decision to place Thales among those he calls physicists, because of his belief that water is the spring of all things, Met. 983b20, rather than among the sages, because of his connection with Delphic injunctions, compare to PL/PRT 343a, underscores his concern with natural substance. Hence, Aristotle gives no information about Thales' association with Delphi, an association central to understanding the earliest relations between philosophy and religion. When Aristotle presents philosophers' explanations of phenomena such as eclipses, lightning, and earthquakes, he makes them part of a project distinct from religious attempts to account for the unknown. Accordingly, even when Aristotle reports that Thales thought that all things are full of gods, Duran. For 118, or that Anaximander regarded the infinite as divine, ph 203b11, he takes that as a manner of speaking. The beliefs of early philosophers were more complicated than that, however. For example, Aristophanes' Clouds, 247-407, imputes inconsistency to them, both with regard to belief in traditional gods and to religious attitudes towards unconventional deities. The Derveni Papyrus, which perhaps dates to the 5th century BCE, reinterprets Orphic theology in a rationalizing and naturalistic manner, but in a way that remains religious in an important sense, involving souls, daemons. This volume, Sfarmani Gasparo, Chapter 28, Bak Choy, and Ritualistic Practices, BT 2004, Kourouminos, Parasaglu and Sansanoglu 2006. A common correction of this distortion acknowledges that the Milesian philosophers, and those who succeeded them, took religious expression seriously. It has been suggested, Drozdek 2007, that the early philosophers did not repudiate core ideas of traditional religions so much as reinterpret them intellectually. This view is more consistent with our sources than the sharp division between naturalism and religion. Nevertheless, it still treats the views of the philosophers as fundamentally critical of the poets and religious figures who came before them. Moreover, in regarding the earliest thinkers as self-consciously theological, this view is anachronistic. The term theologia does not appear before Plato, Resp. 379-5, where it means only speech about gods, and it is not until Aristotle that we find a technical word for theology, theologic, Metaph 1026 and 19, 1064b3. The second way that the Aristotelian perspective distorts the relation between religion and philosophy involves that from which philosophy is supposed to have become distinct. Aristotle fails to contextualize the presocratics in terms of their contemporaries. Rather, he distinguishes them from the ancient poets, Metaph 1091b4. He barely mentions, Metaph 1091b8-9, figures who mixed philosophy with religion, such as Phersides of Syros, mid-6th century BCE, and does not mention at all other figures whom we now know to have been engaged in allegorical interpretation of myths, like the author of the Derveni Papyrus, or Metrodoros of Lampsacos. On these hybrid philosophers see Granger 2007. In fact, Greek philosophical speculation adopted and developed hermeneutical practices that began in religious contexts, with the interpretation of dreams, signs, and oracles. Grondin 1994, 214-18. These practices, involving allegory, criticism, gnomic utterance, and exegesis, were broadened in the 5th century BCE by cults, rhapsodes, sophists, and historians, as well as philosophers. Once the shared interest in interpretation is recognized, one cannot sort philosophers and theologians into neat Aristotelian categories. When Aristotle claims that there is nothing in common between Homer and Empedocles except the meter, poet. 1447b17-18, he misses the chronological point. There is much in common between Empedocles, with his interest in myth, revelation, and purification, and the religious thinkers of his own day. See Martin and Primavesi 1999. This leads to the third Aristotelian distortion. By separating those he regards as philosophers from others among their contemporaries, Aristotle both ignores the ubiquity of theological interest among 6th and 5th century BCE intellectuals, and overstates the uniformity among those he takes for philosophers. For instance, he has little to say about Xenophanes as a philosopher, mentioning him only 3 times in connection with philosophy. Kale 29-23, Metaph 986b21, 986b27. Though he recognizes Xenophanes as a philosopher, Metaph 986b21, Aristotle says that he makes nothing clear and is rather crude, agrokoteros. Consequently, Lesher, 1992, 191, claimed that Xenophanes does not really belong in a discussion of the principles of nature. If we were to view Xenophanes and a few other early philosophers like him as not belonging squarely within Aristotle's grouping, we could see a richer beginning to the dialectic between philosophy and religion, a beginning which better explains Plato's intense engagement with religion, as well as some post-Aristotelian developments. In what follows, we look at 3 case studies that help to correct the distortion introduced by the Aristotelian perspective. Our case study of Xenophanes shows how difficult it is to pigeonhole some presocratics as either philosophers or religious thinkers. Xenophanes raises questions about the origin and attributes of the gods, and about what is tolerable to believe they do. Closely connected are his doubts about knowledge of divine things. Yet his questions and doubts can be seen to fit with religious circumspection and humility. Our case study of Plato shows how he builds upon the kind of thinking found in Xenophanes. With Plato, we see the first clear evidence of positive theology. Yet even as Plato supplies rational grounds for the religious speculation that preceded him, religious concepts and practices continue to provide the framework for many of his philosophical ideas. We show this through the close association of Plato's epistemology, metaphysics, and ethics with concepts inherited from Greek religion. We show, further, how these 3 strands of Plato's thought are fused in conceptions about the soul and the afterlife to such an extent that personal religious experience becomes the focus of later Platonic philosophy. Our third case study, devoted to imperial Platonism and cognate movements, shows how thinkers after Plato were able to achieve a remarkable reconciliation of philosophy and religion by means of the philosophico-religious ideas they found in Plato. Our conclusion is that not only were philosophy and religion not opposed in their origin, but there was continuous interaction and integration of religious and philosophical thinking from presocratic philosophy to Neoplatonism. Case studies. Xenophanes. Xenophanes of Colophon has generally been characterized as an Ionian physicist, and there is evidence in the fragments and testimonia of his interest in natural phenomena and the source, arch, of existing things, CDK 11b 27-32. Yet this may indicate only that Xenophanes was imbued with the spirit of Ionian history, Lesher 1992, 4, which suffused late 6th century BCE reflection. Xenophanes was also a poet, as extant elegies show. These are formally and substantially poetic. They offer the sort of observations on religious, moral, and cultural matters that were squarely within the poet's brief, see especially B1-2. Xenophanes' perspective on his subject matter is difficult to place exclusively in either the poet's or the philosopher's territory. His criticism of contemporaries and predecessors in the so-called Siloi, or satirical, fragments, B10-22, accords with late 6th century BCE poetic practice. Yet in Xenophanes we find the earliest traces of skeptical tropes, e.g. repeated deployment of counterfactual conditionals to provoke doubt, B15, 34, 38. It might be safest, then, to treat Xenophanes as one whose thoughts about the divine and about human reason challenge philosophers and poets alike, Herman 2004, 135-6. The fragments of Xenophanes that concern divine nature fall into three overlapping groups: those that criticize poetic accounts about divine behavior, 10-12, those that criticize anthropomorphism, B14-16, and those that describe divine nature directly, B23-6. Lesher, 1992, 83, suggests that a conception of divine perfection underlies all three groups. Thus, God is described as greatest, Megistos, B23, whole, Ulos, B24, completely without toil, Apanuth, B25, and ever in the same, Aei de en tortoi, B26. From this point of view, it makes sense to reprove Homer and Hesiod for saying that the gods commit murder, theft, and adultery, B11-12, compared to B10, and to ridicule mortals for thinking gods wear human clothing, B14, regardless of whether these criticisms imply that there are not multiple gods, or that the gods do not interact at all. Xenophanes' attack on anthropomorphism presents us with an interesting alternative, however. The source of his attack may not be a conception of divine perfection, so much as exposure to diverse cultural representations, on which see, in this volume, She, Chapter 12. Thus, Xenophanes notes, B16, that the Ethiopians claim that their gods are flat-nosed and dark, the Thracians that theirs have grey eyes and light hair. While these different attributes are not logically incompatible, they present contrasting appearances, and Xenophanes may have meant to indicate that gods cannot, at the same time, look like both Ethiopians and Thracians. If that is so, then the historical circumstances of Xenophanes' exile from Colophon, DL 9.18.1, and his subsequent travels as a wandering poet, may have contributed to his thinking. If that was how the thought began, however, it was soon extended. What is implicit in FR 16, that the Ethiopians and Thracians fashion gods after their own image, becomes explicit in FR 14-15. In B15 Xenophanes, at his imaginative best, states that if horses or oxen or lions had hands to draw with, each group would draw the figures of gods so as to be just like themselves. This fragment takes the thought of B16 further, not just by making anthropomorphism explicit, but by suggesting that the conceptual propensities of species are natural rather than cultural. In B14 Xenophanes takes the idea even further, reporting that people think that gods wear the same clothing as they do, but, Allah, this is merely a matter of supposition, dokiusi, like the thought that gods are born, or have voices and bodies. The rejection of anthropomorphism has consequences for Xenophanes' view of divine nature. The one God of B23 is not in any way like mortals in body or in thought. This suggests that the apparent perfections, greatest, complete, and aloof should be understood negatively, by contrast with the ordinary, incomplete, mundane existence of mortals. Indeed, the fragments that deal with divine nature, if taken literally, are inconsistent with Xenophanes' anti-anthropomorphism. To suggest that God literally sees, hears, or thinks, B24, compared to B25, is to picture God the way that a sentient species might. A more consistent interpretation treats these attributions negatively. God does not see, think, or hear at all as we do. Similarly, in B25, the way that God shakes, kradani, all things is completely without toil, apanuthpanoio, that is, in no way familiar to us. All of this suggests that it is not so much a positive conception of divine perfection that underlies Xenophane's theology as awareness of the limits of human understanding. This way of looking at Xenophanes is supported by the fragments concerning human reason, B18, 34-6. We noted above that human thoughts about the divine are merely a matter of supposition, B14. Yet as poor as our faculties are, and there is no man who sees clearly nor will there be anyone who knows, still, supposition is universally available, dokos diepi positetiktai, B34. Supposition gives men an intellectual foothold, albeit a tenuous one, for though the gods did not trace out the pattern, hyptidetian, of all things for mortals from the start, in time and by searching they find things out better, B18. Thus, one might ultimately reach the point where things can be supposed, didaxis though, to be like, eokota, unto the real things, tois etimoisi, B35, at least for as many things as, the gods, have made apparent, perfenasin, to mortal sight, B36. Yet even if the likeness were perfect, one would not know it, B34. The overall position here is intellectual modesty in the face of something beyond our understanding. Implications. The character of Xenophane's thoughts about divine nature and our understanding of it is more poetic than philosophical. If there is a concept of divine perfection underlying Xenophane's theology, it is a negative one, emphasizing our own temporal, physical, and intellectual imperfections. Nevertheless, Xenophanes was an impetus for future thinking about divine perfection, if not by Parmenides and later Presocratics, then at least by Plato. It is hard to read the arguments of Republic 377-83 without suspecting Xenophanes' influence. There, Plato systematically covers the same ground of divine behavior, 377-80, and divine nature, 380-3. He criticizes Hesiod, Homer, and other poets for implying that gods do evil things and take on human form. The differences are that Plato develops a positive conception of divine perfection founded upon the attributes of goodness, 379b, and simplicity, 380d, that he argues deductively from these attributes to conclusions that seem inescapable, and that he connects the conception of the gods' moral goodness with the metaphysical conception of their simplicity through the notion of best condition, aristisachane. Thus, Plato affirms what Xenophanes cannot: God is absolutely simple and true in word and deed, 382 times 10 to the power of 8th, but perhaps he could not have said that without Xenophanes before him. Plato holds a vital position in the reason and religion dialectic, because of the underpinning he gives to theology that precedes him, as mentioned, and in terms of the significance of Platonic religion for those who came later, as we show in the next section. In this section, we emphasize the fundamental role of religion in determining the shape of Platonic philosophy. Religious themes are found everywhere in Plato's dialogues. At the broadest level, this results inevitably from his depiction of a society permeated by religion, Morgan 1992, 227. A deliberate emphasis, however, appears in connection with the trial of Socrates, which figures prominently in the dialogues. Socrates was accused of not recognizing the gods of the polis, AP 24c1, and his subsequent conviction shows how far relations between philosophy and religion had broken down. Platonic philosophy can be viewed as an elaborate effort to repair them. Plato makes no effort to hide Socrates' criticism of the content of traditional myths, Euthypha. 6a, rather, the repeated defense of it in the Republic, 377-92, and Laws, 886, suggests his own commitment. Yet he does not pursue these criticisms as an attack on religion, or deny outright the existence of the Olympian gods, titans, demigods, heroes, or other significant figures of Greek mythology. On the contrary, they are frequently acknowledged in his writings. In the political program of the laws there are prescriptions for districts, temples, festivals, games, cults, and priesthoods dedicated to traditional deities, and he refers widely elsewhere to prayer, sacrifice, divination, and other services to the gods, on which, see Michalson 2010. By contrast, some of Plato's most severe ridicule is leveled at natural philosophy, at least whenever it does not begin with something divine, such as a divine mind, a world soul, or a creator god, PhD 96-100, PHLB 27-8, Leg. 886-900, cf. T. 27-9. In stark opposition to materialism, Plato supports the traditional view that the sun, moon, and other celestial bodies are gods, Leg. 886-9, t. 38-40, Resp. 508a, and he persistently deploys myths that refer to familiar Greek gods and divinities, Georgi, 523-7, PhD, 107-14, Resp. 614-21, PhD, 246-59, t. 27-92, PLT, 269-74. Some have asserted that Plato produced myths for the less philosophically inclined, Parteny 2009, 7-10, or that he regarded polis religion as the handmaid of philosophy, Frenkel 2013, 58-69, but those terms suggest a view of religion as adventitious propaganda that we regard as inconsistent with the tenor of Plato's life and writings. Rather, Plato was himself a person of deeply religious temperament, who considered religion, myth, and even argument as heuristic for all people, philosophically inclined or otherwise. Many of the myths are described as worth believing, and not just by those who are philosophically inept. Meno 86b, Georgi, 526d, PhDr 114d, Resp. 621b. Plato expresses much of his thought in the framework of pre-existing religious traditions and categories. For instance, the theory of recollection, that cornerstone of Platonic epistemology, is introduced in the Meno in the context of a religious view, promulgated by priests and priestesses, 81-10, that the soul is immortal, yet tainted with guilt that can only be expiated through a reverent, hosios, life. There is a parallel between guilt and expiation, on the one hand, and amnesia and recollection on the other. Thus, it has often been pointed out that the theory of recollection draws on Orphic or Pythagorean sources, Gluck 1961 274-83, Morgan 1992, 237. This context is far-reaching, for the reverent life turns out to be a philosophico-religious one. The Theaetetus describes it as becoming righteous and holy, hosion, with wisdom, phronesis, with likeness unto God as the goal, 176b12. In such a life, divine inspiration is frequently a source of vision and understanding, AP. 33c, Meno 99e, PhD, 84-6, B2, PhDr, 262d, PHLB, 20b, CRA. For 25d, and prayer is efficacious, either in inducing an appropriately devout cognitive attitude, or in actually obtaining the help of the gods to make discoveries, PhDr, 278b, PHLB, 25b, C, T. 27c, Cry. 106b. Similarly, in metaphysics Plato's distinction between the forms and sensible objects occupies the same conceptual niche as the distinction between gods and mortals. Thus, it is not surprising to find that the same terms used to describe the gods are also used to describe forms, compare to Resp. 381c8-9 and Simp. 2088, with PhD, 78c6, D2, D5, 79d5, E4, and Resp. 500c D, 585c, or that the separation of forms from sensible mirrors the separation of gods from humans. Nevertheless, just as humans have a share, metachine, of divine nature, PRT 322-3, so also sensible things participate, metachine, in the forms, PhD 100c5, PRM 129c, 130b. Plato's ethics are also expressed within a religious framework, one of introspective personal development leading towards divine perfection. From the Apology to the Laws, we find the idea that humans are stationed here as servants of the gods, with the object of living righteously by caring about the perfection of their souls. AP 28-30, PhD 62-7, Leg. 644-5. Indeed, in the Republic the virtues are defined in terms of conditions of the soul. Temperance is the good condition of the appetitive part, bravery the good condition of the spirited part, and wisdom the good condition of the rational part, while justice is the joint good condition of all three. Resp. 428-35, especially 434d, 435c. The process by which such conditions are produced is sometimes described as purification, Soph 227-9, PhD 67-9, and the persons who attain purification are said to be loved by the gods. AP 41c, GRG 508a, Simp 212b, Resp. 352b, PHLB 39e, compare to PRT 345c. Those who live in such a way are rewarded after death, while those who do not suffer punishment. AP 41c, Cry 54d, GRG 492-3, 523-7, Meno 81c, PhD 63b, C, 81-2, 113-14, CRA 398b, PhDR 248-9, Resp. 614-21, Leg. 870d, E, 881a, 904-5, 959-60. Plato's psychology is the node where all these strands meet, but it is difficult, given his beliefs about the immortal soul, to say whether the focus is philosophical or religious. Arguments for the immortality of the soul are not uncommon. PhD 70-2, 73-8, 78-84, 102-6, Meno 81-5, PhDR 245-6, Resp. 608-11, while references to the soul as something distinct from and superior to the body are ubiquitous. Cry 48, CHM 156-7, CRA 403b, Resp. 498c, 585d, T 34c, 41c, E, 42e, 69c, 90a, Soph 246e, Leg 726a, 731c, 892a, 904d, 959a, 967b. By the 5th century BCE, belief in a part of us that survives death, and in an afterlife with rewards for the good and punishment for the evil, had become widespread in Athens, through the promulgation of Orphic, Bacchic, and Eleusinian rituals. West 1983, Burkett 1987, Edmonds 2004, and, in this volume, Edmonds, Chapter 37. Morgan proposes that Plato's view emerged from this background, but differed in replacing emotional ecstasy with the ecstasy of rational inquiry. He claims that Plato appropriated the ecstatic model and adapted it to a conception of philosophy as a lifelong quest for salvation. 1992, 232. Thus, Platonic philosophy is thoroughly welded to the frame of religion, from epistemology and metaphysics to ethics and psychology. By contrast, criticism of traditional myths occupies a small part of Plato's work. Far from standing in an antagonistic relation to religion, it is clear that Plato finds many religious beliefs and practices congenial to philosophy. Platonism does not just offer a philosophical religion that can give non-philosophers a share in the perfection that philosophy affords, Frenkel 2013x. His is a religious philosophy in which the attainment of philosophical perfection is a religious goal. While there are passages in Plato that suggest we are not meant to understand his mythical and religious talk literally, Meno 86b, PhD 114d, GRG 527, Resp. 621b, PhDR 247c, it would be a mistake to think that the religious framework is dispensable. Platonic philosophy is what religion would be like if it were purified in the fire of reason. Early imperial Platonism and Pythagoreanism. Under the Roman Empire, philosophy and religion came directly into competition, appealing to the same needs and sometimes appropriating the same texts. Ultimately, Christianity became the principal representative of religion, while philosophers gave new meaning to pre-Christian belief systems. Plutarch, c. 45-125 CE, the biographer, was also a respected philosophical writer, much indebted to Plato. His mentor, late in Nero's reign, Edelf 385b, was Ammonios, an Egyptian, UNAP. VS 2.1.3, and his dialogues document an intellectual life that valued both Greek and Egyptian religious traditions. A Delphic priest, and one of several Platonists honored by Delphic inscriptions, Plutarch regarded philosophy and religion as complementary. His philosophical works examined deep questions of religion, demonstrating commitment to key local religious institutions. Apollo became equally a philosopher and a prophet, Edelf 385b, not only solving life's difficulties for those consulting him, but also posing puzzles for those philosophically inclined, implanting in their minds a desire that leads them to the truth, Edelf 384f. Plutarch understands the best myths and rituals as reflections of an elusive truth, which elevate the mind by inviting interpretation, compared to der is it os. 358f 359a. While one cannot treat myth as a rational account, one may adopt whatever fits each thing according to resemblance, der is it os. 374e. In the Der Eisidit Osiride, Plutarch allows that Egyptian myths of divinities suffering violence must be rejected, while explaining much seemingly alien material in philosophically appropriate terms. He offered comparisons with what he interprets as an established Greek tradition, embracing theologians, lawgivers, poets, and philosophers, and reflected in Greek ritual and myth, with parallels in Zoroastrianism and Mithraism. Implicating the Pythagorean Heraclitos, Empedocles, Anaxagoras, Euripides, and Aristotle, 369b 70e, he promises to draw out the affinities of Egyptian religion with Platonic philosophy above all, 371a-383a. Platonism worked naturally with multiple supernatural powers, while allowing explanation in terms of a single supreme creator. It placed emphasis on the welfare of one's inner self, the psyche, some or all of which allegedly survive death. It postulated ideas serving as blueprints for creation and absolute moral standards. And it privileged a truth within ourselves over the manifest external world. At this time it influenced even the sciences. The physician Galen admired the works of Plato, especially the Timaeus, and even commented on its neglected medical chapters, Schroeder 1934. Ordinarily, Galen avoided expressing opinions about supernatural entities, but a rare passage, De Ususu Partium 4.360 2k, talks of an intelligence in the air, responsible for the intricate design of animal parts, as witnessed by Galen's dissections. Dissection becomes a more precise foundation for theology than any rites of Eleusis or Samothrace. For those rites are obscure indicators of their serious teachings, whereas the works of nature regarding all living things are obvious, 361.6 8k, displaying the wisdom and craft of the Creator, 361.11-12. In an age craving insights into the divine, medical science announced its own role. Scientific philosophy also flourished under two contemporaries of Galen, Claudius Ptolemaeus, philosophically unaligned, and Alexander of Aphrodisias, an Aristotelian. The former's Tetrabiblos offers astrology a more secure astronomical foundation instead of attacking it, while the latter's willingness to link active intellect, as functioning in humans, with the unmoved Aristotelian divinity ensured his high regard among the spiritualistic Platonists who followed. While science proved moderately accommodating, philosophical attacks on religious movements, particularly Christians and Gnostics, arose out of competition for the same spiritual ground. Attacks came from the Platonist Celsus, whom Origen rebutted in his Contra Celsum, from Plotinus, Ennead 2.9, and from Porphyry's fragmentary Contra Christianos. Platonism argued that many beliefs of these new opponents were irreverent, while defending more ancient and respectable religions. This tendency peaked with the 5th century BCE Platonists Syrianus and Proclus, for whom Homer, Hesiod, and particularly Orpheus rival the authority of Plato, Pythagoras, and the Chaldean oracles. A similar rapprochement between philosophy and traditional religion had arisen in the time of Galen with the Pythagorean Numenius. Though we usually credit Plotinus, a century later, and his pupil Porphyry, with establishing Neoplatonism, which obliquely influenced both Christian and Arabic thought, Numenius' importance for Plotinus and Porphyry is clear. Porph. Plot. 14, 17-21. While Porphyry made Plotinus the real visionary, he perhaps downplayed Numenius' influence, suspicious of his influence on a new sub-philosophical revelatory literature, including Gnostic literature. Besides Pythagoras and Plato, the list of Numenian authorities named in just 60 fragments, Desplaces 1973, includes Homer, FR. 30-5, Orphics, Hesiod, and Phersides, FR 36, Heraclitos, Genesis 1.2, and the Egyptians, FR 30. Indeed, Numenius' work on the good endeavored to examine Plato and Pythagoras alongside respected rites, rituals, and doctrines of Brahmins, Jews, Magi, and Egyptians, FR 1a. Hence, later religious syncretism would be indebted to Numenius' ability to synthesize religious and philosophical traditions. Numenius is today suspected of being the inspiration behind the Chaldean oracles, Athanasiadi 2005, which influenced both pagan and Christian philosophy thereafter. Porphyry wrote on both these and other oracles, Athanasiadi 2005, 138 and 10, so they became the subject of exegesis perhaps a century after they were written. Platonists already took this to be an ancient text, failing to connect their Platonizing tone with their Platonist origins. Granting them scriptural status, they reinforced the links between Platonism and theurgic practices. Numenius' accommodating attitude to Homer, at the beginning of Greek literature and of corresponding importance, is obvious. Yet Plato's perceived attacks on Homer in the Republic meant that any defense had to explain away features criticized by Plato, including the mythical depiction of immoral or irrational gods. Though an allegorical interpretation of Homer had arisen in classical times as a rationalizing device, it was given a spiritual function by Numenius and his friend Cronius, taking to a new level the reverence for Homer and mythology found in Plutarch. For Numenius, FR 32, compared to FR 35, Homer's Odyssey, 24.12, had called Cancer and Capricorn gates of the sun, while the poem's wandering hero, FR 33, symbolized the person who passes through successive generations, and escapes to those beyond every wave and inexperienced of the sea, compared to OD. 11.122-3. Numenius, FR 31, and Cronius inspired Porphyry's brief, elegizing treatise on the Cave of the Nymphs from Odyssey 13. The cave was thought relevant to the cosmic wanderings of the soul, and Proclus holds that Numenius and Porphyry adopted similar cosmic interpretations of Plato's Atlantis story. Hermea's commentary on Phaedrus 229c, 30.10-31.2, shows how Neoplatonists explained why Plato rejected physicalist interpretations of myths. It was not because all allegory wastes effort better devoted to self-knowledge, but rather because myths actually unveil higher, non-physical things, thus contributing to self-knowledge. This position agrees with the allegorical practices of Numenius and Porphyry. The Porphyrian work, on how embryos are animated, tells of people who held that life and soul arrive along with the sperm. They included Numenius and those who explain the hidden meanings, hypernoias, of Pythagoras, and interpret Plato's river of forgetfulness, Resp. 621a, the Styx in Homer and Orphic writings, and Phersides Ephlux, DK 71b7, as references to sperm, Numenius, FR 36. Numenius finds cosmic symbolism in Parmenides, B 1.11, FR 31.27-8, and in Pythagoras, who allegedly referred to souls collecting at the Milky Way as people of dreams, Odyssey 24.12, FR 32, 35. Besides comparative non-Greek material, Numenius sought a single ancient Hellenic wisdom, lost after Plato, FR 24-8. He saw the Orphic idea of soul's earthly prison, PL PhD 62b, as a symbol of pleasure, FR 38. He may even owe his name, and the title of his work Epops, to Orphic Considerations, Tarrant 2009, 16-17. Numenius may be the first philosopher to employ such a variety of religious texts and authors, both non-Greek and pre-Platonic, as religious allies of philosophy. But the underlying supposition that religious literature acquired philosophical decoding seems to have produced new philosophically encoded revelatory discourses. This is one way of understanding the Chaldean oracles and the Platonizing Gnostic texts of the Nag Hammadi corpus. Work on the Nag Hammadi texts has shown how 4 Coptic texts, Allergenes, Zostrianos, 3 Steles of Seth, and Marsons, display greater affinity with Platonism than with any one religious system. A principal concern is the ascent of the soul through the heavens, where, following Numenius, FRR 31, 32, 34, 35, and Plutarch, De Fac. 943 FF, the region of the disembodied soul is located. There are several parallels with the work of Plotinus and Porphyry, Turner 2001. Plotinus and his school actually attacked the work of Gnostics who promoted the revelations of Allergenes and Zostrianos, Porph. Plot 16, and while it is likely that the Coptic texts are translations of the same Greek treatises known to Plotinus, some think otherwise, Majersic 2005. If they were, then material hitherto regarded as original to Plotinus, a rigorous if distinctly otherworldly philosopher, had already been propounded by Gnostic, Platonist writers. Conclusion. We began by questioning the standard dichotomy between those who follow reason and those who follow religion, the former being philosophers and the latter being poets, religious writers, and others whom Aristotle called lovers of myth, Philomythoi, Metaph 982b17. The distinction does not suit the majority of presocratics, including Xenophanes, and is misleading in the case of Plato. It is utterly false in the intellectual world of the 2nd century CE. In general, outside Aristotelian and Epicurean traditions, philosophers seldom saw themselves as making any comprehensive attack on Greek religious heritage. Since that would amount to an attack on the culture they inherited, few viewed their projects in this way, even though comic writers and political opponents did so. Rather, they saw themselves as commending a modified understanding of that religious heritage, or as showing which elements of it were to be embraced and which rejected. Believing that there is some truth behind a collection of beliefs or myths does not necessarily involve believing in its literal truth throughout, nor does culturally induced acceptance entail intellectual commitment. When we posit a clash between reason and religion in ancient Greece, we often assume that non-philosophers were committed to the literal truth of what would, to us, be literally unbelievable. Yet intellectual commitment implies reasoned conclusions, and the evidence from Greek literature points to a widespread acknowledgement that many subjects involving the divine defied human knowledge. The barrier could, at best, be overcome by those with divine inspiration, be they poets, seers, or cult practitioners. Hence, an attack on anthropomorphism or on a Homeric depiction of warring gods constituted an attack on excessive literalism rather than on religion in general. Disbelief of the literal meaning would take some presocratics in a physicalist direction, sophists in an agnostic direction, and Plato towards an inner, soul-based religion, towards providential governance of the universe, and, ultimately, towards astral theology. In time, Plato's dialogues became scriptural texts, likewise admitting various interpretations. Platonism eventually became the backbone of pagan religious philosophy under the Roman Empire. In the light of these considerations, we suggest that the philosophy-religion dichotomy has acquired some of its plausibility from scholars who first misunderstand the nature of religion, and, second, draw their concept of ancient philosophy too narrowly, magnifying the historical importance of the approved philosopher Aristotle, and neglecting the philosophy of late antiquity. Similarly, such scholars assume that Platonic dialectic is the real Plato, while dismissing the religious trimmings, including inspired passages and original myths, as religious embellishment, ignoring the evidence of ancient interpreters, Tarrant 2005. In fact, the Platonic myths are written in a different register, Tarrant et al. 2011, which ancient readers recognized as special and important. Evidence discovered in recent decades has highlighted the willingness of philosophy to appropriate and nurture religious ways of looking at the world. The Strasbourg Papyrus of Empedocles and the Derveni Papyrus make one acutely aware that some early writers did not recognize any such dichotomy, and that religious ideas and practices could sit comfortably alongside naturalistic cosmology. Similarly, the anonymous commentary on Plato's Parmenides and the Nag Hammadi Platonizing treatises show, first, how inseparable philosophy and religion had become, and, second, how the seemingly bare dialectic of Plato's Parmenides could be transformed into transcendent theology as relevant to human aspirations as being, life, and mind, anon. PRM 14.15-26, Turner 2010, 146-53. Some new evidence has yet to be fully comprehended, and the Derveni Papyrus and Nag Hammadi scrolls will long continue to occupy scholars. There will also be new work that takes more seriously evidence for a spiritual dimension in early Pythagoreanism, deriving from a much greater facility for assessing late sources such as Porphyry and Iamblichus, who are only now receiving the required attention. We ourselves will be publishing further on the concept of the inspired voice, and on the language and importance of the philosophical myth throughout antiquity, while others will take the linguistic dimension of this work in new directions. We cannot predict the outcome of such research, however, for there will be new papyri and new inscriptions that further illustrate the fascinating ancient interplay between reason and religion. Suggested reading: On Philosophical Theology, Gerson 1990, Drozdek 2007, and Frenkel 2013 will give a wider picture, while Brisson 2004 remains an important book on ancient philosophical approaches to myth. For the Presocratics, see Kurd and Graham 2008, and for Xenophanes in particular, see Lesher 1992 and Schaeffer 1996. For the Derveni Papyrus, see Beatty 2004, while Edmonds 2004 brings in the important evidence of the Orphic gold tablets. For Plato and Greek religion, see Morgan 1990, 1992 and Michalson 2010. For Plato's theology, see Saumson 1942, Men 1995, and Dombrowski 2007. For Hellenistic theology, see Mansfeld 1999. For Numenius there is now an English translation of the fragments, Petty 2012. An overview of issues concerning the Nag Hammadi texts is given by Turner 2010. Part 4. Where? Chapter 16. Temples and Sanctuaries. Michael Scott. Introduction. Many temples and sanctuaries of the Mediterranean Greek world have traditionally been seen not only as the most obvious and impressive physical incarnations of Greek religious practice and belief, but also as one of the clearest indicators of the continuity and unity of Greek religion and, more widely, of Greek society. In Herodotus 8.144, Athenian ambassadors to Sparta provide the famous definition of to Hellenikon, the Greek thing, as common blood, common language, common temples and religious customs. A resulting irony, however, is that although the Athenians argued that temples and sanctuaries and customs were connected, the way in which temples and sanctuaries have been studied in modern scholarship has been anything but continuous with the study of religious rituals and beliefs. Temples and sanctuaries, and, to a great extent, the art they contained, have traditionally been the preserve of scholars of architecture, art, and archaeology, while the study of Greek religious ritual has principally been conducted through a study of the literary and epigraphic texts, compared to most recently Westcott and Ousterhout 2012, Zai. As a result, temples and sanctuaries, across archaic, classical, and Hellenistic periods, have, in general, been studied either as part of architectural treatises, sanctuary excavation reports, e.g. Fouillet's de Delphes series on Delphi, Olympia Bericht and Olympia Forschungen on Olympia, and typological handbooks, compared to most recently Emerson 2007, rather than alongside the religious practices which they framed and with which they were intimately involved. Such investigations, of course, continue to provide crucial insights not only into the physical development of these sites, but also into how to read and understand the constantly changing meanings of their art and architecture within these sacred spaces. Yet, over the last 30 years in particular, there have also been substantial efforts to reconnect this material with its surrounding contexts. Temples and sanctuaries are being pulled from their typological categories and inserted into wider histories, e.g. Whitley 2001, and contextualizing landscapes, e.g. Pedley 2005, while sacred spaces and structures are beginning to be integrated with the literary and epigraphic evidence for religious ritual and belief, e.g. Milanopoulos and Roeder 2006. This process can be seen clearly in four interconnected areas of scholarly debate over sanctuaries and the structures and objects they contained over the Archaic to Hellenistic periods. I. What a sanctuary is. 2. Why sanctuaries are where they are. 3. The roles sanctuaries played within the wider landscape. And 4. The experience of being within sacred space. Current debates. What is a sanctuary? The earliest architectural surveys labeled sacred spaces with visible monumental architecture as spaces of public, official religious practice, and those without as private, unofficial. This division contributed, in turn, to the unhelpful distinction in ritual practice between religious and magical acts, a distinction which, as the introduction to this volume suggests, studies of Greek religion are still having to work to erase. Yet, in recent decades in particular, there has been a much wider recognition of the flexible, and indeed indeterminate, nature of sacred space and what is necessary for a sanctuary to be a sanctuary, that is to say, almost nothing, compared to Whitley 2001, 134. In relation to temple architecture, there has been increasingly lively debate over what a temple represented in terms of both economic investment and social cohesion in the wider community, e.g. Davies 2001. At the same time, thanks in part to developments in theoretical approaches to architecture, e.g. Jones 2000, emphasis has also been put on the varying layout and resultant functionality of temple architecture, e.g. the implications of barriers within temples between viewer and cult statue, Milanopoulos 2011. Why are sanctuaries where they are? Vincent Scully explained the layout of the sacred landscape in terms of the natural suitability of particular spaces for particular gods, Scully 1969. In the 1980s, however, his explanations were superseded by ones which connected sanctuaries to the developing political landscape, de Polignac 1995, original French version published 1984. De Polignac argued for the development of sacred spaces in conjunction with the articulation of polis communities and territories, with sacred spaces often acting as political boundary markers. His approach has been taken up, explored, and nuanced, by himself and others, in subsequent scholarship that has argued for a wider variety of factors affecting the placement of sanctuaries in the landscape, e.g. Schachter and Bingen 1992, Marinatus and Hag 1993, Alcock and Osborne 1994, Burkett 1996, Cole 2004. What roles did sanctuaries have? In tandem with discussions about placement within the landscape, debate over the roles sanctuaries had in Greek society has moved on from the overtly political, in particular, peer-polity interaction, Snodgrass 1986. It has also developed beyond the attempt to apply neat categorizations for types, and thus roles, of sanctuaries, e.g. interurban, extraurban, urban, rural. Instead, more recent characterizations of sanctuaries tend to highlight not only the vast number of activities that took place within them, e.g. Shin 2000, but also the way in which sanctuaries could simultaneously act as more than one type of sanctuary. Delphi, for example, was the local sanctuary at the heart of the city of Delphi and, simultaneously, an interurban Panhellenic sanctuary. The experience of sanctuary space. Scholarship has also tried to move away from positivist approaches to the experience of particular sacred spaces, which emphasized objective, scientific interpretation based on the archaeological data, and which were often encouraged by the achronological, Pausanias era, frozen in time descriptions of temples and sanctuaries in the typological handbooks. Such a move has sought to highlight not only the changing spatial development of particular sanctuaries over time, e.g. Scott 2010, but also to link fundamentally with the ritual activities and non-permanent elements of the sanctuary experience, e.g. ritual dance, Connolly 2011. In addition, it has drawn attention to the question of how visitors engaged within sacred space with structures, dedications, and inscriptions, example, most recently, Beryl 2009, Papa Alexandru 2011. In all four of the interrelated areas of debate reviewed, the tendency has been for scholarship to move away from a conception of the sanctuary and its contents as a static uniform place, as collections of structures performing single functions, with a fixed role within the wider landscape. Instead, it has moved towards the conception of a much more flexible, multidimensional, and polyvalent sacred space, with architectural spaces undertaking multiple simultaneous roles, and being perceived and experienced in many different ways by different users at different times. The challenge now is to understand better how, in any particular chronological period and geographical place, this new conception of the multidimensionality of the physical spaces and places of Greek religion reflected, articulated, and contributed to Greek ritual practice, through a more integrated and interdisciplinary approach to all the evidence available by scholars on both sides of the old material ritual divide. Recent initiatives in the study of Greek religion, e.g. Kerno's edited volumes and the Thesaurus Cultus et Rituum Antiquorum, as well as in relation to a variety of ancient cultures, e.g. de Grummond and Edlund Berry 2011, demonstrate the importance and difficulty of this challenge. The following short case studies, which between them cover the archaic, classical and Hellenistic periods, are intended not only to reiterate the multidimensionality of sacred spaces, but also the advantages that can come from an integrated and interdisciplinary approach to the evidence available. In particular, they are intended to show the way in which such an approach can contribute to our understanding of the way in which temples, sanctuaries, and their contents articulated the complex nature of Greek religious rituals and beliefs within the physical landscape at a particular place and time and, in turn, influenced their development. Case Study 1. The Samian Heraion. The surviving literary sources provide very little insight into the sanctuary of Hera on Samos. Pausanias, for example, gives us no in-depth account of its sacred space. Herodotus records it primarily as a marker of Samian prowess in the wider Greek world, and Athenaeus records a few chance references about its cult practices, compared to Kyriales 1993, 125. Inversely, thanks to its careful excavation and the excellent preservation conditions, its archaeological, architectural, and sculptural remains testify to its unique monumental sculpture, the awe-inspiring architecture of its 6th century temples, copied and competed with around the Greek world, and the extraordinarily diverse and exotic range of small dedications, compared to Freya Schauenberg 1974, Keenest 1992, 193-8, Kara Kossi 2003, 29, Mazarakis Aenean 2009, 229-31, Osborne 2009, 93, 274-6. This discussion will focus on how the archaeological evidence opens up a unique window onto the changing place of the sanctuary in the landscape during the 8th to 6th centuries BCE, as well as onto the vitality, variety, and specificity of ritual within this sanctuary during that period. The sanctuary is located some 6 kilometers away from the ancient town in a marshy river basin on the coast of the island, in a place often associated in myth with Hera's birth. It had a temple and altar from 800 BCE, one of the earliest examples of temple architecture in the Greek world, Osborne 2009, 89. Their construction marks the beginning of a period during which temples and sanctuaries, as part of wider changes in the perception of the sacred in ancient society, were coming to play a more visible role in the Greek landscape, compared to de Polignac 2009, 427-9. Yet, in the case of Samos, what is crucial is that the sanctuary was not linked to the polis in any official way before the late 7th early 6th centuries BCE. Indeed, a branch of the nearby river cut it off from the town settlement. Instead, in this early period, the archaeology reveals that the sanctuary's earliest orientation was towards the nearby coast. Its users and worshippers came to it from the sea, Duplaui 2006, and what we know of its ritual ceremonies centered around contact with the sea, compared to AF 12.525F and C, in this volume, Konstantakopoulou, Chapter 19. It has been argued that the earliest orientation of the Heros sanctuary underlined the sanctuary's independence from the nearby town, pointing towards its own sacred centrality as the reason for its early and rich development. This highlights the hugely important role sanctuaries could have in their own right as central focus points for a wider community, rather than, as often argued in polis-centric scholarship, simply acting as reflections of the development of civic centers to which they were linked, compared to Morgan 2003, de Polignac 2009, 435. In the late 7th century BCE, however, the situation changed. The sanctuary was reoriented towards the city, following construction of a processional route linking the two, necessitating a diversion of the river that had hitherto divided them. A variety of new or replacement cult buildings were constructed within the sanctuary. Over the course of the 6th century, the temple to Hera was rebuilt twice on an increasingly elaborate scale. The first version, undertaken by the architect Roikos, c. 570 BCE, was the first Ionic monumental temple in the Greek world. The second, part of the building program initiated by the island's tyrant ruler, Polycrates, in the 530s, was described by Herodotus, 3.39-60, as one of the greatest buildings in all of Greece. The number of cult buildings surrounding these temples proliferated, as did the number of monumental freestanding sculptures, all of which were turned to face the processional route towards the city, cf. Duplaui 2006, 190-203, Mazarakis Aenean 2009, 229. The Heraean on Samos clearly received remarkable investment and attention during this period. Yet what the archaeology also underlines is the vital, varied, and specific nature of cult practice at this sanctuary. 3 wells have been discovered between the sanctuary and the ancient shoreline, constructed at the time of the sanctuary's reorientation in the late 7th century and progressively filled with debris, much of which has survived because of the marshy conditions, until they were closed off in the late 6th century BCE, compared to Kyriales 1993, 135. In analyzing the contents of the wells, several aspects of how Hera was worshipped at this sanctuary came to light. There was an unusually low number of goat bones left over from sacrifices and sacrificial meals in comparison to most Greek sanctuaries. The number of wild fallow deer that had been sacrificed was striking, in contrast to the widespread belief that wild animals were not used in Greek sacrificial ritual. There was a marked absence of thigh bones, indicating that the thigh bones, normally a particular delicacy to eat, were most likely, as part of the ritual in this particular sanctuary, burnt as an offering to the gods. Kyriales 1993, 137-8. At the same time, the nature of the small votive offerings in the sanctuary indicates not only how particular aspects of the goddess were emphasized by different social groups on Samos, but also how her worship on Samos was both different from, and linked to, forms of worship she received elsewhere in the Greek world. For a goddess whose ritual worship included engagement with the sea, it is perhaps not surprising that a collection of wooden boat carvings have been found. These, rather than being representations of worshippers' modes of transport, seem to have had a ritual and symbolic value in the worship of Hera that was unknown elsewhere in the Greek world. Kyriales 1988, 217. At the same time, in no other Greek sanctuary has such a large collection of horse trappings, bronze bridles and harnesses, been found. This suggests a particular emphasis on the worship of Hera here as a protector of horses and riders, potentially by those most likely to have owned horses, the higher, and land-based, social ranks of Samian society. Kyriales 1993, 145. At the same time, dedications of small wooden stools, too small to be of practical use, with carved sides have survived. Their best parallel is in Near Eastern art, Kyriales 1993, 141-5, which suggests an Eastern aspect to the cult of Hera on Samos, perhaps not surprising given the island's position just off the coast of Asia Minor. This Eastern influence is also indicated by the dedication of both real and terracotta and ivory representations of pomegranates, pine cones, and poppy pods and their seeds. The abundance of these ritual dedications, thought to be associated with fertility aspects of the goddess, is best mirrored in the ritual practices of the ancient Near East in the 7th century BCE, and particularly in Assyria. Birchner 1892, 29-92, Kyriales 1988, 219-20. Even more indicative of this link with the East is the way in which some foreign visitors to the sanctuary seem to have equated Hera to deities in their own pantheon, as a bronze statuette of man and dog from Babylonia, normally reserved for the local mother goddess Gula, seems to show. Kyriales 1993, 146, and, on links with the East, see, in this volume, Bremer, Chapter 40. At the same time, it seems that Samians took their practices for the worship of Hera with them as they traveled and settled around the Mediterranean world. Special dining pottery with the name Hera painted on the side was found discarded in the wells on Samos, a practice best paralleled in the sanctuary of Hera at Naucratis in Egypt, also originally set up by Samian traders. Kyriales 1993, 139-40, Mazarakis Aenean 2009, 231. Alongside this particularity of ritual worship of Hera on Samos and by Samians around the Mediterranean, there are similarities with the ritual practices at other Hera sanctuaries. For example, the discovery of small dedicated house models in terracotta at the sanctuary on Samos have parallels exclusively at the other major Greek sanctuaries of Hera at Argos and Perikora on the Greek mainland. Kyriales 1988, 217, linking the cult at the Samian Heraion to other communities of Hera worshippers around Greece. The picture provided by the archaeology of ritual at the Samian Heraion underlines the complexity and variety of cult practice within a single sanctuary, and, by extension, across the Greek world. Ritual practice may have been a strong cohesive agent between Greeks, but it was not uniform. It could link together sanctuaries and places within the Greek world. It could link Greek sacred space to practices of very different cultures. It could also underline the uniqueness of cult practice in one particular place and the variety of ways in which different members of the same community could engage in worship of the same goddess. This picture of the complexity of ritual practice offers an important insight into the role and nature of a sanctuary even after it had been officially attached to a polis. Although the monumental dedications were all made by the rich Samians of the local polis, the widespread origins of the sanctuary's smaller dedications suggest a far wider network, and this is also indicated by the ritual at the Samian Heraion, which continued to link the sanctuary to a much wider Greek and non-Greek world. Case Study 2. The Temple of Artemis Aristobule, Athens. Athens was, according to Pausanias, a city more devoted to the gods than most. 1.24.3. Its complex system of myths, rituals, and festivals have often been studied with a view to stressing the integral place of religion in Athens, the special intensity of Athens' relationship with the divine, and the complex ways in which Athenian religious practices oscillated between tradition and change. More rarely investigated is the question of how the physical space of the sacred fits into this picture, and in particular, how the less well-known Athenian sacred spaces complement our understanding of Athens' more famous temples and sanctuaries. Compare to Parker 2005, 52-60. The Temple of Artemis Aristobule, of best counsel, was constructed in 480-72 BCE to the west of Kolonos Agoraios in the Demi of Melite, near the modern Thysia metro station. Compare to Travlos 1971, 121-3. Wycherley 1978, 189-90, Garland 1992, 76-8, Camp 2001, 61. Plutarch, in his account of the life of Themistocles, states that the temple, along with several other religious structures, e.g. the Telesterion at Philae, the temple of Aphrodite at Eteonia, were built by Themistocles himself, in honor of his own advice and counsel during the Persian Wars. Plut. Them. 1.3-4, 22.1-2, More 869 CE. Plutarch adds that the temple was built near Themistocles' house, and that Themistocles set a portrait statue, Iconian, of himself in the temple, which survived into Plutarch's time, and which suggested that he had not only a heroic spirit, but also heroic presence as well. Plut. Them. 22.2. The physical remains of the temple, excavated 1958-64, show that it was a modest structure, 3.6 square meters, with a porch 1.85 m in depth, but that it was located in a highly visible site at the junction of two roads, Travlos 1971, 121, one coming from the Agora to the Pyraic Gate, and the other leading to the Damian Gate, through which those condemned to death were led on the way to the Barathron. The presence of numerous examples of krotariskoi, miniature mixing bowls exclusive to the cult of Artemis, dating from the early 5th century BCE not only reinforced the speed at which the shrine was constructed following Themistocles' role in defeating the Persian invasion, but also suggests a strong continuity of cult practice with that of other Artemis sanctuaries like Artemis Munichia, Garland 1992, 76. There was also a connection between the Artemis Aristobule and Artemis Munichia regarding the reason for their worship. The festivals of Artemis Munichia were said to commemorate the bright moonshine before the Battle of Salamis, see Parker 2005, 400. Despite the fact that traditional accounts of temple building characterize them as the preserve of civic bodies within the polis system, Parker has emphasized how the founding of a temple to a new god, or at least a god with a new epithet, by an individual was not an unusual occurrence in ancient Athens. Parker 1996, 3, 215-6, 238. Telemachus, for example, built a place of worship for Asclepios on the Acropolis, and Conon, in 394 BCE, built a temple to Aphrodite Euploia in honor of his victory. Indeed, given that, with the exception of the tyrannicide statue in the Agora, Athens did not award honorific statues to individuals during the 5th century BCE, the first known honorary statue was awarded to the same Conon who built himself a temple in 394 BCE. The building of a temple by an individual within the polis of Athens seems to have been one of the more acceptable ways of celebrating an individual's contribution to the city, although Plutarch relates that, in Themistocles' case, he was also chastised for his excessive dedications. Plut. Them. 22.1. Themistocles' modest temple, dedicated to Artemis of best counsel, and thus, by extension, a testament to Themistocles' own excellent advice to the people of Athens, formed part of a wider religious landscape. This provided the context for how the people of Athens interpreted not only different parts of their city, but also their more prestigious temples and sanctuaries. Many scholars have argued that, during the 5th century, the central city, the Astu, of Athens was more open to the worship of new gods and gods with new epithets than ever before. Parker 1996, 196. In contrast, it has been argued that, in Athens port, the Piraeus, the entry and worship of new gods was monitored very closely by the demos, Garland 1987, 107, on new gods, see, in this volume, Anderson, Chapter 21. As such, Themistocles' temple, I would argue, would have played a role in making visually apparent the distinction between the Astu and Piraeus of Athens. At the same time, this monument would also have been a reminder to Athenians of the central, and perhaps unnervingly important, role played by individuals in Athenian society, compared to Wycherley 1978, 200. Yet this temple's place in the Athenian landscape did not remain constant. Following Themistocles' fall from grace, the archaeological evidence indicates that the shrine also fell on hard times, although insets carved into the ante block of the temple for votive stelae indicate that the shrine was never completely abandoned. Travlos 1971, 121. The epigraphical evidence then reveals how, over the course of the 5th and 4th centuries BCE, as Themistocles' reputation revived, the sanctuary was refurbished and adopted as the central demi-shrine for the Demi of Melite. By 330 BCE, the demesman of Melite set up a decree, SEG 22.116.5, praising Neoptolmos, son of Antioch, for his services to Artemis, most probably in connection with the refurbishment of the temple, including the installation of a threshold in Hymetian marble, Travlos 1971, 121. The temple henceforth seems to have been administered by the Demi, perhaps serving as Themistocles' hero shrine, Wycherley 1978, 192. Nor was Themistocles' temple the only sacred space dedicated by an individual to be taken over by the wider community in the same period. For example, Telemachus Asclepios' sanctuary on the Acropolis was taken over by the Kerykes, Agenos of Athens, Parker 1996, 215-6, while the altar to Pythian Apollo by the Ilissos River, set up by Pisistratos to celebrate his own archonship, IGI 3948, was taken over by the Boulé and Demos, IGI 384. Pressures on the city, like the Peloponnesian War, seem to have caused the polis to become much more concerned with controlling sacred spaces over the course of the 5th and 4th centuries BCE. For example, IGI 378, 422 BCE, records how the Archon Basilius, royal archon, was given power to fix the boundary of the Hieria, sacred area, in the Pelagikon area around the base of the Acropolis, while the Boulé and Demos take control of what happens within those spaces. It is questionable whether Themistocles would have been allowed to build his temple at such a time. As it was, although its associations with him as an individual rose and fell depending on how the city regarded him, the temple and sanctuary seem slowly to have been absorbed into the concerns and purview of the local civic administration, ironically enough, during a time in which honoring individuals with statues, an option which had been out of bounds in the 5th century, was becoming more and more commonplace. The shrine of Artemis Aristobule thus seems to have performed a number of roles within the Demi of Melite and within the wider religious landscape of Athens. It was the highly visible marker of the role and importance of an individual to the city. But it was also, through its associations with other Artemis cult spaces and rituals, part of a wider network of worship for an important god within the Athenian pantheon, and, as such, worked to integrate Athens as a community and maintain its stability. Its links with an individual may have contextualized Athenians' understandings of their more famous civic constructions, around which the city of Athens and Attica were focused. But such links also help to clarify differences in styles of management of ritual practice between the Astu of the city and the Piraeus. Increasingly, over time, it acted as a religious focus for the Demi of Melite. But it was also Melite's trump card, stressing that Demi's ascendancy over, and difference from, others. It demonstrated the importance of one of their own demesmen, a claim they may have needed if we are to believe Plutarch, them. 22.2, that the Demi was also the dumping ground for the bodies of those who had been sentenced to death by the city, compare to Garland 1992, 77, Parker 2005, 54 and point 13. Case Study 3, Worshipping Foreign Deities on Delos. In the Hellenistic period, within the vibrant religious community on Delos, see, in this volume, Konstantakopoulou, Chapter 19, one of the most distinctive features was the number and variety of foreign deities worshipped, compared to Basler's 1982. Following excavation during the 19th century, their initial discovery provoked disbelief. No literary sources had survived attesting to the presence of Egyptian divinities on the island, and so excavators at the time were unwilling to attribute the extensive remains of what we now know were 3 different sanctuaries to Egyptian deities, on Greco-Egyptian cult in general, and the introduction of the cult of Serapis. See, in this volume, Kleibel, Chapter 41, and Anderson, Chapter 21. Unlike most foreign cults that seem to have been introduced to the island by worshippers during their time and activity on Delos as traders, compared to Basler's 1977, 312, the introduction of the worship of the Egyptian god Serapis was undertaken by the priest of the cult himself in the 3rd to early 2nd century BCE. The inscription relating the story of the establishment of the first Egyptian sanctuary of Serapis, Serapeina, IG 11, for 1299, which was subsequently set up in the sanctuary, reveals how, for over 2 generations of the priestly family in charge of the cult, its worship had been mobile on the island, without any permanent built sanctuary. Roussel 1915-1916, 29, 248-9. Moreover, even when the application was made for a permanent sanctuary, according to the inscription at the behest of the god himself to his priest, there seems to have been some reserve amongst the Delian authorities. Permission for a private cult was temporarily withheld before being eventually granted. Bruno 1970, 658. This first sanctuary of Serapis was not constructed near the central Apollo and Artemis sanctuary on the shore, where the vast majority of buildings and dedications by Hellenistic rulers were concentrated, but in a cleft of the hills leading up to Mount Kinthos. Such a position has been, in part, explained by the needs of this Egyptian cult. A flowing stream, the Inopus, was able to resemble the Nile and provide water for cult activity. But such a position also chimes with the hesitancy registered in the sanctuary's founding inscription. Nestled into the cleft of the hillside as it was, Serapis' first sanctuary on Delos was almost invisible from the Apollo and Artemis sanctuary and from the shoreline. Its succeeding counterpart, Serapeon B, also a private cult establishment, was given a similarly invisible position within the same hillside cleft. At the same time, however, the architecture of these sanctuaries for the Egyptian god, while clearly catering for a different set of rituals than those for Hellenic deities, does not conform to any strict canon of Egyptian worship. Their architecture is a mix of Greek style and responses to the needs of the Egyptian cult, coupled with a response to the pressures of space and the hill's incline within this cramped part of the island. For example, the entrance to Serapeon B is a long staircase squeezed in between two shops. In contrast, however, the initial construction of Serapeon C, the third Egyptian sanctuary on Delos, sometime in the first half of the 2nd century BCE, reveals the continually changing relationship between the priests and worshippers of Serapis and the island authorities. Serapeon C was made a public, official, rather than private, cult, and, in turn, it was placed next to, and indeed enveloped, the Temple of Hera. This was on a visible platform above the cleft where Serapeon A and B had been located, marking C out as a more public entity in the island's sacred landscape and therefore, presumably, more acceptable. Its finished form is the result of several enlargements during the 2nd and 1st centuries BCE, and its architecture can seem much more Egyptian than its predecessors. Its dromos, entrance passage, with sphinxes has basic similarities in layout and attributes with other Egyptian temples, particularly the Serapeon in Memphis, Roussel 1915–1916, 68–9, Bruno and Ducat 2005, 279, Bruno 2006. Yet, at a more detailed level, neither its architecture nor surviving sculpture is in any way Egyptian in style. Moreover, at least one of its temples, that of Isis, was, according to its accompanying inscription, actually dedicated by the Athenians after their reassumption of control of the island in 166 BCE, ID 2041, along with the cult statue of Isis placed inside it, ID 2044, which represents the Egyptian deity in Hellenized form, resembling closely that of the Greek figure type, Marcade 1969, number 30. A picture is thus emerging of the fluidity and complexity surrounding the place and perception of foreign, particularly Egyptian, deities on Delos in the 3rd to 1st centuries BCE. The layout and feel of these cult spaces, as may be expected, bore witness to the combined pressures of necessity, cult activity, and Hellenic influence. And yet that balance was continually in flux. Later, cult spaces became more visible and official, looked more and more Egyptian, and yet were often constructed by Hellenic communities keen to invest in the worship of these foreign deities in an increasingly cosmopolitan world. At the same time, however, this fluidity obscures a much stricter set of parameters pertaining to how these sanctuaries were perceived by the different communities who used them. Right next to the Serapeon Sea, a sanctuary to the Syrian divinities Atagatis and Hadad, both of whom had been assimilated to Hellenic divinities elsewhere on the island and within the Syrian sanctuary itself, e.g. Zeus Hadad and Hagna Aphrodite, was constructed sometime after the middle of the 2nd century BCE. It became a prosperous and popular cult location on the island, Will and Schmidt 1985. This sanctuary, while once again responding architecturally to the needs of the particular cult, Roussel 1916, 260, was also physically joined to the Serapeon Sea through a shared wall, although there was no access between the two, Roussel 1915–1916, 13. These sanctuaries thus seem to have been perceived, in the minds of those responsible for allocating space for these sanctuaries, as linked. Moreover, Greek worshippers on the island seem to have considered them equally worth engaging with. Greek dedications are found in both sanctuaries, offered to traditionally Greek gods like Apollo, as well as to Hellenized versions of the foreign deities, and to the foreign deities themselves. Laidlaw 1933, 225, Bruno 1970, 466-73. During the period of Athenian rule after 166 BCE, Athenian involvement in both official cults is clear. 3 of the attested officials in the sanctuary of the Syrian gods, for example, had to be Athenians, and, as previously mentioned, the construction in Serapean Sea was Athenian-led. At the same time, however, while dedications to Egyptian deities were being made within cult spaces across the island, the worship of Syrian deities, rather than their Hellenic counterparts, outside the sanctuary of Syrian gods was very rare. Bruno 1970, 473. Despite the physical proximity of their sanctuaries and the willingness of Greeks to dedicate in both, there are no attested cases of Syrian divinities being associated with Egyptian divinities in any single dedication. Roussel 1916, 255. This architectural, archaeological, and epigraphical evidence reveals the complex, multiple, and conflicting ways in which the different communities and authorities on Delos perceived and worshipped these particular divinities, and how this changed over time. The Egyptian sanctuaries on Delos were initially located out of sight, before gradually becoming an official cult with a visible cult location. At the same time, their architecture and art underlined a complex interplay between Egyptian ritual and Greek styles of architecture and art. Meanwhile, despite the evidence that those allocating sanctuary space on Delos perceived there to be similarities in religion for Egyptian and Syrian divinities, and despite equal engagement with these divinities by Greek worshippers, there was no linking of these divinities in individual dedications. Conclusion. These brief case studies of 3 different sanctuaries have ranged in time and across place. They have focused on the evidence of small cult offerings and practices to grand art and architecture. In some examples, the material evidence has opened up a world almost unknown through the literary sources, while others have revealed a complex interplay between the surviving literary, epigraphic, and archaeological evidence. In each case, using an interdisciplinary approach, we can see how the physical spaces and structures of Greek religion performed multiple simultaneous and changing roles in the wider landscape, and were engaged with and perceived by their different users in multiple, sometimes conflicting, ways. Sanctuaries were flexible, multidimensional, and polyvalent institutions which, thanks in turn to the structures and objects they contained, reflected, articulated, and facilitated the extraordinary number of ways in which religious practice was interwoven and embedded into Greek society, many of which we are still only beginning to understand, compared to Elsner 2012, 18. Herodotos was right to claim temples and sanctuaries as a key part of Hellenicon, not because they were all the same, nor because they were understood in the same way, nor because they demonstrated that Greek ritual was all the same, but because they were all equally good at showing the unique and complex nature of Greek religious life. Suggested reading. In addition to the titles mentioned in the main text, Chaniotis 2011 is particularly useful for thinking about how religious practice influenced and reflected interaction amongst different Mediterranean communities. Hag 1998 is an important volume which tackles insightfully the difficult relationship between ritual and material object. Haysom and Wollenston 2011 offers a range of recent approaches to accessing religious practice through not only the full range of evidence, but also the full range of senses. Pretry 2009 looks at the variety of ways in which ritual belief, practice, and material culture can be tied together. Spalforth 2006 is an up-to-date and thoughtful analysis of the variations inherent in both the construction and purpose of temples across the wider Greek world. Finally, Westcote and Ousterhout 2012 offer a series of innovative approaches to the analysis of sacred space. Chapter 17. Households, Families, and Women. Matthew Dillon. Introduction. In the classical period, an oikos, the family unit, including its members, slaves, and property, came together in a very real sense when its own immediate concerns took it outside the home to sanctuaries of the gods. Iconography in the 4th century BCE captures the Athenian family at worship, before not just one god but several, Asclepios, Artemis, and Athena. In the Archaeological Museum at Athens there is a large collection of marble votive reliefs, each of which portrays a scene of an individual family worshipping before Asclepios and his daughter Hygeia. Along the length of any one of these reliefs there straggles a line of figures, Asclepios, Hygeia, and a family, an adult couple, presumably man and wife, followed by children. There is also a maid slave at the end of the line with a basket balanced on her head, which basket carries the implements for a sacrifice about to be performed. Most of the reliefs show a small slave male figure standing immediately before a small altar with an animal, the sacrificial victim, in whose meat the whole family and the slaves will share. Sickness and the desire for health would have led the Athenian family to either the Asclepion at the foot of the Acropolis or the one at the Piraeus. To commemorate the visit and remind the god of the family's piety, the head of the household commissioned a relief immortalizing the event. See Athens National Archaeological Museum 1333, LIMC SV Asclepius No. 66, Houseman 1948, 177, Figure 6. See also LIMC SV Asclepius No. 63-70, 248. Family outings were also common to Artemis' sanctuary at Broran, and while there are fewer reliefs representing these, they are very similar in nature to the Asclepiad family scenes. Artemis is before an altar, there is a family group, an animal to sacrifice, and a slave girl with a basket, LIMC SV Artemis No. 461, c.450 BCE, 673, Kaltzes and Shapiro 2008, 80, Figure 2, 674, 974, 1127, 1151. There was clearly a well-established iconography of family visits to sanctuaries. Much earlier, a well-known single representation, dating to 490 to 80 BCE, a shallow relief from the Athenian Acropolis, depicts a family before a divine female figure, presumably Athena given its fine spot. Athens, National Museum Acropolis 581, CLIMC SV Athena No. 587, Dillon 2002, 32-3, Figure 1.4, Niels 2003, 144, Figure 5, Kaltzes and Shapiro 2008, 81, 226-31. A man, a woman, and 2 children venerate the goddess, a large sow is present, to be sacrificed. These family outings involving a sacrifice in which all the family will share brought the family as a socio-religious unit to a god whose assistance it needed. But it is the husbands who come first in the ragged processional lines of the reliefs. Families in the classical period practiced their religion outside their home by visiting a variety of sanctuaries and worshipping the gods most beneficial for their concerns. It is for the classical era that there is, as often, the firmest evidence, and consequently the focus of this discussion will be on this period. In these family-specific activities, men had a more prominent role than women. Similarly, and perhaps surprisingly, men dominated the rites that took place within the household itself, in which women were generally spectators rather than participants. Yet women celebrated their own religious activities without the assistance of men. These could occur in shrines within the house, yet most women-only religious activity took place outside of the home in the company of other women or, in fact, on the rooftops of their houses. By examining these differently spatially orientated activities of the family and its women outside the house, within it, and even on it, the religiosity of women and the family's religious practices are indicated, as is the extent to which women's religion was largely divorced from the immediate concerns of the oikos. Women and sacrifice. Sacrifices were the very essence of Greek religion, and women were present at many of these and ate of the butchered meat. Reliefs prove that women were present at family sacrifices made to Asclepios, Artemis, and Athena, and obviously consumed the meat from these. While Detienne, 1989, especially 131, argued that women were not present at sacrifices, this position is not tenable because the literary and iconographic evidence is overwhelming. Terracotta figurines show women holding piglets, presumably for the Thesmophoria festival, at which women and sacrifice are linked by literary sources, Ise. 8.19-20, Othesm. 750-61, Skol. Aran. 388, Cows. 4.17.1, priestesses were given shares of the sacrificial meat, while specifically banning women from sacrifices was a special punishment for adultery at Athens, Eskin. 1.183. Women let out a ritual cry, first attested in Homer, Hom. Od. 3.450, at sacrifices. Literature and iconography constitute inarguable, incontrovertible evidence. Women were present at sacrifices, ate sacrificial meat, and could even perform their own sacrifices, lies. 177-9, Powers. 2.35.48, for 0.17.1, for Athens Archaeological Museum 16464, see discussion below. Detienne's views illustrate how the imposition of fixed preconceptions without reference to evidence distorts the history of women's activities in Greek religion. Osborne 1993 correctly critiques Detienne's view, dealing with epigraphic evidence to the contrary. Dillon 2002, 236-46 corrects it with a focus on the literary evidence. Ubiquitous on Athenian pottery are, literally hundreds of, scenes of women pouring libations onto altars, in preparation for the sacrifice, and they are also shown in scenes of divination. They stand with a libation bowl while their soldier husband examines the entrails of a beast that has just been sacrificed, such as on ARV 181.1. Women in these scenes represent the married couple at worship, and the intrinsic necessity of the woman to assist her husband in these rites. Women, however, could also organize their own sacrifices. Iconographic scenes show women in sacrificial contexts, without adult males present. A large marble relief from Mykonos shows 3 women before an altar in a temple, as is indicated by the 2 columns flanking the scene. Archaeological Museum of Lamia 1041, C. Dillon 2002, 232, Figure 7.4, 355.105, Niels 2003, 145, Figure 6, Kortzes and Shapiro 2008, 86, Figure 8. A larger-than-life goddess stands behind the altar, with a large torch in her right hand. She is doubling as a representation of a cult statue in the temple, and as a divine epiphany to her women worshippers. A baby is being presented to her by a slave woman, as indicated by her dress, and clothes dedicated to the goddess are shown hanging along the wall, hence the deity must be Artemis. No adult males are present. At the far left of the scene, a well-dressed woman, who is presumably the mother of the baby, holds an offering to the goddess in her hand, while another woman's slave carries a tray of offerings on her head. A diminutive slave boy controls a beast for sacrifice right before the altar. It will be slaughtered as a thanksgiving offering for the birth of the child. Not only is the woman making the sacrifice without any of her menfolk in attendance, but the marble relief, at about 120 mm long, will have been a very expensive offering, which presumably her husband had a role in setting up in the temple, and, incidentally, Artemis leans against a plinth on which it is to be imagined the relief will be set up. On a similar theme, a wooden polychromatic plaque from a cave of the nymphs in Pizza depicts a heavily pregnant woman, accompanied by 3 other women. A slave boy holds a sheep before a low altar onto which one of the women, who has a tray on her head, pours a libation. 2 other boys are present, one with an aulos and the other a harp. Music will accompany the sacrifice. No other males are present. Athens Archaeological Museum 16464, C. Dillon 2002, 229, Figure 7.3, 355 and 122, Kortzes and Shapiro 2008, 225, number 101. These 2 representations show one woman with a newborn child thanking Artemis for a safe delivery, and another woman, pregnant, sacrificing for a safe delivery. Sacrifices will occur and the women will eat of the meat in a ritual context without the presence of men. Women and childbirth were fitting contexts for sacrifice, and the child in the Lamia scene attends its first sacrifice. These 2 women, one from Pitzer and one from Mykonos, are depicted on wood and stone respectively, commemorating their sacrifice and so having it immortalized. Athenian families as societal units pursued a number of religious rites, and those rites that families celebrated together were organized and dominated by the men of the household. Women in any particular family in ancient Athens, and Greece generally, took part in numerous religious festivals of the city-state, which they attended and participated in alongside, or to one side of, their fathers and husbands. Various religious activities had, at their center, the family as an entity, for example, visits to temples and shrines in which they prayed and sacrificed together. Within the household, women did not take the lead in pious activity, as might be expected, but were, rather, secondary players in the religious life of the home oikos. Yet, in addition to the festivals and rites, which were organized and legitimated by the male inhabitants of the polis and in which women participated, women also had considerable religious independence, and some of their sacred activities strike at the core of the concept of polis religion, precisely because they operated outside of the religious institutions and practices that had evolved within a city. From a methodological perspective, while there is a variety of evidence from cities in the Greek world other than Athens, it is only from that city that there is anything resembling coherent literary and iconographic narratives of the family's experiences of religion. Based on this, and focusing on the relationship between a woman's religion and her house and family, it can be established that women were surprisingly independent of their family in some religious matters. They often worshipped in the company of other women without their family and without male supervision or involvement. Involved in rites sanctioned by and part of the official religious fabric of the polis, but also organizing their own rites and acts of worship, women pursued their own independent personal and religious needs separately from their families. Women, the family, and the house were inextricably interwoven in Greek society, and it might be expected that women pursued some degree of religious activity within their home in conjunction with their family. Any supposition that they might have performed a number of religious activities within the house either independently or as the female head of the house could also be based on an assumption that women were secluded within the household. For women's religiosity and the issue of seclusion, see Goff 2004, 2-3. However, some points intrude to negate these presuppositions. Detailed studies and analysis point not merely to a large number of religious rites for women in ancient Athens and other Greek cities, but also focus on the wide degree of women's participation in these, especially at the citizen level. Dillon 2002, Goff 2004. In particular, attention is drawn here to Goff's important treatment of women in Greek religion, in which she not only establishes the nature of Greek women's ritual activities, but seeks to understand what meaning these activities had for them. Goff 2004, For Women in Greek Religion, see also, Crone 1996, Blundell and Williamson 1998, Dillon 2002, 2003, 2006b, Connolly 2007, and Kortzes and Shapiro 2008. That women did not turn inward within the house to find expression for their religious requirements is indicated not only by this wide degree of religious activity in the private and public cults celebrated in the polis, but also by the indisputable fact that most of women's religious concerns were not satisfied within the house, while almost perversely men dominated organized various household rites, especially concerning the recognition of their children as legitimate. Archaeology for this topic is ungendered, and reveals that some houses had permanent hearths and a very few had altars, but this does not indicate anything beyond the existence of religious activity there, given what is known about religious rites at these 2 points. Many hearths, of course, within cramped houses of urban centers in particular would have been portable metal devices, Ac. 888, Robinson and Graham 1938, 322-3, Jameson 1990, 192-3, Nevet 1999, 66, 124, 195 and 4. Evidence for women and household religion is very limited, and Plato's criticism of women's penchant for founding altars and shrines in houses is the mainstay of what is known. P.L. Leg. 909e, 910b. Such limited source material partly explains why this topic is neglected by scholars, such as Pomeroy, see Pomeroy 1975, who might have been expected to discuss it on pp 75-8. It apparently did not occur to Festugier, 1954, that Greeks experienced a more intimate, personal religion in the rites of the house, precisely because little apart from Plato suggests they did. Savinu Inward, in fact, argued that there was no private religion of the house, even when rites were performed in it, because these rites were subsumed within polis religion. Savinu Inward 2000a, 28-9. Until the last decade, little effort has been made to examine the cultic reality of women's rights and their experiences, and yet it is through women's participation in and experience of religious activities that their lives and voices can be partly recovered for the historical record. For women's religious role within the house, the most detailed authority is Plato, who, in setting out the practices of worship in his ideal city, contrasts them with current Greek, but presumably especially Athenian, custom, pl. leg. 909e, 910b. It is the practice of all women in particular, and ill individuals in all places, and also those who are in danger or at a loss, to dedicate whatever is available, and to vow that they will make sacrifices and establish shrines to gods, daemons, and the children of gods. Because of fears aroused by omens and dreams, and as they recollect many visions and try to provide an extirpation for each of them, they establish altars and shrines throughout houses and villages and the open countryside, indeed everywhere which was the place of these experiences. Plato would ban all such private religious demonstrations, and have cult in its entirety centered in public spaces, and none in houses. While criticizing women's capacity for founding shrines, Plato indicates to modern readers the reality of their doing so, and draws attention to their spontaneous religious activity. Especially, he complains, it is women who fill houses, villages, and the countryside with shrines, suggesting a vision of small religious places dotted across the landscape. While he complains that it is the sick, those in danger, or at a loss who are responsible for the founding of these shrines, it is women in particular who do so, pointing to their particular religious sensitivities and sensibilities. He mentions house interiors as one of 3 locations where women establish shrines. These household shrines will have offered women an accessible place wherein they could worship, presumably tending to these shrines in the course of their daily experiences inside. This interiorization of their religious experience would have been, not to seem too utilitarian, extremely convenient in times when there were no festivals or cult activities taking place. But if these women's houses were filled with altars and shrines, then these have left no archaeological, iconographical, or literary trace. They will presumably have been modest affairs, to be imagined as throughout the house, particularly in the gynekonitis, women's quarters, for those families which could afford these. Greek houses had no separate and special altar or shrine, Jameson 1990. Yet the house and its locale were an important place for the commemoration of individual religious experiences, whether iatric, healing, or epiphanic. Yet as a locale and a context for women's religious activity, the house was almost an irrelevance. Despite the domestic setting, in which women might be thought to be prominent, men performed the majority of the rites associated with the house, even including those surrounding the birth of a child and its naming. Central to domesticity is the act of cooking, for which the hearth, personified as Hestia, was crucial. But this was not a woman's religious place. Particular offerings do not seem to be made to Hestia by women. There were small offerings of food made by those eating, but this is rather unspecific. Himhon. Hestia 29, Porph. Abstract. 2.20.1 As a setting for women's ritual, the hearth was surprisingly unfrequented. For the most important religious rite performed at the hearth was that of the Amphidromia, going around, in which a newborn child at the age of 5 days was carried around the hearth by the father, thus indicating his acceptance of the child as his own. This was the first step towards the recognition, eventually, of that child, if a son, into the body of Athenian citizenry. While the women's role is ancillary at the most, this was very much a family ritual, an essential one for the recognition of the child's legitimacy. Women who had attended the birth were present too, possibly as part of a recognition that this indeed was the infant who had been born, Amphidromia, PL the 160E with skull, apostle. 2.56, CPG 2.278, AF 9.370D, SV Amphidromia in Harp, Hesick, and Suda, and C. Jameson 1990, 193, Parker 2005, 13-14, Beaumont 2012, 67-8. Similarly, family cults of Zeus Phratrios, of the Brotherhood, and Zeus Herkaios, of the Courtyard, were so important that they could be used as evidence of genuine Athenian citizenship. These were family, household rituals in which men were the principal participants, that of Phratrios concerning the legitimacy of offspring, and Ctesios as a protective deity of household property, both crucial concerns for Athenian males. Women played little role in these. When Chiron made a sacrifice to Zeus Ctesios, it was he who organized all the details and preparations. Antif. 1.15-19, Zeus Ctesios, Parker 2005, 15-16, Farran 2008, 216-17. When sacrifices were made within a household courtyard, such as for this rite, the women may well have been present and have let out their ritual ululation, but they did not preside over the sacrifice and were not active participants in it. Women were, in a sense, crucial bystanders as part of the family group, ululating to make their contribution. Yet, on the other hand, the symbol of Zeus Ctesios, the kadiskos, a small terracotta vessel, which was set up in the house, had its handles wreathed with wool, was decorated with saffron-colored thread, and filled with ambrosia. Such domestic touches seem very appropriate for women, but the main source, Anticlides Exegeticon, seems to be instructing a male to see to these details, in a similar manner in which it was the male head of the household in Theophrastos' Superstitious Man, Daemodaemon, Char 16, who decorated the house's hermaphrodite statues, and not his wife, Anticlides FGRH 140F22, Autoclides 353F*1, AF 11.473b c. On the shape, AF 11.473b, from Philemon on Attic Words or Glosses, see Harrison 1927, 297-301, Cook 1940, 1054-7, Rose 1957, 100, Farran 2008, 216-17. Theophrastos Daemodaemon, and these rites of the Amphidromia and Zeus, indicate that religious rites in the oikos were actually male-initiated, organized, and controlled, contrasting with Plato's complaint, which makes it seem as if the household was dominated by women's religious practices. If the superstitious man sees a snake in the house, he will invoke Sabazios or found a shrine in the house. He purifies his house regularly, alleging that Hecate has put a spell on it. On the 4th and 7th days of the month it is he who makes sacrifices to and wreathes the hermaphrodite statues in the house. Although Theophrastos' intention is to ridicule this man, what he does is provide a small sketch of what could be considered fairly routine household rites, and it is the man who is responsible for these, not the wife. Despite Theophrastos' attempt to raise a laugh from the reader, he nevertheless presents a very credible narrative of the religious discourse within the family of the house. It was the male head of the oikos who was responsible for its chief religious concerns. Moreover, many centuries later, Porphyry describes in very similar terms the religious life of an Arcadian man, Clearchos, who attended to his Hermes and Hecate once a month. Abstract. 2.16.4, Farran 2008, 210-11. As Rose long ago recognized, the essential religious acts and beliefs of all Greek households were similar. It is simply that they are exaggerated in the case of the superstitious man. Rose 1957, 107. Returning to the wife of the house, she was, in fact, somewhat dispensable in religious matters. The husband takes her to the Orpheus rites to be initiated each month, but if she is too busy, he substitutes the wet nurse instead, who can look after the children who also attend the rites. Snakes, Hecate, and hermaphrodites, all religious matters that could affect the well-being and prosperity of the household, he makes his responsibility. This is especially striking in the case of Hecate, primarily a goddess with women attendants who sacrificed dead puppies into chasms and clefts. Theopha. Chart 16, LL 4, 7, 10, 11. The superstitious man and his concerns about Hecate direct attention to a form of religion which one might think women would readily practice, and one which Farhan has discussed, the use of magic by women in the household, 2008, 218-22. But the evidence for this is, unfortunately, very slim. At Kyrene, when it was thought that a demon had been sent against a household, it was not women who were involved in its removal, but rather the man of the house. The Kyrene Purification Law, LSCG, Sup 115, A29, 39, Parker 1993, 332-51, Farhan 2009, 219-20. Despite women's especial affinity with Hecate, they were not empowered to exorcise her presence. Alternatively, it could suggest that women were not trusted to practice these rites within their homes, and that, in fact, it would have been very dangerous for them to do so. Women who were involved in magic at Athens tended to be sentenced to death by the courts, especially if they were foreigners, compared to Idinal 2010. Women in the house, amulets, shrines, Hermes. One of the difficulties in finding evidence for women's involvement in religious activity within the house is highlighted by Farhan who, in specifically discussing women and magic in the Oikos, 2008, 218-22, finds only one category of evidence relating to women's magical practices, amulets. These provided a socially acceptable method by which a woman could invoke supernatural forces to protect her child, employing magic for her family's benefit. Amulets in Athens are particularly known from red-figured chose vases, showing children wearing a string of amulets, passed from one shoulder to under the opposite arm, which mothers will have been responsible for attaching. These apotropaic devices came in a variety of shapes, circles, crescents, and double axes, especially Beaumont 2012, 62-3, figure 3.14, shapes, 62, compared to Hamilton 1991, 105, PLS 4, 5, 9, 14, and Parker 2005, 298-300, figs 17-18. Women's partiality for the use of amulets is made clear in a charming anecdote. Plutarch, in a passage drawn from Theophrastos' Ethica, written in the late 4th century BCE, describes how Pericles, lying in bed dying of the plague, showed one of his friends who was visiting an amulet which the women, presumably of the family, had hung around his neck, as if Pericles is saying, notes Plutarch, that he really was in a bad way, having to tolerate such nonsense. Plut. Per 38.2. Religion for women within the household was, therefore, largely a matter of having their own shrines and altars, which they set up themselves in an exercise of independent religious initiative. These were not necessarily erected with the concerns of the family in mind. Men ran the religious show at home. So when Euripides describes Dionysos sending the women of Thebes mad with Bacchism, leaving their looms and children, and being driven from their houses outside to worship the god, this is more than a cultic reality. Euroback. 32-6, 216-20, 664-5, 699-703. They worship Dionysos in the fringe locations of the extrapolis territory in the country because he was a liminal god, but also because the house was not somewhere where women routinely held group religious rites. Euroback. 32-6. Yet women at Athens did not practice such liminal outdoor rites of Dionysos, but worshipped him within interior spaces. Athenian scenes of women worshipping a mask of Dionysos and drawing wine from large pottery vessels occurred somewhere inside. These women, worshipping Dionysos, do so without their families. It was not the function of the family to worship this god, nor to experience enthusiasmos. Turning from the indoor rites of women to their outdoor activities, there could be shrines just outside the door of the house. The superstitious man was worried about the influence of Hecate, and apparently at least some houses had shrines to her outside the door, FGRH 140F22, obviously to counter her malevolent influence. At the door there were also Hermes, blocks of wood or stone with Ithyphaloi and the head of the god Hermes, to avert evil from the house. Women had a role in the setting up of a new Hermes image, and carried pots of pulses to the place where it was to be, which were then offered to the image, Apax 923-4. with Parker 2005, 19-20. Both men and women are shown in scenes on Athenian vases worshipping Hermes. On one vase a woman is shown decorating a herm with a ribbon, LIMC SV Hermes number 125, while it is only a woman, of course, who could be shown actually grasping the sides of a herm in physical entreaty. Figure 17.1, LIMC SV Hermes number 154, ARV2 931.4. This gendered nature of gesture and worship, with men not touching statues of the gods, is indicated by one vase depicting two Hermes. On the left a woman reaches out to touch the face of the herm on the left, while on the right an older man touches the beard of the herm, which he is supplicating. Men do not grasp Hermes, or statues generally, they always reach for a herm's beard in a gesture of supplication. LIMC SV Hermes numbers 130, 153,155. Image. Figure 17.1 A woman importunes a herm. Athenian red figure cup, Tondo, interior, 470 to 460 BCE, Berlin Staatliches Museum 2525. Courtesy of, and copyright symbol, the Berlin Staatliches Museum. Women on the house, the Adunia. Again, just outside the house, or more specifically on top of the house, the annual Adunia festival was celebrated. Adonis and his rites at Athens indicate that it was obviously not the case that the polis anchored, legitimated, and mediated all religious activity. Savinian Wood 2000a, 15. Women's rites, thesmophoric or Dionysiac, were generally within polis parameters, but women's involvement with the Adunia and their independent religious activities run counter to this paradigm of polis monopoly on religion. For bibliography on the Adunia, see Dillon 2002. 339n, 143, also, Dillon 2003, 2006a, Goff 2004, 139-43, Parker 2005, 283-8. While the choice of the roof as the location for the Adunia may have been influenced by Canaanite religious practices, see, in this volume, Bremer, Chapter 40, it is also interesting to note that venues for women's rites that were not specific festivals sanctioned and organized by the state would have required the women themselves to find their own venue for worship. Within the house itself would have been one possible location, but flat roofs were an ideal alternative, accommodating a number of women. In a culture in which major temple and sanctuary foundations were, of necessity, the financial responsibility of the state, except in a handful of cases, this avenue of religious expression, establishing places of worship, was an important display of piety for women. Nowhere is the contrast between women's formal polis religious activity more clearly contrasted with an informal religious activity than at the Adunia. Formal religious activity was sanctioned, organized, and financed by the state because this centered on its concerns. Yet women could also participate in religious acts separate from this polis framework, organizing all the various details themselves, for rites reflecting their own, non-polis, concerns. As a contrast, there are women's roles at two polis festivals, the Panathenaea and the Thesmophoria. Young adult, virgin women had a particular and spectacular role to play in the Panathenaea. Captured in marble on the East Parthenon frieze, they are sculptured carrying bowls, libation jugs, and incense burners. Surprisingly, they are not shown in one of their main roles, as basket bearers, canophoroi. Dressed in heavy robes with immaculately arranged hair, they were fitting and crucial members of the Panathenaic procession and the succeeding sacrifices in honor of the virgin goddess, Athena. Their moral probity as unmarried virgins was a reflection on their family's honor. Fuck. 6.56.1, 2 and Arist. Ath. Paul 18.2, Harmodio's sister rejected as a basket bearer. In this, the most spectacular and important of Athenian festivals, the young women engaged in a formal, structured rite organized by the state. Similarly, the Thesmophoria was a state-sponsored festival, which only married women who had borne children attended, worshipping Demeter for the fertility of the soil of the countryside, and for themselves and other women. Dillon 2002, 110-19. Both the Panathenaea and Thesmophoria were celebrated on behalf of the state and organized by it, whereas the Edenia was a private celebration unconnected with the concerns of the polis. Moreover, the Edenia involved a much more personal relationship with the deity being venerated than those worshipped at state festivals. No other festival was more epiphanic and closely related to mimicking the behavior of a deity, in this case Aphrodite. It was women by themselves, rather than as family members, who came closest to the god's own lived experiences and emotions. Women's ecstatic rites, such as those of the women of Thebes for Dionysos, the empathetically epiphanic rites of the Edenia at Athens, and those for Sabazios, existed at the margins of Greek polis religion. For the classical period, only the Edenia rite as celebrated in Athens is known in any sort of detail, as Phocion noted, SV Edenia, but Adonis was clearly worshipped elsewhere, Sappho ff 140, 168, Paus. 1.22.3, 2.20.6, PMG 747. Myth explained the festival. Adonis, a mortal, beloved by Aphrodite, was killed by a boar, having incurred Artemis' wrath. Apollodoros 3.14.4, 183, 185, LIMC SV Adonis numbers 32, 36, 38, 38a, 39 LD, 39e, 40. Within a mythological paradigm, an oppositional dichotomy is constructed between the two goddesses, Artemis the Virgin, disinterested in her sexuality, and Aphrodite, goddess of sensuality. Adonis, beloved of Aphrodite, should not have intruded into the realm of the virgin huntress. Women worshipping Adonis and Aphrodite will have known this myth. Commemorating the death of Adonis was crucial to the celebration and articulated in their own fashion, not a rejection of Artemis, whom they relied upon for assistance in childbirth, but their embracing of the concept of true love, mourning the death of Aphrodite's lover and thereby celebrating their own erotically charged sexuality. To settle the dispute between Aphrodite and Persephone for possession of the child Adonis, Zeus decided that Adonis' time would be divided into 3, 4 months to himself, 4 with Persephone, and 4 with Aphrodite. This diachronic splintering of Adonis was reflected in the timing of his festival. At the very beginning of spring, Athenian women celebrated the rite at precisely the time when Adonis would have returned to Aphrodite after a winter in Hades. Women mourned for Adonis by filling broken terracotta pots with soil, and sowing them with lettuce seed. They took these pots, referred to as gardens of Adonis, onto rooftops. Women gathered together in groups, as friends and neighbors. When Adonis was dying, Aphrodite laid him in a bed of plants. The rite commemorated and recalled his death. Athenian vases represent the cultic activity. Aphrodite is shown with her feet on the bottom of the ladder while a winged Eros hands her half an amphora from which vegetation is shown growing. Women witness the scene, experiencing an epiphany of the goddess, LIMC SV Adonis number 47. Other scenes, numbers 48 to 9. Ascending the ladder onto a rooftop, she will celebrate the death of her beloved Adonis. In Menander's play Samia, a hetaira living in a house with her Athenian citizen lover celebrates the Edenia with an Athenian citizen wife next door, Men. Sam 35-46. She is not a prostitute, porn, in the sense of the word at Athens, and it is not to be imagined that citizen wives and prostitutes celebrated the festival together. These two groups of women did not mix in religious contexts at Athens. What allowed these two particular women to come together was the hetaira's very mimicry of Athenian domesticity. Women prostitutes did, of course, have their own religious practices, and there is good evidence for these at Athens, Dillon 2002, 190-8, but they were debarred from festivals of the polis reserved for citizen women, such as the Thesmophoria. That a hetaira could participate in company with a citizen woman at the Edenia shows the degree to which the Edenia was not part of polis religion. As a rite, it controverted a basic polis dichotomy: autochthonic citizen Athenians as opposed to outsiders, female outsiders at that. Other religious rites enforced this dichotomy. For example, the basket bearers, Canaphoroi, at festivals such as the Panathenaea could only be young Athenian women. Nor is it incidental that Aristophanes in the Lysistrata emphasizes the disjunction between state and Adunia by having a magistrate complain that he had once heard the women mourning for Adonis during a meeting of the assembly concerning the sailing of the Sicilian expedition, 415 BCE, Allies 387-98. There was a clear separation between the days when the polis celebrated festivals and when it held civic meetings, whether of the ecclesia or the jury courts. But the magistrate reports that while the ecclesia debated and passed motions, the women mourned and cried out, "Beat your breasts for Adonis, Allies 396, they were not being deliberately subversive, it was simply that the political concerns of the state were irrelevant to the women's Aphroditean religiosity, and their festival was not part of the civic religious calendar. Plutarch also describes the women celebrating the Adunia when the proposals for the Sicilian expedition were passed, Plut. NIC 13.11, Alc 18.5. His interest was in the inauspicious omen this represented in the context of the expedition, the women's complete disassociation from the political and military events of the time, and their focus on their emotional ritual, is clear. Yet this does not mean that Adonis and the Adunia represented the opposite of the martial virtues of the polis. Adonis is not to be considered as being held up by the state as the opposite of the hoplite who represents the polis values of virility and citizenship, and who fights for the state, compared to Siegel 1991. Rather, this rite is foremost concerned with sexuality and women's emotions. Neither a state cult nor a citizen male cult, the Adunia was transformed in the Hellenistic period, at least at Alexandria. This makes this women's religious activity fairly unique, for women's role in other religious rites such as the Panathenaea, Thesmophoria, and Dionysia, to name just a few festivals, did not evolve over time. Indeed, the Adunia at Athens itself remained a private celebration. Theocritos, in his 15th Idyll, describes an official celebration of the Adunia at the court of Queen Arsinoe II, sister and wife of King Ptolemy II Philadelphos, at Alexandria. While the principal protagonists in the idyll are two Alexandrian women, the Adunia has moved from its humble rooftop celebration in Athens to a structured one in the Hellenistic period, organized by the state and incorporated into the formal religious calendar. The contrast could not be clearer. The non-polis nature of the Athenian Adunia was transformed in Alexandria into a court ritual lacking the spontaneity of the Athenian rite, disempowering the women who became mere spectators, hurrying to the royal court as spectators rather than climbing a ladder onto a friend's rooftop as participants. Conclusion. Athenian families worshipped together in various rites, mainly at home and when they visited shrines together. State cult did not invest the family as an entity with any particular religious status. Family religion was centered within the house or at shrines and temples. Deliberate and specific preparations were made by a family before setting out for a sacrifice at, for example, shrines of Asclepios. As members of a family, women attended numerous public and private sacrifices and ate meat at them alongside their male relatives. They went with the family to worship gods who could be of particular assistance to that unit. But they worshipped some deities, such as Artemis, by themselves, and when celebrating the birth of their children at her sanctuaries, as in the Aquinos relief, they did so with their women servants and friends, rather than with their family. They took part in rites such as the Adunia, which somehow women had established for themselves, presumably with the permission of their husbands, and which they celebrated without official sanction. Meanwhile, in contrast to what might be expected, men had charge of what might be called the official religion of the house, in rites such as that of Zeus Hercaeus. The women of a family spent the greater part of their religious lives outside of the family structure. When a woman in a fragmentary play claims that women have a larger share in the worship of the gods than men do and lists women's religious roles, it should not be surprising that none of the rites mentioned are family-oriented. Melanip Desmotis F13. Similarly with the list given in Allies 641-7. Suggested reading. Various scholars have written about domestic religion or household religion in ancient Greece. These terms can be more fully defined as religious rites celebrated by a family and or its members within the physical space of the house or immediately proximate to it. For Greek household religion, see Nilsson 1954 and 1961, Rose 1957, Jameson 1990, 192-4, Farran 2008. Over half a century ago, Rose, 1957, penned the first detailed English-language treatment of religious activity within a Greek household. His was unashamedly a descriptive approach, his aim being to recover the evidence, not to pursue it for wider meanings. However, it has become the foundation work for later studies, outlining the evidence that recent studies interpret in detail, such as Farran 2008, compared to Nilsson's general treatments, 1954 and 1961. Rose's description of the cult of Zeuxctesios is still better than any today, especially as he took the opportunity to quote obscure ancient sources. Most recently, Farran, 2008, discusses various aspects of household religion, focusing on the definition of oikos and genos and their relationship to Athenian religious rituals. In particular, he discusses the male-oriented household cults of Zeuxctesios and Zeusphratrios, and, in dealing with women's rights within the oikos, focuses on their use of magic. Women's cults, festivals, and general religious practices are exhaustively treated by Dillon 2002 and Goff 2004, who argue that women were involved in numerous state and personal religious activities. Chapter 18. Religion in Communities. Kostas Vlasopoulos. Introduction. Religion and community were deeply intertwined in ancient Greece. This can be expressed from two opposite perspectives. On the one hand, Greek religion was, to a very significant extent, communal. There were, of course, many cultic and ritual acts that involved only individuals or families, but the clear majority took place in various communal contexts. On the other hand, almost all forms of Greek community had a religious basis, in addition to any other political, economic, social, or cultural features. Hansen and Nielsen 2004, 130-3. Communal discourses, concerns, and disputes fundamentally shaped how Greek communities organized their cultic life and negotiated religious innovation, while religion provided communities with a language that could serve communal purposes. Modern scholarship has long realized the significance of the communal aspects of Greek religion. Burkett 1995. An influential current of scholarship, as exemplified by the approaches of the Paris School, e.g. Brut Seidman and Schmidt-Pantel 1992, and the groundbreaking contributions of Christian Savinu-Inwood, 2000A, 2000B, has argued that Greek religion is so fundamentally communal, that it is effectively the religion of the polis. While this approach undoubtedly has value, as we shall see, it has tended to create a misleading polarity between the religion of the polis, which serves communal cohesion, and religious aspects and practices which cannot be easily accommodated within this scheme, magic, curses, and are seen as marginal. Equally problematic is the related approach that distinguishes sharply between the public cults of the polis and private religious associations, and constructs a narrative in which the crisis of the polis and its communal religion from the Hellenistic period onwards gave greater prominence to private cults and the needs they served, e.g. Bremer 1994, 91-4. More recent contributions have challenged the functionalist premises of this traditional approach. Gabrielson 2007, Idinal 2011, Kint 2012. Greek polities included a diverse range of communities, both public and private, whose membership often overlapped. Religious communities were not static entities, but continuously reformed, divided, dissolved, and interacted in tandem with a variety of religious and other processes. Religion provided both a means of communal cohesion, as well as an arena for division and conflict. This chapter starts by identifying the range of forms of communities that existed in the Greek world from the Archaic to the Hellenistic period. It goes on to describe the range of religious activities that took place within them. Finally, it examines the significance of religion in the articulation of communities and their identities, its role within communal life, and its problems. The range of communities. Greek polities, whether polis, city-states, or ethne, regional federal states, were organized as communities of citizens that incorporated, in various ways, a wide range of other communities. Jones 1987. We are best informed about the case of Athens. Athenian territory was divided into 139 demes, settlements that ranged from small hamlets and villages to towns and neighborhoods of the large conurbation of Athens. Groups of demes constituted the 10 tribes into which Athenian citizens were distributed after the reforms of Cleisthenes. To be an Athenian citizen, one needed to become a member of a deme, as well as one of the phratries, groups based on fictive kinship with their own structures and rituals. Lambert, 1993. The citizen community of Athens therefore comprised 3 other forms of communities: demes, tribes, and phratries, alongside the political, administrative, military, and social roles that these communities performed. They were all constituted as religious communities, and they formed the building blocks of Athenian religious life. In addition, the Athenian polis also included communities which fulfilled certain religious functions. The gene were communities in charge of certain cults and sanctuaries and also provided their priests. Parker, 1996, 56-66, while the Orgiones performed sacrifices to various gods and heroes of Attica. Ferguson and Knock, 1944, Ferguson, 1949, Arnautoglu, 2003, 31-60. Athens was exceptional in the fact that the whole region of Attica comprised only a single polis. In other areas of the Greek world, polis and other smaller communities within a region formed federal polities, which were known as ethne. Mackil, 2013. In the same way that Athens comprised both the local communities of the demes and the overarching community of the polis, ethne consisted of both a wide range of local communities as well as a federal community. Alongside their political, social, and economic functions, ethne were religious communities with their own sanctuaries, festivals, and other religious activities. Morgan, 2003, 107-63. While the above communities were part of the public infrastructure of Greek polities, others were created and maintained as private initiatives. Arnautoglu, 2003, Ismard, 2010. These private associations took a variety of forms. Many were associations of individuals practicing the same trade, such as traders, sailors, smiths, actors, or mercenaries. Van Nijf, 1997. The creation and maintenance of trust, a crucial aspect of many professional activities, was facilitated by common cult activity. Rao, 1993. Others were associations of people with the same origin, who lived as immigrants far away from home. Many associations combined shared ethnicity and profession with the worship of an ancestral deity, which allowed immigrants to create a cohesive community that could provide them with support and solidarity in the difficult circumstances of living abroad. In Hellenistic Delos, the association of the merchants and shipowners from Phoenician Tyre worshipped Heracles, the Greek interpretation of their native deity Melkart, and the association of the merchants, shipowners, and agents from Berytos worshipped Poseidon. Each celebrated their own festivals and banquets, possessed their own communal buildings and sanctuaries, had their own priests, and instituted their own regulations that governed various aspects of communal life. Basles, 1977, 206-12. While many private associations were communities formed on the basis of profession or ethnicity, in which religion played an important role, most of them were communities specifically created by individuals joining together for the worship of a deity. Some of these exclusively religious associations worshipped deities that were also part of the public pantheon, but not always, and sometimes the gods were newcomers. Poland, 1909. See, in this volume, Anderson, Chapter 21. Private religious associations start to appear clearly in the epigraphic record from the later 4th century onwards. Gabrielsen, 2007. It was accordingly long thought that this was evidence of the crisis of the classical polis and of the substitution of public communities by private associations as the most important context of religious activity from the Hellenistic period onwards. Davies, 1984. 315-20. This view is no longer tenable, as the importance of both public and private communities for Greek religion in the Hellenistic and Roman periods is now widely accepted. Michalson, 1998, but there is as yet no consensus on the importance of private associations in archaic and classical Greece. Compare to Parker, 1996, 333-42, Jones, 1999. Public and private religious communities existed in conditions of constant osmosis, interaction, and interdependence. Gabrielson 2007. On the one hand, public communities provided the structure adopted by most private associations once the latter appear as formally constituted bodies. Public communities were organized as assemblies that elected magistrates, took decisions on common affairs, and voted honors for members and benefactors. Private associations largely adopted the same format with significant consequences for the conduct of their religious affairs. On the other hand, public communities often co-opted cults initially established by private associations, and this was one of the major means through which new cults entered the official pantheon of Greek communities. The cult of Bendis probably started informally within the Thracian community at Athens, but by the later 5th century Bendis had been adopted into the official Athenian pantheon and the Thracians were formally constituted as Orgions in charge of the cult. Parker 1996, 170-5. The last example shows that we should not consider these diverse public and private religious communities as static and self-enclosed entities. Religious communities were involved in a continuous process of formation, transformation, and dissolution. Membership in different communities could overlap, the boundaries of communities could vary according to circumstance, or change over the course of time. Participation in cult activities was not always tantamount to participation in the communities that organized and celebrated these activities. Communities could restrict or expand the circle of participation in particular sacrifices or processions, see e.g. the sacrificial calendar from Hellenistic Mykonos, LSCG 96. In the city of Virgilia in Korea, 2 Hellenistic decrees regulate the festival of Artemis Kindyas, SEG 45. 1508a b. The first decree establishes a procession and sacrifice of cattle and provides for the distribution of the sacrificial meats to the citizens divided by tribes. The second provides the sum of 100 drachmae to the metics, resident foreigners, to buy and raise sacrificial animals, so they can participate as well in the procession, sacrifice, and division of the meat. Zimmerman 2000. Such practices could also create new communities with mixed memberships, like the religious associations of soldiers. Communal cults gave soldiers a means of expressing and solidifying the links created by campaigning together, sharing the same tent and mess, serving in the same unit or garrison. Religion also enabled the creation of new communities out of disparate elements, citizens serving together for a single campaign, citizen and mercenary soldiers fighting together, mercenaries from the most disparate origins found, in religious associations, a potent means of creating a cohesive community. Launay 1950, 1001-36. Joining religious associations could also allow those who had been oppressed by or excluded from a community to find fellowship. A 4th century Athenian inscription records a dedication by a mixed group, which included 4 males who were probably citizens or metics, 6 males who were probably slaves or freedmen, and 2 females, IG2 squared 2934. What brought these individuals together was their common profession as washers. The ex voto is, appropriately, to the nymphs, the deities of water on which their livelihood depended. Another 4th century inscription from the mining area of Laurian records a dedication by an association whose members' names indicate that they were slaves or freedmen and point out their diverse ethnic origins. Forming an association and making a joint dedication to a deity was a means of creating a new community. IG2 squared 2940. In the opposite direction, communities could split and dissolve. A particularly well-known example concerns the Athenian genos of the Salaminioi. A 4th century inscription records an arbitration that tried to resolve disputes between 2 divisions of the genos, the Salaminioi of Saunian and the Salaminioi of the 7 tribes, by deciding that priesthoods would be held jointly and both groups would contribute to sacrifices, while common property would be divided between them. A century later, when another arbitration is recorded, the 2 groups of Salaminioi have become separate gene. Lambert 1997. The diversity of communities, their overlapping memberships, and their continuous adaptation and reformulation reflected the fact that religion enabled individuals and groups to create communities that could be employed for a range of purposes. Religion provided a field within which individuals and groups could negotiate their position within the community. Serving as a priest, organizing a festival, or paying for its expenses were powerful means of making and maintaining social capital in Greek communities. Schmidt-Pantel 1992, 255-420, Dignas and Trampidak 2008. Rituals and cults provided ambitious individuals with the means of transforming their personal networks into communities under their leadership. The phenomenon is particularly prominent in the great commercial center of Hellenistic Rhodes, the association of the Asclepiostai Nicasianoi Olympiastai created by Nicasian, a metic from Kyzikos, in which he enrolled his relatives and many of his associates, and which owned property and celebrated games, shows how a personal network could be transformed into a religious community with a corporate existence. IG 12, 127. Soldiers and sailors in Rhodes joined together to form religious groups under the leadership of their commanders. These religious associations gave to these commanders an opportunity to employ the goodwill of their members for their own political, economic, and social aims. Gabriel Sen 2001. The range of religious activities. Similar religious activities took place across a range of different contexts. The consecration and dedication of objects in various forms to divinities was a ritual readily undertaken by individuals or on behalf of families and households, but communities engaged in this practice as well. Kint 2012, 123-54. Curses and divination were ritual practices used by both individuals and communities in order to deal with risk and uncertainty. Parker 2000, Idinel 2013. Sacrifice was undertaken by both individuals and communities as a means of honoring the gods. Parker 2005a, 37-49, 2011, 124-70. There were, of course, certain religious activities that prima facie seemed to take place only within communities, for example, festivals. Many festivals took the form of rituals involving the mass and collective participation of the community, but there were also important festivals that lacked mass rituals and collective participation and took the form of celebrations held within each individual household, such as the Athenian Paionopsia or Chronia. Finally, the aims for which communities communicated with gods often overlapped with the aims of individuals and households: the aversion of evil, safety at land and sea, success in agriculture and other wealth-getting activities, or the protection of marriage and reproduction were aims wished for by individuals, households, and communities both separately and collectively. Parker 2005a, 395-451. There is no single and no simple dividing line between religion within communities and religion in other contexts. It is rather a matter of circumstance and degree. Kint 2012, 12-35. Accordingly, religious activity in Greek communities can be located within a spectrum between the two extremes of the obscure and the spectacular. Jameson 1999. In terms of the more obscure were ritual activities undertaken by priests, magistrates, or specified individuals on behalf of the community, but with minimal or no participation and attendance by the community. The sacrifice of a small animal every other year to a relatively obscure deity included in the 4th century Athenian calendar of sacrifices, SEG 21.540, is unlikely to have attracted large crowds, and was probably only attended by the magistrate or priest who performed the sacrifice along with a few other attendees. The rites of the Athenian Araphoria were secretly performed by two maidens, who lived on the Acropolis and were entrusted with the carrying of certain sacred objects, by night, into a natural underground passage. Parker 2005a, 219-23. These were rituals whose correct and punctual performance was considered important for community welfare and its proper relationship with the gods, but they only involved a few individuals performing those rituals on behalf of the community. At the other extreme, the spectacular is the mass participation and attendance of the members of a community in the fundamental ritual of sacrifice and its closely attached activities, the procession bringing sacrificial animals and sacred objects to the altar and the temple, the songs, dances, and prayers accompanying the sacrifice, the distribution of the sacrificial meat, the communal feast, and the athletic, musical, and dramatic competitions that accompanied important religious activities. In a world without weeks and weekends, the great communal festivals mark those periods in the year when everyday activities could be set aside in order to celebrate, to enjoy impressive visual displays, special food and plenty of wine, to mingle with relatives, friends, and fellow citizens, to see, flirt, and form liaisons with members of the opposite sex. Parker 2005a, 155-91. Numerous Hellenistic decrees for big festivals provide a free day from study for schoolchildren and from work for slaves, LSAM 33, and require the wearing of special garments and crowns, SYLL.cubed 398. Between the obscure rituals undertaken on behalf of the community and the spectacular great festivals, we have to locate the immense range of practices in which religion was deeply intertwined with all the different aspects and constituencies of the political, social, and cultural life of Greek communities. Most communal activities included religious rituals. Political meetings were preceded by purifications, sacrifices, prayers for the welfare of the community, and curses against its various enemies. Public documents were stored in temples, like the Temple of the Mother in Athens, and were often displayed under the protection of the gods in sanctuaries, even carved on the walls of temples, as in the case of the archaic laws of Crete, e.g. ML2. The participation of citizens in warfare was preceded by sacrifices and omen-taking to establish favorable terms. Another example of these rituals was the swearing of oaths, Cole 1996. The ritual involved the sacrifice of one or more animals and the invocation of one or several divinities over the victims or by touching the sacrificial altar. In Athens, being appointed to most offices required the swearing of oaths binding the citizen to the community. Magistrates, members of the council, and jurors had to swear oaths. In the 4th century, Athenian ephebes annually swore by a range of Athenian deities to defend their country and uphold its laws. See Root 1977. The range and frequency of religious activities within these various communities varied significantly. Let us focus on Athens again, where the depth of the existing material allows us to see the picture most clearly. Some communities appear to have had a limited range of activities, restricted to a single festival, sacrifice, or feast held infrequently, or once a year. Tribes provided the organizational groupings through which citizens participated in many of the religious activities of the polis community, but the religious activities of the tribes themselves seem to be restricted to the cult of their eponymous hero. Orgiones largely met once a year, to sacrifice and feast on behalf of their hero. A 4th century lease of the sanctuary of the hero Ergetes shows that his sanctuary was used only once a year for the sacrifice and feast of the Orgiones, and was otherwise used by the lessee for secular purposes, IG 2 squared 2499. The case of Phratres is more complicated, but it seems that their religious activities primarily took place at their annual meeting when they celebrated the important 3-day festival of the Apatoria, Parker 1996, 102-8. It is, accordingly, the community of the demis and the community of the polis that formed the two major contexts of Athenian religious life. Parker 2005a, 50-78. We can distinguish 3 levels of religious activities within these communities. There were activities that only took place within the demis, there were activities that took place exclusively at the polis level, and there were activities that lay in between. Even more impressive was the frequency of ritual activities at the level of the polis. The old oligarch complained that it was impossible to get any business done in Athens due to the large number of festivals that constituted public holidays. Ath. Paul 3.1-2. Even if the standard charge that the Athenians celebrated twice as many festivals as the other Greeks is mistaken, undoubtedly the polis level constituted the most frequent locus of ritual activity. Parker 2005a, 161-2. Even more impressive was the frequency of ritual activities at the level of the polis. The old oligarch complained that it was impossible to get any business done in Athens due to the large number of festivals that constituted public holidays. Ath. Paul 3.1-2. Even if the standard charge that the Athenians celebrated twice as many festivals as the other Greeks is mistaken, undoubtedly the polis level constituted the most frequent locus of ritual activity. Parker 2005a, 161-2. The range and frequency of religious activities within private associations also varied. Because communities like demies and phratries served public functions, they were formally constituted and had a permanent nature. Private associations were voluntary and, accordingly, ranged widely in form and intensity. At the temporary and informal extreme, one could mention bands of people assembled for a particular celebration or to make a specific dedication, such as the bands, Thiasoi, allegedly assembled by Eskine's mother, Democrat Decor 259-60. At the other extreme, were private associations which were formally organized, with their own statutes, magistrates, and assemblies, and which possessed their own communal buildings, sanctuaries, and cemeteries. Poland 1909, 330-498. Some associations, like many orgiones, largely assembled once a year to sacrifice and feast on behalf of their deity. Others had monthly sacrifices, feasted on the occasion of birthdays of members and benefactors, and attended to the burial and cult of their dead members. Finally, some associations organized their own processions on the festivals of their deities. Poland 1909, 246-70. Accordingly, many private associations exhibited a wider range and frequency of religious activities than many public communities. The relationship between religion and communities. Religion presented a potent means for creating social cohesion in Greek communities, and played a fundamental role in the articulation of communal identities. It also provided a range of discourses for negotiating communal problems. But the employment of cults and rituals within communities did not lead to monolithic and clear-cut perceptions and solutions. On the contrary, religion constituted an arena in which conflicting visions of relationships among humans, and between humans and gods, were continuously expressed and contested. The role of religion in the articulation of communities and their identities. Religion was a fundamental cohesive link for all Greek communities. The appeal to shared religious experience in sacrifices, rites, and festivals as a means of overcoming the ravages of the Athenian civil war of 403 BCE is a telling example. Zen. Hell. The 2nd of April 2020, religion played a crucial role in forming the identity of Greek communities. Many communities took the name of the divinities they worshipped. The Athenian tribes were named after 10 Athenian heroes, chosen by the Delphic oracle, Crone 1976. In some cases, there could also develop a close identification between communities and their patron deities, Cole 1995. The depiction of Athena, the patron deity of Athens, on Athenian coins is one such example. Another is an Athenian 5th century decree honoring Samos for her loyalty, accompanied by a relief depicting Athena and Hera clasping hands. The two chief deities of Athens and Samos are here used as symbols of the respective communities, IG2²1. Particular festivals were closely associated with the identity of the communities that celebrated them. According to Herodotus, the celebration of the festival of the Apatoria, alongside Athenian origins, was the essential feature of Ionian identity. 1.147. The strong connection between the performance of ritual and communal identity can also be seen in the case of the Athenian demies. Rituals at caves, mountaintops, and other sacred locations linked the demi community to its landscape and to the divinities that occupied that landscape. Sacrifices to local heroes, often anonymous or parochial, but sometimes with a pan-Hellenic relevance as well, played a significant role in the cultic activities of demies. The 4th century calendar of Thoricos includes sacrifices to Kephalos, Procris, Helen, and Thoricos, all heroes whose myths connected them with the demies' history. Other anonymous heroes seem to have guarded areas of the demies' territory, SEG 33.147. Religious activities played a crucial role in the creation, maintenance, and reproduction of the cultural memory of Greek communities, Chaniotis 1991. Sacrifices commemorated important historical events. The Athenians continued for centuries to celebrate annually the great victories of the Persian Wars, Marathon on the 6th of Boedromion, Salamis on the 16th of Menician, and Plataea on the 3rd of Boedromion. Other Greek communities created festivals and processions in order to celebrate important historical events, such as the restoration of democracy in 4th century Eretria, LSS 46. The Athenian public funerals for the war dead, in which appointed speakers addressed a funeral oration to the audience, were important for conveying a sense of history and communal cohesion. Leroux 1986. The existence and survival of all these diverse communities depended on divine favor, and thus on honoring the gods through various ritual activities. The construction of elaborate temples, the lavish sacrifices and splendid processions, the maintenance, or invention, of traditional rituals played an important role in the coherence and identity of the community. The crucial elements of Greek cultic activity, procession, choral performances and hymns, sacrifice, and banquet, were ideally suited for creating strong communal bonds. Chaniotis 1995. Processions, strictly speaking, aim to accompany the sacrificial animals and other sacred objects and offerings to the altar or temple of the deity. But they also provided an excellent opportunity for visualizing and displaying the power and wealth of the community, its membership, and internal hierarchy, as well as linking the community to its territory. Centripetal processions moved from the periphery of the city, often the city gates, to the ritual center, often a sanctuary on the Acropolis, while centrifugal processions moved from the city center into a sanctuary situated in the periphery of the community's territory. Graph 1996. We shall examine the centripetal procession of the Panathenaea under the section The Role of Religion in the Articulation of Communities and Their Identities. A typical centrifugal procession is the one that took place in Miletus in the course of Apollo's festival, leaving from the city of Miletus, following the elaborate sacred way, and making sacrifices to various other deities, before finally reaching Apollo's extra-urban sanctuary at Didyma, LSAM 50. By traversing the territory of the community and linking the center to the periphery, processions were a powerful statement of communal identity and communal possession of territory. The order and form of participation in processions was a means of visualizing the membership and stratification of the community and its groups. The participation of magistrates, the procession of ephebes and citizens in arms, the organization of processions and sacrifices on the basis of civic subdivisions are widely attested. Chankowski 2005. This is already seen in Homer's description of the Pylian sacrifice to Poseidon. They are divided in 9 groups, hedrai, of 500 citizens, each sacrificing 9 bulls, and sharing the roasted meat in a communal feast on the beach. OD 3.4-33. The right to partake of the sacrificial meat was an excellent opportunity for defining who was a member of the community and who was excluded. Crowther 2004. See further, in this volume, Naden, Chapter 31. A 3rd century group of Athenian Orgeones stipulated that full shares of meat at its annual sacrifice would be distributed to male members and their wives, half shares to their children, as well as to a single female servant per family, LSS 20.17-23. Equally, activities like communal feasting after sacrifice provided an excellent opportunity for strengthening bonds. Schmidt-Pantel 1992. But their significance meant that communal rituals could equally well generate conflict. Harmodios decided to murder the Athenian tyrant Hipparchos when the latter dishonored his sister by excluding her from the prominent procession of the Panathenaea. Arist. Ath. Paul 18.2. Finally, religion enabled communities to negotiate their relationship with the outside world. Communities engaged in imperial expansion could use rituals to express and enforce it. The most famous example concerns the obligations of members of the Delian League to participate in the festivals of their Athenian suzerain by sending a cow and a panoply for the procession of the Panathenaea. The participation of the allies turned an Athenian ritual into an imperial festival. Parker 1996, 142-3. Religion also provided a means through which communities could conceptualize and negotiate their relationship with the new overlords that emerged in the Hellenistic and Roman periods. The creation of cults for Hellenistic kings, for Rome and Roman magistrates during the Republic, and for emperors under the Empire are different manifestations of this phenomenon. Price 1984. The Panathenaic festival provides an excellent illustration of these various themes. Parker 2005a. 253-69. Etiological myths concerning the festival celebrate its importance for communal identity. One attributed the original festival celebration to Chthonios, the autochthonous ancestor of the Athenians, while another interpreted it as a commemoration of the unification of Attica by Theseus. The festival was thus associated with both the mythical ancestor of the community as well as with a dominant event in its history. It included athletic and musical competitions, in some of which the Athenians competed as groups divided by tribes, a panikis, all-night celebration, a majestic procession bringing the new peplos, robe, to Athena, for sacrifices of large numbers of animals, and feasting in various public and private gatherings. The procession started at the Dipylon Gate and crossed the civic center of the Agora, where stands were erected for spectators, before finally reaching Athena's altar on the Acropolis, where the sacrifice would take place. The procession provided an opportunity for displaying a particular image of the community and its various hierarchies. It included Athenian girls and women carrying various sacrificial and sacred objects, kanaphoroi, agastonai, arephoroi, metic girls and men in a subordinate but honorary role as parasol, stool, tray, and water bearers, Athenian boys and men as branch bearers, Athenian magistrates and representatives of other cities, the military forces of the community, ephebes, hoplites, cavalry, members of the demes, and, finally, foreigners and freedmen carrying oak branches. Thus, the procession provided roles for all inhabitants of the community, even those excluded from citizenship, although with different prominence, exalted roles for the daughters and wives of the Athenian elite, subordinate roles for metics and freedmen. The distribution of the immense quantity of sacrificial meat by demi according to the number of participants in the procession stressed the democratic and communal aspect of the festival. But while all groups of citizens participated in some capacity, the military parade did not include the lower-class rowers, who only appeared as undifferentiated demi-members. Characteristically, the version of the Panathenaic procession depicted in the Parthenon frieze excludes demesmen and middle-class hoplites and gives prominence to upper-class cavalry and charioteers. Equally, the participation of metics in subordinate roles could be seen as either honorary inclusivity, or as ritual demarcation of their inferior position in the community. Maurizio 1998. Accordingly, the use of rituals to strengthen community cohesion was always accompanied by ambiguities and contradictions. The role and problems of religion within communal life. Because religion and communities were so closely intertwined, religion provided a discourse within which contradictions, disputes, and aspirations within communities could be expressed, negotiated, and contested. This was due to the fundamental fact that the distinction between church and state, so essential to the religious history of the Christian West, is deeply misleading for the Greek case. Savinian Wood 2000a, 19-20. Priests did not form a separate caste and were not members of a unified organization. Instead, they were citizens who were appointed or inherited the right to serve in ritual capacities in particular sanctuaries, and who largely lacked any separate religious authority of their own. There are occasions when priests representing the interests of their sanctuaries are seen to clash with political authorities, as seen in a long-term conflict during the Hellenistic period between the priest of the sanctuary of Zeus at Labraunda and the community of Mylasa regarding control over sacred land and priestly perquisites. Dignas 2002, 59-66. But this relative independence of priests and their sanctuaries from the community could only emerge in circumstances where there existed external authorities to which priests could appeal. Such was the case with Hellenistic kings and Rome, but this was rarely possible in archaic and classical Greece. Parker 2011, 52-3. Priests were not the sole mediators between the community and the divine. Parker 2005a, 89-99. Sacrifices and prayers on behalf of the community could be offered by both priests and magistrates, while magistrates were often in charge of religious activities. In Athens, the eponymous archon organized the processions of the Asclepia, the Great Dionysia, and the Thargelia, while the Basileus was in charge of the Eleusinian mysteries and the Lania, Arist. Ath. Paul 56-7. Decisions concerning religious matters were taken by the citizen assembly and the other community institutions. Out of the 40 annual scheduled meetings of the Athenian Assembly, 20 compulsorily devoted the first 3 items of the agenda to the discussion of sacred matters, Arist. Ath. Paul 43.6. The religious matters legislated by Greek communities ranged widely, Lopu 2009, 9-102. They included the upkeep and protection of sanctuaries, LSCG 37, the provisioning and conduct of festivals, LSCG 65, the establishment of new rituals and festivals, LSAM 32, the perquisites and roles of priests, LSCG 156A, and, finally, rules for funerals and mourning, LSAM 16. Although the community could legislate on practically every aspect of religious life, it would be misleading to think that there existed no other sources of religious authority. These included influential oracles, like Delphi, as well as itinerant and local seers and exegetes, religious specialists who provided guidance on issues like pollution and the performance of rituals. See, in this volume, Flower, Chapter 20, and Ilse Johnston, Chapter 32. But all these alternative sources of religious authority had no power to impose their views on individuals or communities, they were only there to advise. Accordingly, it was only when the community opted to ask for and implement such advice that external sources of religious authority affected a community's religious practices. Parker 2004. Communal discourses, concerns, and disputes fundamentally shaped how Greek communities organized their cultic life and negotiated religious innovation. On the other hand, religion provided communities with a language that could serve communal purposes. Public oaths and public cursing enlisted religion in maintaining loyalty to the community and its priorities, and in taking preemptive actions against threats to communal stability. The community of Teos in the 5th century BCE proclaimed annually public curses against individuals who made spells against the community, obstructed the import of corn, tried to overthrow the constitution, betray the city's territory, engage in piracy, or plot against Teos, SEG 4.616. The community invoked divine authority in order to strike preemptively against individuals acting against communal welfare and used the ritual of public cursing in order to make a powerful statement of communal values. Parker 2005b, 76-7. Scapegoat rituals provided a means of averting danger and evil from falling on the community. See further, in this volume, Bremer, Chapter 40. At the same time, the problems and crises of communal life led members of the community to use religion in other ways. We have seen how communal institutions like the courts employed rituals such as oath-taking for jurors. The other side of the coin is how community members engaged in the processes of these institutions employed religion within their range of strategies to cope with danger, risk, and uncertainty. An illuminating example is the writing of binding spells against opponents in trials, their witnesses, and the jurors, a practice widely attested across the Greek world. Idinal 2013, 165-90. As with all the religious practices described, these were another way in which ritual practice offered individuals and groups a range of possible ways to relate to other members of their communities and to the divine world, generating networks of relationships and different personal identities in different contexts. Idinal 2011. Pollution and impiety offered a discursive field for negotiating disputes and contradictions within the community. Because the welfare of the community depended on maintaining divine goodwill, any act that threatened to destabilize the relationship between communities and gods could potentially be perceived as a dangerous form of impiety. See, in this volume, Bowden, Chapter 22. Accordingly, impiety was understood broadly to cover both issues relating specifically to the deities, as well as those issues crucial for the order of society and the favor of gods. Connor 1988. The prosecution of impiety provided an avenue through which communities could identify the source of their problems and find a means of dealing with them. Several prosecutions for impiety are known from classical Athens, the most famous of which is the trial of Socrates for not acknowledging the gods of the polis and for corrupting the young. Parker 1996, 199-217. Debates within the community about what constituted impiety and magic and how they related to the phenomenon of religious innovation. and the construction of narratives in order to address these issues, show that religion constituted an arena of both negotiation and division within the community. Idinal 2010. Greek religion and communities were intertwined in various ways. Greek religious communities came in a wide range of forms, which continuously transformed and interacted with each other. The absence of a church as a separate religious institution meant that Greek communities had direct control over their religious affairs. It also meant that religion suffused all aspects of communal life. As a result, religion both reflected the tensions and challenges of communal life and provided discourses for expressing and negotiating them. It constituted both a means of creating solidarity and articulating communal identities, as well as an arena of contest and conflict. Suggested reading. The best introduction to public religious communities in Greek history remains Savinian Wood 2000A and 2000B, supplemented by the critical remarks in Idinal 2011 and Kint 2012. Important studies of public religious communities include Ferguson and Nock 1944 and Lambert 1993, while Ismard 2010 provides a stimulating network approach. Poland 1909 is still the fundamental work for private religious associations. Gabrielsen 2007 provides a thought-provoking survey of the ways in which more recent work has built on and challenged the approaches of Poland's time and later, while the diversity of private religious associations is fruitfully explored in Arnautoglu 2003, Rao 1993, and Van Niejeff 1997. Long-term histories of public and private religious communities are rarely possible for any place except Athens. Parker 1996, 2005a, and Michalson 1998 provide a long-term narrative of communities in archaic, classical, and Hellenistic Athens. For the diversity of religious activities within communities, Jameson 1999 is fundamental. The role of religion in communities for identity formation and communal cohesion is well explored in Chaniotis 1995 and Schmidt-Pantel 1992, while Idinal 2010 focuses on contestation and challenge. Maurizio 1998 provides a comprehensive account of how one particular festival could provide cohesion and identity alongside dispute and challenge. Chapter 19. Regional religious groups, Amphictionies, and other leagues. Christy Konstantakopoulou. Introduction, Locality, Regionality, and Greek Religion. Locality is an extremely important concept for our understanding of Greek religion. Even within the territory of a polis, heroes and gods, through their cult epithets, were linked with specific locales. Parker 2003. Religious practice, however, existed beyond the boundaries of the polis, both in a geographic sense and the sense of the currently dominant model of interpretation, that is, the model polis religion. Savinian Wood 2000a, 2000b. Religious activity in the Greek world took place on many levels, which, for the moment, we can classify as local, regional, and panhellenic, although these categories are far from being unproblematic themselves, compared to Versnell 2011, 110. The focus of this chapter is religious activity on the level of regional and panhellenic. But although region is a useful hermeneutical category, allowing us to move beyond the constraints of the polis, at the same time it needs to be explained. Davies 2001a. While, in modern scholarship, a regional approach has enhanced debates on the economy, e.g. Reger 1994, this has not occurred in the study of political institutions, Vlasopoulos 2007, 166-8. Religion is one area where a regional approach can prove fruitful. If we understand region as a geographic space characterized by increased connections that may provide the background for the emergence of a common sense of identity, then religious activity is a context in which we can witness such connections. Sanctuaries, for example, had catchment areas of worshippers, which varied from the local to the regional. Killian Delmeyer 1985. An example of a local case would be an extra-urban sanctuary, de Polignac 1995, such as the Sanctuary of Artemis in Broren in rural Attica. This can be described as a local sanctuary for northeastern Attica, since it attracted worshippers from not just the immediate area, but all over the territory of Athens. Parker 2005, especially 228-30. The boundaries, however, between what can be considered local and regional are by no means straightforward. Which classification, for example, fits best the cult centered at the Heraion at Samos? Investment in the cult was considerable from an early time, Kyrieleis 1981, and, in this volume, Scott, Chapter 16. The history of the monumentalization of the sanctuary reveals the history of the polis of Samos, with its fluctuations of power and wealth. The Heraion has been described as a local island sanctuary, Kyrieleis 1993, 129. However, the finds from the sanctuary, including a number and variety of imports almost without parallel for the Greek world, imply that the cult centered on the Heraion appealed to a much larger catchment area. Categories such as local and regional are historically embedded, and, consequently, the typology of any given cult may change over a period of time. I offer the following definition. Regional are those cults whose appeal transcended the borders of their immediate geographical surroundings, normally those of the city-state where the center of the cult was located. However, even this definition includes considerable variations of scale. The sanctuary of Apollotoios, close to Boeotian Akraphia, attracted dedications from both Boeotia and Thessaly, from the very start, the 8th century. In the late 7th and 6th centuries it became an impressive center for the dedication of Kouroi Korai statues, Ducat 1971, Shakhtar 1981, 52-73. It was clearly not a local sanctuary for the region of Akraphia, but its regional appeal did not expand beyond its archaic catchment area, de Polignac 2009. In comparison, the Panionion at Mykel is an example of a more extensive regional religious group. The Ionians, Herodotus tells us, 1.148, dedicated the Panionion in Mykel to Poseidon of Helicon. There, Ionians used to meet to celebrate a festival to which they gave the name Panionia. Diodorus, 15.49.1, adds that, at some point before 373, the Panionian festival and the common Panionian meeting had moved to Ephesos, Hornblower 2011b. This indicates a large catchment area, with political and ethnic overtones, especially in the period of the Ionian Revolt. Participation in the Panionion during the 6th and 5th centuries may even have marked a process of ethnic definition of Ionianism. Kohlzig 2007, 102-10. In terms of religious activity, we can classify both the Panionion and the cult of Apollotoios as regional religious groups, but they are clearly operating at different registers. Where does regional appeal end and Panhellenic appeal begin? The concepts of Panhellenism or Panhellenic appeal are hotly debated. Scott 2010, 16-21, Kint 2012, Chapter 5, Skinner 2012, 211-9. If one looks at the classical period, it becomes clear that the Greek world understood as Panhellenic those sanctuaries which formed the 4-year agonistic cycle of the Crown Games, the Periodos, Olympia, Delphi, Isthmia, and Nemea. But it is important to note that the category Panhellenic was not a fixed one. Delos and the cult of the twin gods can also be understood as a sanctuary with a Panhellenic appeal, Rowley 1983, Shakhtar 2011. No cult center was Panhellenic from its inception. Indeed, the archaeological evidence from these sanctuaries seems to point to an initial regional appeal, which expanded considerably over the Archaic period, Morgan 1990, 1993. By the end of the Archaic period, these sanctuaries, and the games associated with their festivals, attracted worshippers from all over the extensive Greek world. It can also be said that participation in the games and cult of, primarily, Olympia and Delphi, contributed to constructions of Hellenic identity, Hall 2002, 134-71, Skinner 2012, 211-31. But can even this clearly widespread appeal be termed Panhellenic, when these sanctuaries and their festivals still did not encompass, in the same way, the entirety of the Greek world? Amphictionies. A formal expression of interaction between worshippers from a wider geographical area can be found in the institution of Amphictionies, also spelled Amphictionies, Sanchez 2001, 32-7. The alternative spellings reveal some confusion about the origins of the word, which is also reflected in Pausanias' account of the origins of the Delphic Amphictiony, Paus. 10.8.1, quoting Androtion FGRH 324F58, see also Etim Magn. SV Amphictiones. The spelling Amphictiones may be understood as loosely equated with Pyrrhictiones, dwellers around, neighbors, Amphictions, HDT 8.104, Pind. PYT. For 0.66 and 10.8, Nem. 6.39, Pyrrhictiones, Hom. Illinois 18.212, 19.104, Pind. Nem. 11.19, Anthuc. 3.104, see Chankowski 2008, 21-4. Indeed, the Amphictionies that are explicitly attested as such in our ancient sources can be understood as regional networks of those who are dwellers around, even if such an interpretation refers to a network of maritime neighbors. The spelling Amphictiones, however, does not easily fit this linguistic interpretation. Instead, it was linked in antiquity with an eponymous hero Amphictyon, who, according to some traditions, founded the Delphic Amphictiony, HDT 7.200.2, Paus. 10.8.1, quoting Androtion FGRH 324F58, and Marm. Pa. FGRH 239A5. Whatever the origins of the word, both spellings were used to denote the Delphic Amphictiony in epigraphic records, CID 4.1, Rush 1914, 35-8. Formal political collaborations for the running of the affairs of a sanctuary were not restricted to Amphictionies. Some of the regional sanctuaries discussed may have been managed by representatives of more than one city-state. Yet the Greeks used the term Amphictiony not as a generic term for a religious association, but to denote a specific religious network, managing the cult normally situated on a sanctuary. Ehrenberg 1969, 108-11, Torsen 1992. Forrest 2000. The following religious networks are specifically attested as Amphictionies, in sources dating mostly from the classical and Hellenistic periods, though, undoubtedly, such institutions were rooted earlier in the Archaic period of Caloria, modern Poros in the Saronic Gulf. Strabo 8 June 2014, quoting Ephorus FGRH 70F150. C. Wells, Pentanon, and Billett 2003, Milanopoulos 2006, Konstantakopoulou 2007, 29-37, Pakanen 2007, 2008, 2011, of Boeotian on Chestos, Strabo 9.2. 33, C. Torsen 1992, 27-34, Kohlzig 2007, 365-7, and, of course, of Delphi. Modern scholarship occasionally adds Delos to this short list, but, in this context, the term seems to have been appropriated by 5th century Imperial Athens, see further below in Case Study 1, Delos. The best-known Amphictiony was that of Delphi. Archaeological evidence, such as dedications, along with processes of monumentalization at the sanctuary, indicate that Delphi acquired a regional and then Pan-Hellenic appeal during the 9th to 7th centuries, Morgan 1990, Bommelin 1991, 183-4. This can be partly, but not wholly, attributed to the fame of the Delphic oracle, but this is not the only reason. Dedications, such as the new Temple of Apollo, probably finished by c.510, Bommelin 1991, 181-2, Scott 2010, 56-60, the treasuries of Corinth, Sicyon, and Siphnos, or freestanding monuments, such as the Naxian Sphinx, Partida 2000, can be viewed as contributing to the development of the self-awareness of the relevant communities. John Giulio 2010. Whatever the regional appeal of Delphi in the early Archaic period, by the 6th century it had grown to encompass large sections of the Greek world, and, in that sense, can be viewed as Pan-Hellenic. The institution of the Pythian Games, probably at 586, or alternatively 582 BCE, see Paus. 10.7.2, and Marm. Pa. FGRH 239A37 respectively, enhanced the considerable fame of the sanctuary and its cult, and became one of the 4 games that constituted the periodos. If we can trace relatively well the development of the sanctuary in the Archaic period, the same cannot be said for the Delphic Amphictyony, Lefevre 1998, Sanchez 2001. To reconstruct its history, we depend on mythical narratives, which may or may not be reflected in the archaeological record, and whose historicity has been debated in modern scholarship. The origins of both the cult of Apollo at Delphi and the Delphic Amphictyony are linked with an obscure episode in archaic Greek history, the so-called First Sacred War, traditionally placed in the early decades of the 6th century. See Robertson 1978 challenging the war's historicity, and Davies 1994 and 2007 for a reconsideration. While it is true that such traditions about the war were shaped by later struggles for control of the Amphictyony and sanctuary, most notably during the 4th century, literary evidence, such as the Homeric hymn to Apollo, 540-4, and the Hesiodic Aspis, 478-80, seem to imply some major disruption in the Delphic sanctuary and Apolline cult in the Archaic period. Recent archaeological excavations also support this. Rowley 2002, full publication of the excavation in Luce 2008. As the name implies, the First Sacred War was not the only one fought for control of Delphi. The 5th and 4th centuries saw 3 more sacred wars, the second in the middle of the 5th century, Thuc. 1.112.5, see Hornblower 2011a, the third between 356 and 346, see Buckler 1989, Sanchez 2001, 173-99, and Hornblower 2009, the fourth in 340, see Sanchez 2001, 227-43. These involved the major powers of each period and had far-reaching political and military repercussions. The wars suggest that a prominent feature of the history of the Delphic Amphictyony was the struggle for control of the religious network of Delphi. We know the Amphictyony had 12 members, but, with origins probably in the early 7th century and changes over time, the list in our ancient sources varies. Sanchez 2001, 37-44, 518. One of the main responsibilities of the Amphictyony was the management of the sanctuary and its games, the Pythian Games, which, as we have seen, were one of the 4 crown games of ancient Greece and an extremely prestigious event. Lefevre 1998, 237-9. The Amphictyony also had to monitor the proper use of the sacred land that belonged to the sanctuary, including the sacred plain of Kira, e.g. the Amphictyonic law of 380 BCE, IG 2-1126 equals CID 1.10, with Sanchez 2001, 153-63. The struggle between pasturage and land cultivation is at the heart of the sacred wars, and the cultivation of the plain of Kira by the Phocians was one of the main events that started the Third Sacred War, Aeschine. 3.108, Rousset 2002, 183-205, McInerney 2010. The Amphictyony was not, strictly speaking, a political body. Participation in the Amphictyony meant managing affairs at Delphi. But, at the same time, there is no denying that the Amphictyony occasionally played an important role in non-religious, in the wider sense of political, conflicts. Access, influence, and even control of Delphi and its regional appeal acquired increasing importance during its history. What role the Amphictyony played in the realm of political affairs has recently been debated. Bowden 2003, Hornblower 2009. We should not expect the role of the Amphictyony to have remained unchanged over its long history, nor for political affairs to have had the same impact on this institution in different periods of time. Regional religious networks. Amphictyonies were a formal expression of the networking required for the management of cult centers with a wide appeal. Such regional networks varied in scale, from a limited catchment area, perhaps only just surpassing the limits of a cult's local community, to the great Panhellenic sanctuaries. Religion contributed to the creation of a regional identity through shared religious action, but when we talk about religious activities at such sites, we need to consider social networking, consumption and production of goods. Morgan 2003, 149-55, for the early Archaic period, Davies 2001b, for the Classical period, Markets, Davies 2007, 63-5, and high political events, such as the Declaration of Freedom for the Greeks by the Roman herald in the Isthmian Games of 196 BCE, Polib. 18.46, Livy 33.32. Delos and Samothrace provide examples of cult centers with regional religious networks, which demonstrate interesting similarities and differences. Both cult centers were located on islands with relatively small populations. For both, their development depended from the start on worshippers from beyond the local community. Access to these sanctuaries also depended on maritime connections. However, whereas Delos was central to the maritime routes of the South Aegean, Strabo 10.5.1, Plin. HN 4 December 1965, for Callimachus, the islands danced around Delos, hymn 4.16-22, the sea around Samothrace was considered rough, Dion. How? And Rom 1.6.1.4, making access to the island difficult, although this may have enhanced the appeal of the sanctuary and its mysteries. Case Study 1, Delos. According to myth, Delos was the birthplace of the twin gods, Apollo and Artemis. Considering its importance in the mythical narratives of the Greek pantheon, it is not surprising that Delos became the center of an extensive regional religious network from an early date. The Homeric hymn to Apollo praises Delos and sings of the festival celebrated on the island, emphasizing the role of the Ionians, L. 144-55, who played a key role in the network around Delos. Thucydides, 3.104, quotes this passage when describing the Athenian reorganization of the festival during the 420s and constructions of Ionianism, Hornblower 2011a. The Homeric hymn to Apollo, as well as Odysseus' comparison of Nausicaa to the young palm tree of Delos, OD. 6.162-3, shows that Delos had acquired considerable fame during the early Archaic period. The archaeological evidence from the sanctuary can help explain how this happened. See Figure 19.1, Bruno and Duckett 2005, and the series Exploration Archéologique de Delos. After a marked gap of material dating from the Dark Ages, the second half of the 8th century shows a variety of imports, including the telltale sign for cult activity, tripod dedications. Investment in monumentalization takes place around c. 700, with the construction of a building called Temple Gamma, and, soon afterwards, early 7th century, the archaic Hieraion and Artemision, Mazarakis Anian 1997, 179, 182, Bruno and Duckett 2005, 176, 209, 280. While tripod dedications seem to point to elite individuals actively displaying status, power, and piety, constructions of buildings in the sanctuary presuppose the pooling of resources, suggesting community investment. This may have been done by the Delians themselves, or at the encouragement instigation of outsider island communities, e.g. the Athenian Alcmeonids funded the second temple of Apollo at Delphi, HDT 5.62. If it was the Delians, then the construction of 3 early buildings suggests considerable resources, which must have originated from wealth brought into Delos, either as dedications, or as direct funding for a building program. The 7th century saw the erection of yet more buildings, most notably the construction of the oikos of the Naxians, whose first phase dates from the second half of the 7th century, Lambronudicus 2005. The name of the building, attested in the classical inventories, shows its direct links with Naxos, and the Naxians have a spectacular presence in the sanctuary of Delos during the 7th and early 6th centuries, Prost 2014. In the early 6th century, they dedicated a colossal Apollo, ID 49. In the mid-6th century, they erected a stoa at the western side of their oikos. They were also behind the erection of the remarkable Terrace of the Lions, which lined the west side of the road to the sanctuary from the north, Barlu 2014. However, rather than projecting onto the Archaic period notions of imperialistic control, as the island experienced during the 5th century Athenian imperial domination, and seeing this as evidence of Naxian political economic control, I would argue that archaic Delos was a place where communities and elite individuals conspicuously displayed their wealth, importance, and claim for power. Naxian investment was a display of glory and wealth in the competitive arena of regional sanctuaries. Image. Figure 19.1 Plan of the Sanctuary of Delian Apollo at Delos, from Bruno and Duckett 2005, Plan 1. Copyright symbol FA. 6. Oikos of the Naxians, 7. Temple Gamma, 9. Base for Apollo, 11. Porinos Neos, 36. Naxian Stoa, 44. Paian Oikos, 46. Artemis Ion. The construction of oikoi for specific communities in the sanctuary of Delos may be our most solid indication for the active participation of communities in the cult of Delian Apollo. These houses marked an occasion of appropriation of previous elite dedications, placing them firmly within a new communal, or political, in the sense of the polis as a political community, framework, near 2001, 2004. There was an oikos from Poros, Bruno and Duckett 2005, 203-4, Andros, Charistos, and, probably, Mykonos and possibly others, Bruno and Duckett 2005, 171, and Achaean Hestiatorian, HDT, 4.35.4. This monumentalization of the sanctuary shows that while the literary sources stress the Ionian character of the Delian network, the cult seems to have appealed to Ionian and Dorian islanders. Chankowski 2008, 16-20, 30-1, Koolzig 2007, 56-83, a network of island participants, rather than an Ionian network. Konstantakopoulou 2007, 38-58. This continues. In the classical and Hellenistic period, the nomenclature of dedications, recorded in the extensive inventories of the sanctuary, reveals a strong island constituency. Trujillo 1992. The Delian cult network in the Archaic period, therefore, had a predominantly southern Aegean island catchment area. I have argued that the archaeological record cannot be used to show political or economic domination over the sanctuary and, consequently, its cult network. But one power in this region showed substantial interest in Delos, and her history became intrinsically linked with it, Athens. The Athenian tyrant Pisistratos purified the part of Delos visible from the sanctuary by removing all burials to the neighboring island of Rhenia, HDT 1.64.2, Thuc. 3.104.12, Parker 1996, 87-8, Konstantakopoulou 2007, 63-6, Chankowski 2008, 10-14. He may also have been behind the erection of a monumental temple, the so-called Porinos Neos, dated to the second half of the 6th century, Bruno and Duckett 2005, 182. These actions can be seen as statements of power, targeting the audience of the network of cult participants, and creating a context in which a version of Ionianism was constructed and displayed, and in which Athens had a dominant role. But it was the emergence of the Athenian Empire in the 5th century, which had a more lasting impact on the cult network of Delos. Athens, as the leader of the so-called Delian League, the modern name is indicative of the strong Delian connotations of the Athenian imperial network, took meddling in the affairs of the sanctuary to a whole new level. The Athenians managed the sanctuary through a board of officials called Amphictionies, who were all Athenians. Furthermore, when they purified Delos in 4265, moving all tombs to the neighboring island of Rhenia, they prohibited anyone from dying or giving birth on the island, Thuc. 1.8.1 and 3.104, turning the Delians into polisless citizens, Plut. More 230 C.D., Konstantakopoulou 2007, 71-3, Chankowski 2008, 57-61. These acts of aggression must have caused considerable distress to the Delians, who took advantage of the Athenian collapse at the end of the Peloponnesian War to become, with Spartan help, independent, between 402 to 393 BCE, following Chankowski 2008, 169-74. Delian independence was short-lived. Athenian control of the sanctuary quickly resumed, lasting until 314, when the Delians finally gained their independence, 314 to 166 BCE, see Viol 1984. As these events demonstrate, one of the prominent features of the history of Delos was the almost continuous struggle for control of its most valuable asset, the sanctuary. Control of the sanctuary meant control over the considerable Delian finances it generated, privileged access to a large network of cult participants, and, of course, increased piety in the eyes of the gods. Some scholars believe that the archaic religious network around Delos was an Amphictiony, similar to the one around Delphi, Torsand 1992. 47-55 The Athenians managed the Delian sanctuary through a board of Amphictyons, while Thucydides refers to islanders and Pyroxenes as the main participants in the early festival on Delos, 3.10-4.3. But this evidence does not prove that there was an archaic Amphictyony centered on Delos. Chankowski has argued convincingly that we should be looking at a regional cult network that was not an Amphictyony. The Athenian use of Amphictyons was a conscious emulation of the Delphic parallel, which may be linked to the Athenian construction of a Pythion on Delos and the promotion of a cult of Apollo in its Pythian persona. Chankowski 2008, 20-28, 258-62. The cult network of Delos was a regional network of the southern Aegean, with a strong island character. Delian cult may have been linked in myth and literature with an Ionian dimension, but it appealed to Ionian and Dorian islanders alike. These participants not only went to Delos to worship, attend the festival, and dedicate to the gods, they also imported the cult of Apollo Delios, Artemis Delia, and Eileithyia, another deity with strong Delian connections, Bruno 1970, 212-9, to their own communities, Konstantakopoulou 2007, 53-8, Koolzig 2007, 72-9, Chankowski 2008, 30-1. This cult network had a long history, from the early archaic period until Roman times, and it had an impact on the political sphere, especially during the period of the Athenian Empire. In the Hellenistic period, Delos was one of the many locations where piety towards the gods became a showcase for control and power over the Aegean region by the Hellenistic kings, Bruno 1970. But it was Samothrace that saw a greater degree of investment in monumentalization during the Hellenistic period. Samothrace. Samothrace, an island located in the North Aegean Sea, was famous for the sanctuary of the great gods and its mystery cult. Samothrace was settled by the Greeks in the early 6th century, Graham 2002, but evidence of sacrificial remains from the area of the Temenos in the sanctuary indicates cult activity before the arrival of the Greeks. Learman and Spittle 1982, Part 1, 267-9, 317, Learman 1998, 73. The cult of the great gods of Samothrace is an excellent example of the fusion of cult practices, those of the pre-Greek population of the island, called Pelasgians HDT 2.51, were adapted and transformed by the Greeks. The language used in the mysteries of Samothrace included non-Greek words, and their incomprehensibility was an essential element of the cult's initiation processes. Diod. Sic 5.47.3, Bowden 2010, 49-67. As the main attraction of the Samothracian cult was its mysteries, it is inevitable that the literary traditions about the mystery cult and its mythological origins are obscure. The mythical stories about Samothrace seem to belong to a non-Greek world, Burkett 1993. Herodotos, 2.51, describing the mysteries, and showing how they had wide appeal even in the relatively early historical context of the third quarter of the 5th century, refers to a sacred tale, set forth in the Samothracian mysteries. This may have included the story of local hero Dardanos, who was born on the island, and who moved to Ilion and founded the royal family of Troy, FGRH 4F23, see Law 2003. This story was celebrated in a lost play by Dymas of Iassos, who was consequently honored by the Samothracians, I.Iassos 153, Rutherford 2007. Dardanos and Aetion or Aeson's sister, Harmonia, and her wedding to Cadmos were also part of these mythical stories. Diod. Sic 5.48.4 50.1. The search for Harmonia, possibly in combination with a celebration of her marriage to Cadmos, was an important part of the mythical background to the Samothracian festivals, FGRH 70 F120, Marconi 2010, 125-8. The traditions about the identity of the gods were particularly obscure and contradictory, Cole 1984, Burkett 1993, 186-7, Clinton 2003, 68-9. In epigraphic evidence, the gods appear always as the great gods or the Samothracian gods, outside Samothrace, but literary evidence provides a range of identifications. Kabiroi, HDT, 2.51 and Stesimbrotos of Thasos FGRH 107F20, Korybants, Diod. SIC 5.49.3-4, Axioros, Axiokursos, and Kasmelos, sometimes identified with Demeter, Persephone, Hades, and Hermes respectively, Mnasia Scolia to AP Rod. 1.917 equals FGRH 548F1, C. Lewis 1958, numbers 150 and 150A. It is likely that this confusion of identities played a central role in the initiation process, Bowden 2010. In other words, we do not know who the great gods were, because the initiates themselves did not necessarily know. We can also understand this confusion as a necessary aspect of a cult based on secrecy, Blakely 2011. The archaeological evidence from the sanctuary of Samothrace can enhance our understanding of this cult and its changing regional network. See Figure 19.2, Learman 1998. There is evidence for the construction of monumental buildings in the late Archaic Early Classical period, and Herodotus implies that the mysteries and cult were widely known in the 5th century. But it was during the 4th century and early Hellenistic period that an impressive building program most changed the sanctuary. Some of these structures may have been funded by the Macedonian King Philip II, Learman and Spittal 1982, Learman 1998, 77-8, who may have met his wife Olympias while they were both initiated in the mysteries, Platt. Alex. 2.2 Hellenistic royalty continued to make monumental dedications, Cole 1984, 17-20, Murray 2002, 198-202. It seems that the sanctuary of Samothrace functioned as a key stage for a display of piety and power for the Hellenistic kings in their struggle for control of the Aegean after Alexander's death and throughout the 3rd century. In turn, the small finds from the sanctuary reveal the piety and participation of everyday individuals in the cult of the great gods. Thousands of sherds of Samothracian conical bowls have been left behind on the eastern hill, Westcote 2012, 94-5. The shape of these bowls suggests they were used for libation, their large number that they were discarded by worshippers leaving the sanctuary, possibly because they were understood to belong to the gods. Two further categories of objects seem to have played an important part in the cult: the purple belt and iron ring, Cole 1984, 29-30. The purple belt, presumably colored by murex, harvested from the sea, was given to initiates during their initiation and was linked with salvation from dangers at sea, Scolia to AP Rod. 1.917-8 equals Lewis 1960, note 229G, and 1.918 equals Lewis 1960, note 229H. Iron rings were also part of the initiation ceremony. 32 have been found, Learman and Spittal 1982, 403-4. Their most important feature seems to have been their magnetization, which obviously had an important ritual role, Blakely 2011, 61-4. Image. Figure 19.2 Plan of the Sanctuary of the Great Gods at Samothrace, from Learman 1998, Plan 4. Copyright symbol James R. Macready. 1-3, Unidentified Late Hellenistic Buildings, 4, Unfinished Early Hellenistic Building, 6, Milesian Dedication, 7, Dining Rooms, 8, 10, Unidentified Niche, 9, Archaistic Niche, 11, Stoa, 12, Nike Monument, 13, Theatre, 14, Altar Court, 15, Hieron, 16, Hall of Votive Gifts, 17, Hall of Choral Dancers, 20, Rotunda of Arsinoe, 22. Sacristy, 23. Anacteron, 24. Dedication of Philip III and Alexander IV, 25. Theatral area, 26. Propylon of Ptolemy II, 27. Southern Necropolis, 28. Doric Rotunda, 29. Neorian. These objects give some indication of the role and purpose of initiation into the mysteries. One of the primary reasons offered by our literary evidence was protection at sea, e.g. our Pax, 277-8 with Scholia, AP Rod. 1.915-8 with Scholia, Diod. Sic 4.43.12, for .48.57, 5.49.56. The Samothracian sanctuary, like the Delian one, had a special connection to the sea. Not only were both these sanctuaries located on islands, along with Samos, they were also places where ships were dedicated to the gods. Blackman 2001, Westcote 2005. At Samothrace, the dedication of bronze fishhooks and shells in large numbers also reveals close connections between the cult and the sea. Learman 1998, 36-7 with Figure 14. Seafaring may have been widespread in Greek culture, but cults offering protection at sea were not particularly numerous. Samothracian initiation shared this role with the cult of deities such as the Dioscoroi and Aphrodite Euploia. This was not the only benefit. Diodorus Siculus, for .49.6, also lists individual improvement. This combination is almost unique among mystery cults. At the same time, initiation in a mystery cult, any mystery cult, created a community of participation and shared experience, if not exactly of shared understanding, irrespective of the specific mystery. Clinton 2003, Bowden 2010. To this, we should add Samothrace's unique location and historical background, which made it an ideal meeting space between Greeks and non-Greeks. Blakely 2010. As we have seen, elements of the cult practice maintained a pre-Greek, Northern Aegean aspect. We can trace Samothrace's initial appeal to its marginality and difficulty of access, especially when traveling from the southern Aegean world. However, as the focus of political power shifted from southern to northern Greece at the end of the 4th century, Samothrace acquired a certain centrality in the networks of northern Aegean, becoming one of the key locations where Macedonian royalty, in Macedonia and in Egypt, competed for conspicuous demonstrations of piety and power. Samothrace is not best understood as one of the great Panhellenic cult centers of the Greek world, as it lacked a grand festival comparable to that at Olympia or Delphi. Yet its regional appeal during the early Hellenistic period covered the entire Aegean world. This is revealed by the nomenclature and ethnic names preserved in the Hellenistic, mostly 2nd and 1st century BCE, lists of initiates and theoroi preserved in epigraphic texts. Cole 1984, 38-56, Dimitrova 2008. These reveal different, if significantly overlapping, networks of appeal. Rutherford 2009. Theoroi, or official representatives of communities sent to Samothrace, normally to take part in a festival or make a dedication, came mostly from cities in Asia Minor, the North and Southern Aegean, and were almost exclusively Greek. Initiates came from not only these same areas, but also Italy and Rome, as well as inland Thrace and Alexandria. In addition, the export of Samothracian cult through the presence of a large number of dedications to the great gods, or the Samothracian gods, in other sanctuaries of the Greek world indicates the spread of the cult network. Cole 1984, 57-86. Conclusion. We have seen how regional religious networks operated at different scales, from the relatively restricted cult network of, say, Apollo Akraphnios, to the almost Panhellenic appeal of Delos. Despite the difference in scale, however, religious cults and participation in a cult network played a key role in creating communities of worship, which, in turn, contributed to the creation and consolidation of regional and or even ethnic identity, as in the case of the Panionian in Mykel. In some ways, the attempt to answer the question of whether religious activity gave expression to an already established network of communications or vice versa is as futile as the answer to the question which came first, the chicken or the egg. Such networks were historically contingent. Indeed, the early archaic history of the great Panhellenic centers of the Greek world does not suggest a Panhellenic appeal. The religious network around Delos, for example, was transformed by its control, over the course of the 5th century, by imperial Athens. In contrast, Samothrace's appeal expanded considerably during the late 4th and early 3rd centuries, perhaps linked to the changing political alliances of the early Hellenistic world, as well as the obvious Macedonian investment in the sanctuary. Suggested reading: On the tension between locality and Greek religion, see the Critique on Current Models in Polinskaya 2006, Idinal 2011, and Kint 2012. An overview of ancient Amphictionies can be found in Ehrenberg 1969, Torsen 1992, and Forrest 2000. Bommelin 1991 is the Guide to Delphi. The excavations of Delphi are published in the series Fouillés de Delphes. The history of the Delphic Amphictyony is presented in Lefevre 1998 and Sanchez 2001. Other useful studies on the history of Delphi include Morgan 1990, Bowden 2005, and Scott 2010. The Guide to Delian Antiquities is Bruno and Duckett 2005, while the results of Delian excavations are published in the series Exploration archéologique de Delos. The most important works for the history of Delos and its religious cult are Chankowski 2008, for the classical period, and Bruno 1970, for the Hellenistic and Roman periods. See also Konstantakopoulou 2007, especially Chapter 2 for a discussion of the archaic Delian religious network. The Guide to Samothrace is Learman 1998. The results of the excavations are published in the series Samothrace, excavations conducted by the Institute of Fine Arts of New York University. For the sanctuary, its network, and mystery cult see also Cole 1984, Burkett 1993, Dimitrova 2008, and Bowden 2010. A summary of recent discoveries is provided in Westcote 2012. Part 5. How? Chapter 20. Religious Expertise. Michael A. Flower. Introduction. IN 344 BCE, an extraordinary set of portents surrounded the mission of Timoleon to unseat the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysios II, in Sicily. Plut. Tim 8 and Diod. 6:16.66.35. When the expedition was ready, Plutarch tells us, the priestesses of Persephone at Corinth had a dream in which they saw the goddesses getting ready for a journey and heard them say that they were intending to sail with Timoleon to Sicily. Consequently, the Corinthians equipped a sacred trireme and named it after the two goddesses. When Timoleon had set sail and had reached the open sea during the night, the heavens seemed to break open over his ship and to pour forth a great and conspicuous fire. Then a torch, like those used in the celebration of the Eleusinian mysteries, rose up and, running along beside his ship, descended upon the very part of Italy that the helmsmen were aiming for. The seers declared that the apparition confirmed the dreams of the priestesses, that the goddesses were taking part in the expedition and were displaying the light from heaven. For, they said, Sicily was sacred to Persephone, since her seizure, by Hades, is said to have taken place there, and the island was given to her as a wedding gift. I have begun with this story because it serves as a good introduction to some of the main issues at stake in any discussion of religious expertise. Can the evidence from one city be used to generalize about practices and institutions elsewhere? What was the relationship between the various ritual experts that appear in our sources? What types of expertise did they possess? In this case, the Corinthians unquestionably accepted the truth of the claim of the priestesses, Hierai, that the same dream had appeared to each of them, whether on the same night or sequentially is unclear, but then later the seers, Mantes, who actually accompanied the expedition, validated their claims by reference to a portent that appeared on the journey itself. Problems of terminology and evidence. The two most common designations for religious experts that appear in ancient texts are the ones mentioned in the passage just quoted. They are commonly translated as priest, priestess and seer, but for the rest of this chapter one will privilege native terms, as is the practice in modern ethnographic studies. English equivalents, although convenient, carry a great deal of cultural baggage and can never adequately convey the cultural meaning of indigenous terms. What we mean by priest, for instance, overlaps only minimally at best with the Greek conception of a hiereus. Likewise, seer is a culturally loaded term, as are the other words commonly used to translate mantis, such as prophet, diviner, or soothsayer. Before discussing priestly expertise in the Greek world, it is necessary to offer a disclaimer. I am about to indulge in a type of generalization that is invariably misleading, and yet all too common in discussions of Greek religion. First of all, there was a variety of types of sanctuaries, cults, and ritual performances in the Greek world. A large city such as Athens may have employed hundreds of hierais and hierei serving many different sanctuaries, some in the city and some in the demes, each of which sponsored particular festivals and cult activities. Although many Greek festivals followed the pattern of procession, sacrifice, public banquet, and competition, the particular forms and prayers would have varied, and some ritual enactments did not follow this pattern at all. What took place in the healing sanctuaries of Asclepios at Epidaurus or of Amphiaraos at Oropos was very different from the rites of initiation into the Eleusinian mysteries. On the other hand, mystery cults and healing sanctuaries had routines that were categorically different from the activities involved in civic festivals such as the City Dionysia and the Panathenaea at Athens. Therefore, in trying to determine what a hiereus or hiereia does and knows, one size does not fit all. A second problem is a tendency, in even the best modern scholarship, to combine evidence from different places, South Italy and Sicily, mainland Greece, the Aegean Islands, Asia Minor, and time periods, the 7th century BCE through the 3rd century CE, in order to compile a composite picture of ritual activity. This methodology levels the differences that must have existed in various times and places, since the forms of religious activity, whether in polytheistic or monotheistic systems, are never static. They are constantly evolving. The proper procedure would be to divide the evidence for hierais and hierei by time, place, and type of sanctuary, and then to look for continuities and differences, as well as for innovations, both spatially and temporally. It would be a huge undertaking, but the results would be truer to reality than a composite picture subject to a vast number of exceptions and qualifications. The nature of priesthood. A hiereus, whether male or female, was an appointed public official who obtained office by birth, election, lot, or from sale. This last method became common during the Hellenistic period in Asia Minor and in islands off its coast, Dignas 2002. There were no priests of all the gods of a city nor even of a deity in general. Rather, one was always a hiereus or hiereia in a particular cult in a particular sanctuary, of Athena Polias or Athena Nike or Athena Parthenos, for instance, and one's authority and duties were restricted accordingly. Parker 2011, 53. The oldest priesthoods in Athens were hereditary and were held for life. These were the prerogative of aristocratic clans or descent groups, called genos. For instance, the Eumolpidae provided the hierophant, chief priest, and the Charikes the Deduchos, torchbearer, for the Eleusinian mysteries. From the Etiobutidae came the hereditary hiereia of Athena Polias and the hiereus of Poseidon Erechtheus. The gene never lost their control over the old traditional cults, not surprisingly, since ancient priesthoods could confer tremendous prestige on the holder, see especially Zen. Simp. 8.40 on Callias the Deduchos. From the middle of the 5th century BCE, however, the hiereus or hiereia of newly established civic cults were chosen by lot or by election from all Athenian citizens and tenure was normally annual. The earliest known example is the hiereia of the cult of Athena Nike, established in the 440s or 420s, who was selected by lot from all Athenian women, ML 44. The decree authorizing this, however, does not indicate how the sortition was to be conducted, from pre-selected candidates, for example, or whether the tenure was to be for life or only for 1 year. In most cases, the hiereus or hiereia had no special religious training or knowledge to bring to their office. What expertise they had was acquired on the job. Yet individuals who held a lifetime priesthood might acquire a good deal of ritual and technical knowledge over the course of a career. A famous example is Lysimachus, who, in the 5th century BCE, was the hierea of Athena Polias for 6 to 4 years, IG 234-53, Plin. HN 34.76. But what exactly did a hiereus or hierea need to know in order to discharge their duties? That question is not very easy to answer, and the details will have varied from case to case. Defining what it meant to be a priest or priestess has been a major, and mostly futile, obsession of modern scholarship. In the most basic terms, the chief responsibility of the hiereus was to manage the hiera, the offerings, sacrifices, and the sanctuary itself and its property, all of which were hiera or sacred, Michalson 2004, 11. But even these tasks were not the exclusive duties and privileges of a hiereus. Some public sacrifices were assigned to magistrates, and any citizen could perform an animal sacrifice without being a priest, either in his own home or even, with some restrictions, in a public sanctuary. Though the authority to sacrifice is one function of being a hiereus, it is not the defining one. From the fact that any citizen can sacrifice, it is logical to deduce that the hiereus cannot be considered the mediator, as is often claimed, between gods and men or between the gods and the polis. If there was a mediator in Greek religion, then that role was performed by the mantis. Yet even if the most conspicuous duty of a hiereus was to preside over a sacrifice of animal victims, he did not need to do any of the messy work that animal sacrifice entailed, since he was supported by various officials and attendants. A megaros, or butcher cook, did the actual killing and cooking, while the distribution of the sacrificial meat was handled by a krionomos. The hiereus, for his part, was expected to say the appropriate prayers and to undertake some ritual actions, such as placing the god's portion of the sacrificed animal on the altar. There were, to be sure, other activities apart from sacrifice that fell within the purview of the job description. These included managing the physical condition and finances of the sanctuary, making sure that the traditional rituals were performed at the right time in the right way, conducting rites of purification, in case of pollution, and issuing curses, at the direction of civic authorities, opening the temple in the morning, and overseeing the actions of individuals visiting the sanctuary. But, as with the act of killing the animal offered for sacrifice, it is very unclear to what extent the hierais and hierei did these things themselves. In 2 passages of his laws, 759a and 953a, Plato seems to imply that officials called neokoroi, a type of warden, were a common feature of sanctuaries, although literary references to them are sparse. A detailed inscription from the Amphictionian at Oropos specifies that the hiereus must be present not less than 10 days in each month, and that in his absence the neokoros is to be in charge of the sanctuary, LSCG 69, dated between 386 and 377 BCE. In an underappreciated passage of his Politics, 1322b 1829, Aristotle reveals that many duties, as well as some sacrifices, might be the specific responsibility of various civic officials. Another kind of supervision is that concerning the gods, for example, hierais and supervisors of matters concerned with the temples, such as the preservation of existing buildings and the restoration of those that are in disrepair, and with all of the other things that have been set aside for the gods. It happens that in some places there is only one supervisory office of this sort, for instance in small cities, but in others there are many offices that are separate from the priesthood, hierosyne, for example hieropoioi, performers of sacred rites, and neophylakes, temple guardians, and tamii, treasurers of sacred funds. Next to this is the supervision devoted to the management of all the public sacrifices that the Lord does not assign to the hierais, but to the officials who derive their honor from the common hearth. These officials are sometimes called archons, sometimes kings, and sometimes prytaneus, presidents. So one way to imagine a hiereus or hierea would be as a type of master of ceremonies in a public display of ritual performance, who, depending on the size and resources of the sanctuary, acted in concert with civic officials and was supported by a staff of variously skilled attendants. Nonetheless, a famous story recorded by Thucydides, for .133.23, reveals that daily manual tasks, even in a large and wealthy sanctuary, could not necessarily be passed on to others. During the same summer, of 423 BCE, the temple of Hera near Argos was burnt down. Chrysis the hierea had put a movable lamp too near the woolen fillets and had then gone to sleep, so that they all caught fire and were in a blaze before she noticed. In her fear of the Argives she fled that very night to Phlius, and the Argives, in accordance with the established law, appointed another hierea named Phoenix. Chrysis had served for 8 years of this war and half of the 9th when she went into exile. We know that this Chrysis had been the hierea of Hera at Argos for a total of 56.5 years, since Thucydides, 2.2.1, had used the 48th year of her priesthood as one means of dating the first year of the Peloponnesian War, 431 to 404 BCE. Pausanias, a travel writer of the late 2nd century CE, adds some intriguing details. 2.17.7 Chrysis went to Tegea and supplicated Athena Alia. Although so great a disaster had befallen them, the Argives did not take down the statue of Chrysis, and even to this day it stands in front of the burnt temple. It is noteworthy that Chrysis herself, and not some attendant or functionary, was living in the temple, or at least sleeping there, arranged lamps and fillets, made of highly flammable strips of wool, and was held personally responsible for the accident that ensued. She was important enough to have a statue erected of her, apparently in her lifetime, and for it to remain standing even after her disgrace, and for the officials of another famous temple in a different polis to give her permanent asylum. Here we have someone who, for more than half a century, held a very prestigious priesthood in a major sanctuary, yet was evidently responsible for fairly mundane tasks. Apart from their role in civic cults, women also acted as the hierarchy of private religious associations, and, for a fee, offered purification and initiation into esoteric cults. The Athenian orator Aeschines, according to his archenemy Demosthenes, Decor 259-60, as a young man had assisted his mother with the induction of initiates into such a private cult. Unlicensed religious specialists. The mention of private cults brings us to the vexed topic of the role, function, and status of unlicensed religious specialists, the most common name for whom was mantis. Even if, as Isocrates asserts, ad NIC 6, any citizen was thought competent to discharge the duties of being a hiereus, that was not true of being a mantis. Unlike the typical civic hiereus, a mantis was a purveyor of services that depended on technical knowledge, and, to a not negligible extent, on personal charisma, the ability to inspire confidence in oneself as someone possessing special skills, knowledge, and talents. We might describe mantes as migrant charismatic specialists, Burkett 1992, 42, who traveled from city to city offering supernatural services for a fee to anyone who was willing and able to pay. As is so often the case in the study of Greek religion, however, one can find exceptions to the general rule. Some mantes settled in a particular city or served the same general on military campaigns for many years. At the sanctuary of Olympia 2 mantes, one from the family of the Iamadae and another from the Clytiadae, not only practiced divination atop Zeus' altar, but were responsible for the care of the altar and for certain monthly sacrifices, which were duties of a kind that elsewhere normally belonged to hiereis, paus. The 13th of May 2011, the 15th of May 2010, Weniger 1915. In the Greek historians, a mantis is principally an expert in the art of divination, which is not surprising given that divination played an essential role in Greek warfare. But their range of ritual expertise was far broader. The archetypal seer was the legendary Melampos, who acted as diviner, healer, and purifier. In Aeschylus' Eumenides, 458 BCE, the Pythia refers, lines 61-3, to Apollo as healer-seer, Iatromantis, interpreter of omens, teratoskopos, and purifier, cathartes, mirroring the services that mortal mantes could provide. Whether they were additionally the purveyors of magiae, sorcery, will be discussed in the section names, attitudes, and specialization. In terms of divination, the mantis had to be ready to interpret all sorts of signs sent by the gods in the form of natural phenomena or the behavior of animals, especially birds, or dreams. While on military campaign, two types of sacrificial divination were of particular importance. One was the campground sacrifice, called hiera, and the other was the battle line sacrifice, called sphagia. Performing hiera entailed examining the victim's entrails, especially the liver. The victim was usually a sheep, whereas performing sphagia consisted of slitting the victim's throat, a goat or ram, while observing its movements and the flow of blood. Doubtless individuals from various social strata found themselves thus employed, but, at the high end of the pay scale, a mantis' authority and credibility in the eyes of his clients often depended on him belonging to an established clan, genos, of seers. The foremost distinguished were the Melampodidae, Iammidae, Clytiadae, and Teliadae. This was because mantic knowledge was inherently different from other types of technical know-how, such as medical knowledge. Like medical knowledge, it was technical and teachable, but, in addition, it was imagined as being an innate and inheritable gift. Since manuals of divination did not appear until the 4th century, and even then must have been schematic at best, it seems that a mantis might represent himself as having inherited an innate capacity for divination. It has been argued that these clan groupings were merely guilds in which members did not actually claim to be biologically descended from a common eponymous ancestor. Johnston 2008, 110-11. Herodotus, at least, did not view these kinship ties as obviously fictive. As he unambiguously reveals in a famous story about the seer Euenios and his alleged son Daphanos, 9:92-5, employment might depend on convincing others that the mantis was what he claimed to be, literally the blood descendant of another mantis, Flower 2008a. Female mantes are best known as the transmitters of divine communication at fixed oracular sites such as Delphi and Dodona. The Pythia at Delphi, who served as the mouthpiece for Apollo, is variously called mantis, prophetess, and promantis. Nothing in the study of Greek religion is more controversial than the question of the expertise of the inspired female mantis. Modern scholars are sharply divided whether any of them, and especially the Pythia, had the ability to prophesy in hexameter verse without male assistance. That debate is too large to enter into here. For diametrically opposed views, see Bowden 2005 and Flower 2008b, 211-39. However that may be, it would be erroneous to suppose that female mantes only played a passive role in divinatory rituals. An iconographically unique 5th century BCE grave stele from Mantinea depicts a woman holding a liver in her left hand, Mobius 1967. She probably did not go on campaign with armies, but battle was not the only venue in which a mantis might perform sacrificial divination. We can easily imagine a context in which a woman might interpret the entrails of a sacrificial animal within a private domestic setting, for instance, on the occasion of her client leaving home for war or travel or seeking to know whether a particular business venture or marriage was advantageous. It is also possible that she served the polis of Mantinea in a public capacity, since a mantis could be officially employed by the state. There is one other group of specialists with whom mantes shared an expertise in matters relating to the practice of divination. These individuals were called chrysmologoi, and they were the professional collectors, chanters, and interpreters of oracles. For a fee, chrysmologoi might offer to interpret oracles from their own personal collections, often attributed to legendary poets such as Musaios, HDT 7.6, often to private clients. Or, as at Athens in 481, HDT 7.142-3, they could presume, in a public assembly, to explain the meaning of oracles that had come from Delphi. A whole range of sources gives the impression that mantes and chrysmologoi were perceived as practicing related, but not identical, skill sets, at least in regard to public divination, contrasting views in Idinal 2007, 26-30 and Dillery 2005. 169-70. When Thucydides says, 8.1.1, that the Athenians in 413 BCE were angry both with the chrysmologoi and the mantes, and with as many others who, through the practice of divination, in some way at that time had caused them to hope that they would capture Sicily, he seems to be referring to two different categories of specialists. Yet there was nothing to prohibit an individual from mastering the expertise of both and calling himself by both designations, apart from the desire to specialize as a personal preference or marketing strategy. Names, attitudes, and specialization. This brings us to a highly controversial and important problem, one that simultaneously forces us to evaluate both our own conceptual biases and those of our sources. Our elite literary sources generally treat the mantis as a figure worthy of respect, someone who performs a useful and indeed indispensable social function, even if individual mantes are sometimes accused of fraud, especially in Greek tragedy. By contrast, other names for freelance ritual experts are invariably derogatory. These include magos, usually, but misleadingly, translated as magician, gotis, sorcerer sorceress, and agertes, begging priest. The gos may originally have been a specialist in raising the souls of the dead, Johnston 1999, Contradicki 2001, 13-14, but, like magos, the word mostly denotes an all-purpose sorcerer. There is also the pharmakias, male, and pharmakis, female, a provider of potions and spells. Only one text from the classical period uses magos in a positive sense when referring to Greek specialists. And matters are made even more complex by the fact that only one source, Plato, explicitly attributes the ritual expertise of the magos to the mantis. We are faced with two interrelated but distinct questions. First, was mantis a catch-all term for a freelance religious specialist who could offer clients a grab bag of supernatural skills and services, Idinal 2007, 27. In other words, did anyone ever admit to being a gos or a magos, or was the profession entered in the passport always mantis, Parker 2005, 134. Secondly, did these self-styled mantes usually offer a smorgasbord of different supernatural services, or did they tend to specialize in a particular skill? These questions are frustratingly difficult to answer, and they are implicated in a larger debate over whether it is ever useful to think in terms of ideal types of religious specialists, in the manner pioneered by Max Weber. On the surface, it may seem unlikely that no one, not even in private consultation, ever advertised himself or herself as a gos, pharmakias, or magos. The Dervini Papyrus, dating to the late 4th century BCE, refers to the magoi and initiates in what seems to be an Orphic or Dionysiac cult. Some scholars consider these magoi to be Persian priests, since that was the original meaning of the word. But a very convincing case has been made that these particular magoi are the Greek leaders of a private religious group, see BT 2004, 78-83, and columns 5-6 of the papyrus. If that interpretation is correct, then we have evidence that, in private settings, magos could be a positive self-ascription. Yet one notorious case does seem to suggest that names were fluid, even if mantis generally was the self-description of choice. Theris of Lemnos, who was active in mid-4th century Athens BCE, is called a pharmakis in a Demosthenic speech, Aristogite. 79-80, a hiereia by Plutarch, Democrat 14.4, and apparently a mantis by Philokoros, FGRH 328-F60, the Athenian polymath of the late 4th early 3rd century BCE. The 2nd century CE lexicographer, Harpocration, cites Philokoros as follows: Theris, Demosthenes in his speech against Aristogeiton, if it is genuine. Theris was a mantis, and she was condemned on a charge of impiety and put to death, as also Philokoros writes in Book 6. It is striking that Philokoros, who was himself a mantis practicing divination, and who wrote a book called On Divination, was willing to share that designation with Theris, who was publicly attacked for her allegedly harmful activities as a pharmakis. This would strongly suggest that, whatever her precise expertise, Theris advertised herself as a mantis, and, perhaps concurrently, a hiereia, as in Plutarch. There may indeed have been a strong legal incentive for calling oneself a mantis, since in cities other than Athens, if we can trust an unverifiable statement in Plato's Meno, 80b, anyone acting as a gos was subject to arrest. What makes any reconstruction of freelance ritual expertise so problematic is the fact that, by the late 5th century BCE, those who attempted to heal with purifications and incantations were harshly attacked by the practitioners of rational medicine. The author of the Hippocratic Treatise on the Sacred Disease asserts, too, those who first attributed a sacred character to this disease, epilepsy, seem to me to be like the Magoi, sorcerers, Cathatai, purifiers, Agurtai, beggar priests, and Alazones, charlatans, of our own day, men who pretend to be exceedingly pious and to have superior knowledge. The author claims that, because they had no treatment, they deemed this illness to be sacred in order that their ignorance might not be manifest. Although the practitioners of Hippocratic medicine were also in competition with Mantes in the treatment of disease, the latter, very strikingly, are missing from his list of quacks. Plato, writing a generation later, did not spare them. In a famous passage, he ridicules ritual specialists who wander from city to city offering supernatural services for a fee, Resp. 364b-e. Agurtai and Mantes frequent the doors of the rich and persuade them that they have obtained from the gods, through sacrifices and incantations, the power to heal them through pleasant rituals if some wrong was committed either by them or their ancestors. And if someone wishes to bring ruin upon an enemy, with small expense he will be able to harm the just and unjust alike, since they have the ability through certain enchantments and binding spells to persuade the gods, as they say, to serve them. And they produce a noisy din of books of Musaeus and Orpheus, the offspring of the moon and of the Muses, as they claim, and using these books in their sacrifices, they manage to persuade not only private individuals but even whole cities that there really are releases and purifications from unjust deeds by means of sacrifices and pleasant sport, some for the living and others for the dead. These releases and purifications they call initiations, teletai, which deliver us from evils there, in the underworld, while terrible things await those who have not sacrificed. Plato is here combining three different ritual activities that could be performed independently, causing harm through spells, expiation of crime through purification, and initiation into private mystery cults. He is not necessarily saying, however, that one and the same person could or did offer all of these services, only that whoever provided any one of them was called a mantis, or an Agurtes. His purpose is obviously to disparage Mantes in general, no matter their specific expertise, by associating them with the peddling of what he considered to be socially disreputable services. He takes an even more strident stand in the laws, see point 347 BCE, proposing life imprisonment as the punishment for those Mantes who claim to raise the souls, psychagogian, of the dead and who promise to persuade the gods by bewitching, gotuons, them through sacrifices, prayers, and incantations, 909-8, b6. Later, he refers to the fear aroused in those who see wax figurines, what we would call voodoo dolls, at doorways, or at points where three roads meet, or on the tombs of their ancestors, 933b, and the implication is that these have been made by Mantes. In Plato's view, those Mantes who attempt to bind or coerce the gods are guilty of impiety, leg. 908-9. He even specifies the death penalty as the punishment for any doctor who attempts harm through drugs or for any mantis or teratoskopos, interpreter of portents, who attempts to harm someone through binding curses, or incantations, or spells, leg. 933-e. Now, Plato's testimony that the purveyors of cursed tablets and of related supernatural weapons called themselves Mantes cannot be accepted uncritically as a reflection of social reality, because it was part of his utopian program to outlaw all private, unlicensed, and unsanctioned religious rituals, as well as their providers, from his ideal polis. Since Mantis was the term of highest social value, it served his purposes very well to use Mantes and teratoskopoi as umbrella terms to cover the whole range of freelance specialists. Yet, would Plato have made these claims in the Republic and Laws if none of his readers had ever met a purveyor of wax dolls, cursed tablets, in-house purifications from blood guilt, and potions of various sorts, who went by the self-styled title of Mantis? Despite qualms about his motives, we should probably accept his evidence that the job description in the passport was usually, if perhaps not invariably, Mantis. The contrast between Plato's description of the activities of Mantes and that in other sources should not lead us to posit a distinction between the professional class of seer who were attached to temples, such as the Pythia at Delphi, or to armies and the itinerant mantis who wandered from city to city offering their services for hire, as does Collins 2008a, 50-1. Such a distinction cannot hold, since the term professional is anachronistic in a world where certification did not exist and, apart from the mantes at oracular sanctuaries, all were, or could be, itinerate. Some mantes struck up long-term relationships with particular generals. Nicias is said to have relied upon Stilbides, Plut. NIC 23.5, and Aristander of Telmessos served both Philip II and then Alexander the Great. Some even established their families in a particular city, such as Taissamenos of Elis, who, in 479 BCE, demanded Spartan citizenship as payment for his services and whose descendants served as mantes at Sparta for generations to come. HDT 9.33-5, Flower 2008a. But, in general, the occupation of military mantis was characterized by serving the highest bidder, whoever that might be. A particularly noteworthy example of the itinerant mantis who sold his services is Silanos from Ambracia. He was the personal mantis to the Persian prince, Cyrus the Younger, during Cyrus' unsuccessful attempt to overthrow his brother, King Artaxerxes II, in 401 BCE, with the aid of an army of some 10,000 Greek mercenaries. Xenophon, in the Anabasis, gives a vivid account of his own less than satisfactory dealings with Silanos. We first encounter this mantis in the context of the king's failure to offer battle, the 1st of July 2018. Cyrus summoned the Ambraciot mantis Silanos and gave him 3,000 gold darics, because when sacrificing 11 days previously, he had said to him that the king would not fight within 10 days. Cyrus had said, "Then he shall not fight at all if he shall not fight within these days. If you should prove to be speaking the truth, I promise you 10 talents. At that time he gave him the gold, since the 10 days had passed. Silanos' prediction that 10 days would pass without a battle is not the kind of information that was normally obtained by inspecting the liver and entrails of a sacrificial victim, since usually the signs were either favorable or unfavorable for a particular course of action, or, more rarely, revealed impending danger. Xenophon has temporarily displaced this incident in order to create dramatic suspense before the Battle of Cunaxa, but it is easy to infer that the original context was the campground sacrifice. If so, then Silanos need have said no more than that the sacrifices were propitious for marching out, or, more boldly, that the king would not fight on that particular day. Obviously, he took a gamble of sorts, whether consciously or not, and made a much more elaborate prediction than was expected from this particular ritual. This gamble paid off extremely handsomely, since 10 talents was a huge fortune. Cyrus, for his part, wrongly inferred that the king was not planning to fight at all, and that inference was one of the contributing factors that caused him to be caught completely unprepared on the day of the battle. When, during the subsequent retreat of the Greek mercenaries, Xenophon conceived the idea of founding a colony on the coast of the Black Sea, he decided to make a preliminary divinatory sacrifice before mentioning this idea to the soldiers. 5.6.15, 19, 28-30. He apparently did not feel competent to do this himself, and so he summoned Silanos to conduct the sacrifice for him. Silanos, however, did not want Xenophon's plan to succeed, because he desperately wanted to get back to Greece with the money that he had been given by Cyrus. So he leaked Xenophon's scheme to the army, and that got Xenophon into considerable trouble. If mantes were as unscrupulous as Plato claims, why did Silanos not simply tell Xenophon that the omens were unfavorable for discussing a colony? The reason is provided by Xenophon himself when he defends his actions before the army, the 5th of June 1929. Silanos the mantis responded with respect to the most important point that the omens from sacrifice were favorable. For he knew that I too was not inexperienced on account of my always being present at sacrifices. But he said that treachery and a plot against me appeared in the omens, since he indeed knew that he himself was plotting to slander me to you. Since no two livers look exactly alike, there was a subjective element in the mantis evaluation of a particular liver's size, shape, texture, and color, as well as of its gate and portal vein. Collins 2008b. There were some features that were always bad, for instance, if the liver was missing a caudate lobe, and others that were probably evaluated on a sliding scale. Yet Xenophon apparently knew how to read livers and entrails, and therefore Silanos could not claim that the signs were negative. Perhaps Silanos consciously invented the plot against Xenophon in order to discourage him, but, even so, it was not a fabricated interpretation in the sense that Silanos accurately predicted his own actions in slandering Xenophon. Silanos' authority, interestingly enough, only extended to divination. When he attempted to oppose a vote to punish runaways, the 5th of June 1934, the assembled troops shouted him down and threatened him with punishment if he tried to run away himself. Nonetheless, we later learn that a different mantis is conducting the sacrifice for the generals, because Silanos the mantis had already run away, having hired a boat out of Heraclea, the 6th of April 2013. Throughout the Anabasis, Silanos is depicted as being simultaneously a highly unscrupulous self-serving character and an extremely competent mantis. Even so, if we are to believe Plato, one thing, surprisingly, is missing from this very full account. There is never any suggestion that Silanos employed any sort of supernatural weapon in order to bind the tongue of his eloquent opponent when Xenophon denounced him before the army. Is that because the historical Silanos did not have the appropriate expertise? Or is it because Xenophon, as the author of the Anabasis, did not deign to include references to what he probably considered bad religion in his narrative? The gap between Plato's philosophical treatment of Mantes and Xenophon's literary, historical treatment is difficult, but perhaps not impossible, to bridge. There are two passages from Xenophon that are suggestive. According to Plato, purification from wrongdoing was one of the services offered by itinerant Mantes. In the Anabasis, we find the Mantes recommending a purification of the army after a period of internal dissension during which some foreign ambassadors had been impiously slain, the 5th of July 1935. Hippocrates says that Magoi asserted the ability to control the weather, Morb. Sacca 1.29-30. And Empedocles of Acragas, c.492-432 BCE, apparently claims in his poem Purifications, F111, that he can teach how to stay the force of unwearied winds and, more spectacularly, to bring from Hades the life force of a dead man. Xenophon relates, and 4.5. It was up to potential clients to locate the specialist who could offer the range of services for which they were looking. It was up to potential clients to locate the specialist who could offer the range of services for which they were looking. Conclusion. Due to the scattered and partial nature of the evidence, it is very difficult to talk of change over time, whether in terms of evolution of priestly and mantic functions from simple to more complex forms, or of devolution from a number of different specialists, with separate designations, to all-purpose providers. The situation in Sparta, where the two kings also held important priesthoods, HDT 6.56, has the look of a survival from a much earlier time, Dark Age Greece, when priestly and royal power was vested in the same individual. Later, during the Archaic Age, such power was divested into various elected magistrates, such as the 9 archons at Athens. But all such schematic reconstructions must remain hypothetical, since our knowledge of early Greek society is so thin. It is tempting, but methodologically flawed, to employ evidence from imperial-era writers, such as Diogenes Laertius, 3rd century CE, or Plutarch, 1st century CE, to reconstruct the position of supernatural specialists, such as Epimenides or Empedocles, in archaic and early classical Greece. The problem is that the legends about these early figures were elaborated and expanded over time. It should give us considerable pause that Aristotle, Ath. Paul 1, and Plato, Leg. 642d, placed the purificatory sacrifices of Epimenides at Athens 100 years apart. Nonetheless, a few observations can be advanced about developments in the classical and Hellenistic periods. The purchase of priesthoods became increasingly common in Asia Minor during the Hellenistic period, but it would be a large undertaking to compare and contrast classical and Hellenistic evidence for the role, expertise, and functions of the Hiereus and Hiereia. On the other hand, cosmologoi largely disappear from the historical record after 413 BCE. Although they appear fairly frequently in 5th century sources, by the early 4th century it is hard to find a trace of them. Xenophon makes numerous references to Mantes, but only once mentions a Cosmologos, Diopeides, probably an Athenian, who became involved in the struggle over the royal succession at Sparta in 400 BCE. Hell. 3.3.3 Local Boeotian Cosmologoi are said to have consulted with the Theban general Epaminondas before the Battle of Leuctra in 371 BCE. Diod. Sic 15.54.2, probably drawing on the 4th century historian Ephoros of Kyme. Had Cosmologoi as a group discredited themselves during the Peloponnesian War because their predictions had mostly proved false, or had the greater circulation of written texts made their particular expertise obsolete? The Mantis, however, never seems to have lost her or his authority, even as new forms of political power, as well as of divination, such as astrology, developed in the Hellenistic age. Curse tablets begin in the 6th century BCE and continue to the 8th century CE. In Attica they first appear in the mid-5th century BCE and are most prevalent in the 4th, just when Plato was writing. Although the tablets themselves do not indicate whether they are the handiwork of a specialist provider, it is a fair assumption that self-styled Mantes Magoi at all times enjoyed a brisk business in making and activating them. It is certain that Mantes skilled in the art of divination still found plentiful employment throughout the Hellenistic period, since kings and commoners alike relied on their advice and guidance as much as they had in earlier periods of Greek history. Suggested reading. Henriks, 2008, lists 30 different attempts at defining a Greek priest and shows that they are all problematic in one way or another, whereas Chaniotis, 2008, surveys a great deal of inscriptional evidence for ritual expertise across time and place. A detailed exposition of the evidence for cult personnel is in the CI 5.1-65. Connolly 2007 is devoted to Greek priestesses. For priests specifically at Athens, see Clinton 1974, Garland 1984, 1990, Lambert 2010, and Horster and Clockney 2011. Mantes and Cosmologoi are treated in detail by Pritchett 1979, 47-90, Dillery 2005, and Flower 2008b. Note also Bowden 2003 and Bremer 1993, 1996. Kett 1966 is a prosopography of named Mantes. For pre-battle sacrifices, see especially Jameson 1991 and Parker 2000. Magic and divination are usefully surveyed by Collins 2008a and Johnston 2008, respectively. Dickey 2001 is a very thorough exploration of magicians in both Greece and Rome. For the role of oracles and cursing in Greek society one should consult Idenow 2007. For theorists, see Idenow 2010, and for divination in Xenophon's Anabasis, Parker 2004 and Flower 2012. Judicious accounts of all issues relating to religious expertise are in Parker 2005, 2011. Chapter 21. New Gods. Ralph Anderson. Introduction. The apparent ease and frequency with which the Greek polis added new deities to their pantheons is an intriguing feature of Greek religion. New deities could be imported from outside the city, or a familiar god might be offered cult under a new title. The introduction of new gods raises important questions for our understanding of both Greek religion and its relationship with other areas of Greek culture, practice, and experience, what it was the Greeks sought from their gods, how religious innovation was authorized, the relationship between politics and religion, and how religion reflected community history and identity as they changed over time. The readiness of the Greeks to adopt new gods may also challenge modern, Western conceptions of the nature of religion. From a perspective informed by Christianity, in which a long-lasting and exclusive commitment to a single deity is central, the Greeks' willingness to adopt new deities appears incongruous. At the very least, one might expect some indications of spiritual dissatisfaction prior to the adoption of a new god. However, such expectations would misconstrue not only what happens when a new god is welcomed into a community, but also the nature of Greek religion more generally. How to introduce a new god, pragmatism and authority. The acquisition of a new god by a community in no way represented a religious conversion, or a spiritual or theological revolution. As far as the Greeks were concerned, they shared the world with a vast range of divine and semi-divine beings. Any or all of them could impinge on human life, and all, in principle, deserved cult. There was no necessary incompatibility between the community's familiar gods and any potential newcomer. The introduction of a new god amounted to a decision by the community to establish a cult to one more deity in addition to the extensive pantheon already receiving worship. See, in this volume, DC, Chapter 24, and Ekrath, Chapter 26. This decision rested mainly on pragmatic grounds that reflected what the Greeks hoped for from their gods. A central consideration was the value of cultivating a relationship with a deity that had shown itself willing to help the city or which might help in future. Just as with new alliances with other cities, potential benefits, costs, and obligations had to be carefully examined. A new god would require a cult in his or her honor and a sanctuary. A simple sanctuary might entail only the purchase or donation and dedication of a small plot of land and the erection of an altar. However, this was a minimum, and further features, such as a temple and cult statue, and possibly ancillary buildings, such as dining rooms, were desirable if not absolutely necessary. A large cult would need an endowment, usually in the form of more land, to cover the cost of sacrifices, maintenance, and sanctuary officials. Garland 1992, 21. Costs could accumulate rapidly and would have to be borne either by the sponsors of the new cult or by the polis itself, that is, by the community collectively. Either way, the city would need to be convinced that the new god would earn his or her keep. Herodotus 5.80-1 offers an illuminating, if negative, example, albeit one relating to hero cult. When Thebes asked Aegina for military assistance against Athens, the Aeginetans sent them their heroes, the sons of Iacchos. When they proved useless, the Thebans returned them and asked for men instead. Garland 1992, 1. Such pragmatism is entirely consistent with the quasi-contractual aspect of Greek religion, in which a trade in favors, based around ideas of gift exchange and charis, loomed large. Parker 1998. However, any community had only finite resources, both material and cognitive, to devote to cult, and this meant that new gods could not be adopted lightly. A new god would compete with existing cults for offerings and attention, and this could diminish the honors paid to established deities. Vested interests, such as powerful families that held prestigious priesthoods of other gods, would need to be won over. Garland 1992, 19-20. Moreover, the impact of the new cult on relations with other human communities needed consideration. The sharing of cults was a common element in the construction of alliances between cities. The decision to adopt a new god was, therefore, a complex and multifaceted one, but pragmatic rather than theological or doctrinal concerns predominated. In Greece, authority in religious matters was highly dispersed, with each polis the master of its own religious life. For a complex decision that could potentially affect the fortunes of the whole community, the only appropriate venues were those presented by the polis political systems. Savinian Wood 2000a. In democratic Athens, from 460 BCE onwards, the council and the assembly authorized the introduction of new cults. The decision belonged to the Athenian people. Garland 1992, 19, Parker 1996, 124. 129-31, 2005b, 61-2. Priests had relatively little formal influence on the process and no general religious power. If they could speak with authority in the assembly at all, it was only on matters pertaining to their own sanctuaries. Seers and oracle interpreters, by contrast, could and did contribute, but only as expert advisors, able to guide the demos, not command it. Garland 1990. Savinian Wood 2000v, 38, Parker 2005a, 91-5, and, in this volume, Flower, Chapter 20. Evidence is scarcer for Sparta, but the close association of the kings with religious matters suggests that religious innovation was regulated by the normal sources of authority in the polis there, too. HDT 6.56, on Spartan religion, see Parker 1989 and Richer 2010. Indeed, this appears to have been the general rule in Polis, Parker 2005b, 61. Two important qualifications must be noted. First, Polis did not operate in isolation. Panhellenic sources of religious authority existed in the form of major oracles such as Delphi and Dodona, which were routinely consulted by Polis considering cultic innovations. See, in this volume, Ilse Johnston, Chapter 32. The initiative rested with a polis to consult the oracle, framing the question and acting on the response as it thought best. Direct instructions from the oracle would usually be followed, but often the details were left to the discretion of the inquiring polis. Only rarely did the oracles instigate a new cult unasked. Parker 1985, Savinuin Wood 2000a, 20-1. Second, while a polis claimed the right to regulate religion within its territory, enforcement was another matter, especially in large polis such as Athens. In general, polis lacked extensive state means of enforcement. The onus was on individual citizens to police their peers, albeit using the institutions of the city to do so. Parker 2005b, 63-8. However, it is not obvious that polis attempted, even in this limited way, to regulate the ability of citizens, including women, to establish new sanctuaries on private land to gods already acknowledged by the community. Inscriptions from the shrine established around 400 BCE by one Xenocratia at Phaleron in Attica to the local river god, Kephisos, give no sign that permission was either sought or required. Garland 1992, 20, Purvis 2003, 14-30. Earlier in the century, Themistocles had established a shrine to Artemis under the novel title Aristobul, the best advisor, in gratitude for his own inspired strategies during the Second Persian War. Themistocles' self-congratulation offended many, but the foundation of the cult was not in itself impious. Garland 1992, 73-8. Woe betide, however, the citizen who introduced an altogether unfamiliar deity without permission. This could be regarded as impiety, especially in troubled times, and dealt with severely, as in the case of Socrates. Garland 1992, 136-51, Parker 2005b, 65-8, Idenau 2010. Such instances may have been rare, and, in the case of Socrates, political factors almost certainly lay behind the religious charges, but the use of the institutional mechanisms of the polis, its citizen juriscourts, again asserts the primacy of the polis in deciding which gods would receive cult within its territory. The primacy of the polis also dictated which gods would be regarded as foreign or new, not only those of Barbaroi, non-Greeks, but also those of all other Greeks. Pan and Asclepios, from Arcadia and Epidaurus respectively, were just as much foreign gods, Xenokoitheoi, in 5th century Athens as Thracian Bendis, and, like Bendis, needed formal introduction. Even common, Panhellenic deities, such as Zeus or Athena, could be foreign if they were introduced into a city in new form or under a new cult title. Thus, Zeus Kinaios of Euboea, Poseidon Caloreates of Calorea, and Athena Aetonia of Thessaly and Boeotia were all newcomers to Athens in the Archaic period, even though Zeus, Athena, and Poseidon were already well known there. Parker 1996, 157-8. As Savinuin Wood, 2000a, 18, noted, each polis determined not only which deities were particularly important to it and which aspect of each deity it would emphasize, but also the precise articulation of the cult. Its particular modalities, see further, in this volume, Vlasopolis, Chapter 18. Local differences in the representation of different gods and the configuration of relations between them mattered, and these differences were governed by the polis. Why bring in a god? Pan in Athens. We know little about the people who advocated cults of new gods and championed them through the city's institutional processes. Individuals are rarely recorded, though groups are more often named. Even when individuals are named, the sources show little interest in their character. There is little suggestion that individual advocates of new gods were particularly holy or pious, even when they had received an epiphany of the god whose cult they proposed. Garland 1992, 18. Where the debate is visible to us, the focus is on the credibility of the claims made for the benefits the god had brought or might bring. For instance, early in the 5th century, the Athenians established a shrine of Pan beneath their Acropolis and instituted an annual festival featuring a torch race and sacrifices. Herodotus, 6. 105, explains that this was done following the Battle of Marathon in response to an epiphany of the god experienced by the runner, Philippides, who had carried the Athenians' unsuccessful request for help to Sparta. The god met Philippides as he crossed Mount Parthenion in Arcadia and, addressing him by name, asked him why the Athenians paid him no attention despite his friendliness towards them and the help he had given them and would give them in the future. After the battle, Herodotus says, the Athenians accepted Philippides' story as true and established the cult. The Athenian tradition which Herodotus reported based the cult on the individual testimony of Philippides, reinforced by the victory at Marathon, a victory so great and unexpected that divine assistance was a reasonable, perhaps even a necessary, inference. However, while Philippides' story provides an origin story, for the cult, it is unlikely that Philippides established a new state cult single-handedly. A dedication made by Miltiades, the architect of the victory at Marathon, to goat-footed Pan of Arcadia, the one who fought against the Medes and with the Athenians, suggests that senior Athenian commanders were prepared to accept Philippides' story and support the cult. Garland 1992, 50-1, 59-60. Miltiades' motives are opaque but, as with Themistocles and his cult of Artemis, Aristobule probably included a mixture of piety, gratitude, and a desire to commemorate both the victory itself and his own part in it. Garland also detects hints of possible Athenian economic connections with the communities of Arcadia in the early 5th century, in which Attic silver paid for Arcadian timber, vital for the Athenian fleet, 1992, 60N.7. More recently, however, Jim Roy, 1999, 334-5, has cast doubt on the existence of this Arcadian timber export trade. Nevertheless, some form of contact between Athenians and Arcadians before the Persian Wars is probable, though the current state of the evidence makes it impossible to prove any particular arrangement. I am grateful to Jim Roy for this point. Behind the introduction of Pan, then, may lie not only Philippides' experience in the mountains of Arcadia and the dramatic events of Marathon, but also the piety and ambitions of senior Athenian military and political leaders, and perhaps even some Athenian interests among the communities of Arcadia. The story of Philippides provides an appealing action, but it potentially conceals as much as it reveals, masking both the identity of the individuals and factions involved and their motivations. Religion and politics, Asclepios in Athens. A similarly complex mix of motivations surrounds the arrival of Asclepios in Athens from Epidaurus in 420-19 BCE. Since Asclepios specialized in healing and Athens had been afflicted by plague between 430 and 426 BCE, his arrival has been seen as uniquely free of political considerations and motivated purely by a desire for healing in a disease-ravaged city, e.g. Edelstein 1945, 2.108-25. Garland 1992, 130-1, Parker 1996, 180. By contrast, other gods introduced into Athens in the 5th century are taken to reflect the military and political ambitions of the city. As noted in the section Why Bring in a God? Pan in Athens, Pan reflected the shock of Marathon. Likewise, the arrival of the Thracian goddess Bendis around 430 BCE reflected long-standing Athenian ambitions in the region and may have been intended to consolidate a military partnership with Thrace. Garland 1992, 112, Parker 1996, 170-5, Wittkaiser 2008, 96, see Planos 2000 on the date of her arrival. Against this background, Asclepios' arrival is unique in being credited with no political dimension at all. Wittkaiser, however, argues that Asclepios' arrival was connected not only with healing, but also with Athenian imperial ambitions in the northeast Peloponnese, particularly the area around Epidaurus, 2008, 90-105. The arrival of his cult, therefore, raises questions about the relationship of the religious and the political in Greece. Since we have unusually detailed and secure information about Asclepio's arrival, it is possible to explore these questions in depth. Our principal source is the so-called Telemachus monument, a double-sided relief sculpted marble slab sitting atop a marble column on which was inscribed an account of the early years of the sanctuary. The inscription is fragmentary, but dates to c. 400 BCE and no earlier than 41211, so it is at least contemporary. Parker 1996, 177, Witt-Kaiser 2008, 67. A second tradition gives the tragedian, Sophocles, as Dection, receiver, a role in the initial reception of Asclepios. However, this rests on later sources and is hard to substantiate. Alisher 1989, 9-11, Witt-Kaiser 2008, 66-7. According to the inscription, Asclepios came up from Z Harbor in the Piraeus at the time of the Greater Eleusinian Mysteries, and lodged temporarily in the city Eleusinian. Telemachus transferred him by chariot, or wagon, from there to his new sanctuary on the south side of the Acropolis. There the problems begin. Asclepios may either have been accompanied by an attendant from Epidaurus, or have arrived in the form of a sacred snake. Either diakonon, attendant, or draconta, snake, may be restored in the inscription. Parker 1996, 178-9, Witt-Kaiser 2008, 67-72. Worse, there is even some possibility that Telemachus himself, usually assumed to have been an Athenian sponsor of the cult, may not have been Athenian at all, but rather an Epidaurian who moved to Athens to oversee the cult's installation there. Parker 1996, 178-9. Despite the difficulties of the inscription, it is clear that the cult of Asclepios did not arrive in Athens without the involvement of powerful groups in the city. Temporary accommodation in the city Eleusinian suggests support from the priesthood of the Eleusinian cult, including the great Genos of the Kerykes, even if, as the inscription says, the Kerykes contested some or all of the land the sanctuary was founded on the very next year. See Alisher 1989, 8-9 and Garland 1992, 126, though Witt-Kaiser 2008, 74-5 suggests the Kerykes may have disputed on Asclepios' behalf against a third party. Moreover, the festival of the Epidauria, which commemorated the arrival of Asclepios, was integrated into the program of the Eleusinian Mysteries, further suggesting close cooperation between the cults. Parker 1996, 179-80, Witt-Kaiser 2008, 74-5. It has been suggested that Asclepios' cult in Athens began as a private cult, founded by an individual, Telemachus, but open to all. Alisher 1989, 7-9, 72-85. However, it is unlikely that a lone individual, even with powerful friends, could gain such a prestigious location for his cult, or have its festival integrated into the program of a major polis festival, without at least some measure of state approval. Parker 1996, 180-1, Witt-Kaiser 2008, 71-2. Moreover, similarities between the architectural decor of the earliest building in Asclepios' sanctuary, the Ionic Stoa, and the erect Hyon on the Acropolis above, suggest the Athenian state directly invested in the new cult. Melfi 2007, 327-31. Asclepios clearly had extensive help, both public and private, in establishing a home in Athens. Athenian interest in Asclepios has conventionally been explained as a response to the trauma of the plague, which fed desire for a new and more effective source of divine protection from disease. Asclepios was the best candidate, so it is claimed, but could not be imported from the Peloponnese until after the Peace of Nicaea temporarily halted the Peloponnesian War in 421, Alisher 1989, 7, Garland 1992, 131-2, Parker 1996, 180. In this view, Asclepios was imported solely for his healing powers, and was installed at the first practical opportunity. Witt-Kaiser, however, argues that the introduction of Asclepios was closely implicated in Athenian foreign policy. Epidaurus was strategically important for Athens because of its location on the Saronic Gulf coast in the northeastern Peloponnese, and the Athenians attacked the city repeatedly during the 420s in an attempt to bring it under their control. Against this background, a political element to the introduction of Asclepios to Athens is not implausible. The Peace of Nicaea prevented the Athenians from attacking Epidaurus, which was allied to Sparta, but this did not mean that Athenian designs on the city ceased. Kaiser detects signs of a short-lived attempt, led by a faction that included prominent members of the Cherokes, to build a consensual alliance between the two polos. The export of Asclepios to Athens played a key role in establishing the alliance. She interprets the naming by the Athenians of one of their two festivals of Asclepios as the Epidauria as a deliberate effort to emphasize links between the cities. Inscriptional evidence also suggests that Epidaurian personnel participated in both the transfer of Asclepios to Athens and its later commemoration. She concludes that Athens did not abduct Asclepios but negotiated his importation, and the Epidaurians, for their part, willingly cooperated. Kaiser 2008, 97-8. However, if the Epidaurians hoped that this would secure them relief from Athenian aggression and potentially recruit Athens as an ally against their hostile neighbor, Argos, they were quickly disappointed. Athenian policy shifted as a more aggressive faction, opposed to the Peace of Nicaea, prevailed. Athens allied itself with Argos, and Argos, not bound by the peace, was free to attack Epidaurus. Kaiser 2008, 99-100. The alliance lasted long enough to establish Asclepios in Athens, but fell victim to Athenian factional politics, leaving Asclepios' cult behind as the relic of a failed diplomatic venture. Does this connection between Athenian strategic interest and the introduction of Asclepios provide us with the real reason for the transfer of the cult? To pose the question more polemically, should we assume that military and political objectives provide a more genuine explanation of cult transfers than what are, to us, less tangible religious factors? Nilsson, after all, regarded the adoption of new gods as a well-known expedient to unite an incorporated district with the ruling city, 1951. 33, compared to 45, Kaiser 2008, 96, compared to Garland 1992, 115. There is some merit in this view. Cult transfers clearly do occur between cities that are linked by military, political, economic, or social ties. However, to view them as a mere disguise for socio-political power, Kint 2012, 89, is to underestimate the value of the new cult as a benefit to the receiving city in its own right. Athenian interest in a new god of healing and Athenian interest in a strategically important city are not incompatible, nor should the former be regarded as a mere reflection or token of the latter. We may not believe that Asclepios could heal anything, or that Pan could help in battle, but we should not automatically assume either that the Greeks shared our skepticism, or that they approached the adoption of new gods as a cynical cloak for political objectives. Kint 2012, 89, compared to 56-7. Explaining change over time. The historical biography of a city as it unfolded over time became embedded in its cultic life. The introduction of new cults can be linked with crises and upheavals. For example, the cults of Pan and Boreas and the heroic honors paid annually to the dead of Marathon embedded the shock, loss, and triumph of the Persian Wars in Athenian cult. Earlier, Cleisthenes' reorganization of Attica had given new prominence to the eponymous heroes of his 10 new tribes, Kearns 1985. New cults can reflect interstate and interregional connections and alliances. For example, the presence in Athens of Zeus Kinios, Poseidon Caloreates, and Athena Aetonia perhaps reflects earlier Athenian involvement in vanished archaic Amphictionies stretching into Euboea, Thessaly, and Boeotia, Parker 1996, 28. Similarly, the presence of cults of Athena mistress of Athens, Athena Athnon Medeusa, in many cities of the Delian League manifests those cities' entanglement with imperial Athens, Garland 1992, 106-9. As Kearns, this volume, Chapter 3, notes, change was normal, though not always uncontroversial, in Greek religion. Some potential for understanding the traffic of gods and their cults within and between communities is offered by network theory, Collar 2009, Idenow 2011. Collar, for example, employs it to explore the spread of the monotheistic cult of Theos Hypsistos through the Roman Empire. Significantly, network analysis offers explanations for the spread of religious innovations that do not depend upon the inherent merit of the innovations themselves. Rather than asserting that migrating cults spread because they are superior to others or that they answer some deficiency in the religious systems of the communities which adopt them, network theory explains the spread of cults in terms of the structure of networks of communication between individuals and communities, or nodes. Cults that spread do so because they originate in areas of the network that are conducive to accepting or disseminating change. Conversely, a perfectly good innovation may fail to spread simply because the configuration of the area of the network in which it arises hinders the acceptance or dissemination of a new idea or practice. Koller 2009, 153. Thus, we might infer that Pan, Asclepios, Bendis, Sabazios, and the other deities that entered Athens during the 5th century did so not solely because of any particular need they may have fulfilled for the Athenians but because the nature, frequency, and strength of connections between Athens and their home regions favored their transfer. There may have been many other deities, Greek or barbarian, that could have flourished in Athens, but which either never reached the city or failed to gain acceptance there because of the position at which they entered Athens' network of extraterritorial connections. Counterfactual claims like this are hard to substantiate. However, one may speculate that those deities, cults, and rituals that gained only marginal acceptance in the official discourse of the polis, such as the cult of Sabazios, Orphic ritual, and that loose constellation of practices now grouped under the heading of magic, are indications of such narrowly failed transfers. Analysis of the network routes by which these cults and practices entered Athens can potentially contribute to a broad explanation of their failure to gain full acceptance by the institutions of the polis. On this point, see Idenow 2011. The insight of network theory is to highlight the importance of social connectivity in determining the susceptibility of an individual or community to change. However, in stressing network connectivity as the determining factor in cultural change, network analysis can neglect cultural, cognitive, and psychological factors. Brager 2004, 518-19. Idenow, 2011, attempts to bridge this gap by combining network theory with a study of social narratives about identity. The receptivity of a node is not, therefore, determined solely by its network position but also by factors such as culture and identity. Another possible approach is offered by various strands of post-colonial analysis, particularly that associated with the work of Homi Bhabha, which emphasizes the ambiguity and instability of identity in the colonial encounter. Bhabha has been criticized for underplaying the violence and brutality of the colonial enterprise, Asim 2001, 239. But his presentation of cultural interaction as a two-way process of mutual modification and his emphasis on the production of novel hybrid or Creole forms in the interstices created by colonial contact suggest a useful line of inquiry into the traffic in new gods in the ancient Mediterranean. Religion is an area in which the impact of neighboring cultures on the Greek world has long been acknowledged, e.g. Burkett 1992, Nugel 2007, Morris 2012, 397. The spread of the cult of Mita to Greece in the late 7th and 6th centuries is one example that illustrates the process of hybridization well. Mita, mother, originated in Anatolia, where she was known in Phrygian inscriptions as Mata or Matokubileia, the mother of the mountain, from which her alternative Greek name, Kybele, derives. Phrygian reliefs depict her in the form of a robed, standing woman framed by the walls and gable end of a building. Greek representations from Miletus in the second quarter of the 6th century likewise present Mita as a standing figure framed by a naskos. However, by the middle of the century, the Ionian Greeks began to depict her as seated within her naskos, often holding a lion in her lap, probably because the enthroned posture better captured for Greek viewers the power of the goddess. Rowland 1999, 125-32. Mita's Phrygian iconography was thus adapted by Greek sculptors to conform to Greek notions of divinity, and it was this image that spread to the rest of the Greek world, including Magna Graecia. Ironically, it was only as her cult was adopted by Greeks that meter acquired her characteristic attribute, the tympanon or tambourine, in both visual and literary representations. Although the instrument originated in the Near East, it is not attested in Phrygia and was not part of Phrygian Mutter's cult. The Greeks may have added it because they associated it with wild, emotionally arousing music and ecstatic dancing, hallmarks, for them, of Meter's cult. However, there is no evidence for such emotionalism in Phrygian Mutter's cult, and this also may be a Greek innovation, inspired by Greek perceptions of the exotic East. Roller 1999, 136-7. When Meter reached her new homes in Greece, she became part of pantheons radically different from her original setting, which further modified her persona and meaning for her worshippers. Parker 1996, 189, Roller 1999, 2, 119. The Meter who settled in mainland Greece and the Western colonies was not, therefore, a transparently transplanted element of Phrygian religion, but a reimagined, hybrid form, neither fully Greek nor fully Phrygian, that blended together both Greek and Anatolian elements. Roller 1999, 121-2. The scope for hybrid forms to emerge from cross-cultural contact is obvious. Less obvious is the degree to which gods might be reimagined as they traveled within the Greek world. Doherty and Kirky, 2003, 6, argue that, because of the internal variegation and plurality of Greek culture, the models of cultural interaction, hybridization, and reinvention that post-colonial theory offers can be applied to interactions between Greeks and Greeks as well as between Greeks and non-Greeks. On this principle, see also Antonaccio 2003, 58-61, and, ultimately, Baba 1993, 299-300. Thus, we might regard, for example, Pan in Athens as a reimagined hybrid, rather than a simple recreation of an Arcadian deity. After all, the use of caves in his worship and his close association with the nymphs were features of his Athenian, not his Arcadian, cult. Just 1985, 459-60, Parker 1996, 164-5. New gods for new empires, Serapis in Hellenistic Egypt. The major cities of the Hellenistic kingdoms, such as Alexandria, presented a vast array of deities and religious practices. Potter 2003, 407-8, Michalson 2007, 208, which can illustrate the use of these two theories. The religious life of the period is highly diverse, to the extent that the notion of a uniform Hellenistic religion is untenable. Conservatism in some areas contrasts with innovation in others. Many of these innovations may be approached through network or post-colonial perspectives. The political reorganization of the Eastern Mediterranean, which Alexander and his successors achieved, reconfigured networks across the whole region. Locations that this reconfiguration transformed into regional and international hubs were particularly likely to receive new cults of foreign deities. Tiny Delos, which achieved new prominence as an international trade port, received cults of Egyptian Serapis and Isis, of Atargatis and Hadad from Syria, and eventually Baal and Astarte. Alongside them, the cults of the traditional gods of the polis, such as Apollo and Artemis, Zeus Peleus and Athena Polias, continued. Michalson 2007, 209. Even relatively conservative Athens permitted cult associations to be formed by foreign residents for the worship of their own gods, such as Isis and Baal, without abandoning its traditional religious repertoire. Parker 1996, 256-81, Michalson 2007, 210-13. In Hellenistic Egypt, the country's complex ethnic and cultural mix was fertile ground for religious innovations and the emergence of hybrid forms. Under Ptolemaic rule, Egypt received a new influx of settlers from diverse ethnic and cultural backgrounds, including Greeks, Macedonians, Jews, and others, joining earlier communities of immigrants. Thompson 1988, 17, Dunand 2004, 240-1. Royal and priestly power had long been closely intertwined. Royal power was legitimized through sacralization, in return for royal support for the priesthood and major sanctuaries. Dunand 2004, 198 to 202, 238. See further, in this volume, Bible, Chapter 41. The Ptolemies continued this relationship. However, despite close interactions between the Egyptians and the Greco-Macedonian population, the cultures coexisted rather than merging into one seamless whole. Bingen 2007, 246. Out of the interstices between Egyptian and Greco-Macedonian culture emerged a new god, Serapis, seemingly an indigenous deity, but in reality one whose iconography, divine personality, and powers reflect extensive Hellenic traits. His origin story, preserved by Plutarch, Der is it os. 361f 362e, is impeccably Greek in form. Ptolemy Isoter, Savior, was commanded in a dream to fetch the cult statue of an unfamiliar god from the Greek colony of Sinope on the Black Sea. When the statue arrived in Alexandria, two advisors, one Greek, one Egyptian, identified it as Pluto, Greek god of the underworld. The god was thus named Serapis, since this, Plutarch claims, was the Egyptian name for Pluto, Dunand 2004, 214. Plutarch's account presents a conventional narrative of the arrival of a new god, brought from outside by divine command and royal action, and located within the Greek and Egyptian pantheons by relevant experts. The narrative ties the cult closely to the royal dynasty that promoted it. However, this neat story conceals a complex cultural operation that culminates in the emergence of a novel, hybrid god, neither fully Egyptian, nor fully Greek. Despite Plutarch's claims, Serapis emerged from within Egypt, and was not an import from the Black Sea. Nor did his cult begin under the Ptolemies. The name Serapis appears to be a Hellenization of the Egyptian deity Ozypies, who was worshipped at Memphis by both Egyptians and Greeks, who called him Oserapis, long before Alexander's conquest of Egypt, Dunand 2004, 215. Ozypies was associated with death and the afterlife, which contributes to Serapis' identification with Pluto, but the resemblance is otherwise slight. The resemblance between Serapis and Pluto, on the one hand, and Ozypies, on the other, becomes more tenuous when Ozypies' iconography is considered. He was typically depicted as a mummified man with the head of a bull, bearing a solar disk between its horns. By contrast, representations of both Pluto and Serapis adhere to Greek anthropomorphic tradition. See, in this volume, Bible, Chapter 41. Apart from his distinctive headgear, Serapis resembled Zeus or Asclepios. In function, he combined Osiris' responsibilities for the dead and for agricultural fertility with Asclepios' miraculous healing powers. This specialism in healing represented a new departure for an Egyptian god, Dunand 2004, 215-18. Serapis represents a complex hybridization of Egyptian and Greek religious elements. His name and connection with the underworld reflect his origins in the cult of Ozypies, while his healing powers and, above all, his appearance, spring from the Greek world. He is neither one thing nor the other, neither fully Greek nor fully Egyptian. This in-between status allowed the cult of Serapis to play a range of different roles in different contexts. Within Egypt, his worshippers seem to have been predominantly Greek, apart from at his original shrine at Memphis, where worship continued, probably largely in Egyptian style. Dunand 2004, 218-21, Bingen 2007, 249-50. For his Greek worshippers, Serapis offered not only health and agricultural fertility, but also, by virtue of his ostensibly Egyptian origins, a figure who mediated the tensions of their position in Egypt, allowing them to worship what appeared to be a deity native to the land, who nevertheless lay safely within the familiar, Greek anthropomorphic tradition. By the same token, the association between the Ptolemies and the cult of Serapis reinforced their claim to Egypt by demonstrating that a native god supported their rule, while his Hellenized image reflected Ptolemaic participation in the wider Greek world. Ironically, when the cult of Serapis spread beyond Egypt and into the wider Hellenistic Greek world, the novelty of the god was forgotten and he was seen as a representative of the antiquity and strangeness of Egyptian religion. Dunand 2004, 221. Conclusion. As has been shown, new gods may spring from many sources. They may be imported from other communities, like Asclepios and Meta, undergoing a varying degree of reinvention in the process, or they may be invented, like Serapis, by transformation and recombination of existing elements, sometimes drawn from widely divergent contexts. The idea that a god may simply be introduced to a community by agreement and with no requirement that other gods be abandoned is challenging from a monotheistic perspective, but lies at the very heart of Greek polytheism. From any perspective in which faith is central, the traffic in new gods may arouse suspicions of fickleness or cynical manipulation. Likewise, a secular or excessively rationalist perspective may struggle to accept that an exchange of cults conducted in the context of political negotiations is anything other than a mere symbol of political structures and relationships. Yet, as the arrival of Asclepios in Athens shows, the gift of a god to another city carries weight as a political gambit precisely because of the conviction that the god could bring genuine benefits to the host city. Asclepios was no trivial gift to give or prize to win. However, since there was no theological bar to the introduction of a new deity to a community already replete with gods, questions arise of how such transfers were agreed, and what political mechanisms governed them. The prominence of the political systems of the polis in authorizing new gods recalls Savinien Wood's model of polis religion. However, the role of politics in regulating religion does not reduce religion to a mere reflection or symbol of political realities. Instead, it suggests the importance of religion in the establishment of those realities, as the case of Asclepios in Athens shows. Moreover, the traffic in new gods reminds us that polis religion was far from a static entity, but was instead a field of activity and experience characterized by tension between conservatism and innovation, in which obligations to maintain established cults competed with the demand for new gods for new circumstances. The introduction of new gods thus sits at the heart of a complex nexus of political power, cultural transmission, and social identity, all of them set in the context of a worldview very different from our own. Suggested reading: Garland 1992 remains the fundamental study of the interplay of religion and politics surrounding the introduction of new gods. On New Gods in Athens, Parker 1996 and 2005 are indispensable. For Asclepios, Witt-Kaiser 2008 summarizes recent developments and advances new interpretations, but does not render Alisher 1989 and 1991 or Edelstein and Edelstein 1945 obsolete. The latter in particular offers far more copious information, although its coverage of archaeology is weaker. On Meta, Roland 1999 supplants Vermaeceran 1977 as the fundamental study. For Serapis and Religion in Egypt, Dunand and Zivikosh 2004 is comprehensive and accessible, while Thompson 1988 offers a wealth of detail and analysis closely focused on Hellenistic Memphis, including the Serapean. Michalson 2007 and Potter 2003 are accessible and rigorous starting points. Koller 2009 and Idinel 2011 offer clear discussions of different approaches to network theory. Brager 2004 is a highly technical summary, which devotes some space, 518-26, to cultural networks. Babin 1993 and 1994 remain seminal texts of post-colonial theory but are notoriously dense. Asim 2001 usefully surveys post-colonial theory in general. Hall 2012 and Morris 2012 summarize key themes and apply them to Greek evidence. Chapter 22. Impiety. Hugh Bowden. Introduction. There is a classical Greek word that corresponds broadly to the English term impiety, asabeia. In the Hellenistic period the word is used frequently in the Septuagint and by Jewish writers like Josephus and Philo, when discussing biblical passages. In the classical period it occurs frequently in tragedy and comedy, and in the works of historians, especially Xenophon, orators, and philosophers. Most of the surviving texts where asabeia and its cognates are used were written by Athenians, and there was, in Athens, a specific legal procedure relating to it, the graph asabeias, which was used most famously to bring Socrates to trial in 399 BCE. Inevitably, therefore, discussions of impiety in ancient Greece have tended to focus overwhelmingly on Athens, and on a number of trials supposed to have taken place in periods around the Peloponnesian War in the later 5th century BCE, and the Lamian War in the later 4th century BCE. Evidence from inscriptions from places beyond Athens can help to cast a different light on the meaning and scope of Asabeia, but such evidence is limited. One particular aspect of impiety, atheism, has received a lot of attention, both in classical Athens and in modern scholarship. Ancient atheism is not easy to pin down, Bremer 2006. The word atheos, in its earliest uses, had the meaning of godless, and it retained its pejorative tone when it was used to describe an intellectual position, from the 4th century onwards. Imputations of atheism were always made as a way of attacking individuals, and most of the texts labeling individuals as atheists were written long after the event, Winiarchik 1984, 1992. It has been argued that concern about atheism and its potential dangers lay behind a number of legal cases, including the trial of Socrates, which are sometimes used as evidence for a religious crisis in Athens in the late 5th century, Parker 1996, 199-214. The evidence for some of these legal cases is of questionable reliability. This chapter will follow the pattern set by previous discussions, and by the evidence, in focusing on Athens, where civic procedures in response to accusations of impiety were most developed, but it will also suggest that what applied there probably also applied in other Greek cities. Impiety is a negative term, in the sense that it is something that people are accused of, rather than being a neutral way of describing actions or thoughts. The word asabeia and its cognates are found most often in legal contexts, whether real, as in the Athenian law courts, or imagined, as in the works of Plato. It might therefore seem very much a phenomenon of polis religion, but, as will become clear, it can be understood as operating at a number of different levels, and different models of how religion operated in Greece can offer more fruitful ways of exploring the idea. Idenau 2015. Because our evidence for concern about impiety concerns a short period, the late 5th and early 4th centuries BCE, and a limited geographical area, Athens, the choice of case studies has been made on different principles from those in other chapters. 1. The trial of Amphictionies makes use of contemporary evidence, in the form of speeches from the trial, to explore how accusations of impiety are bound up with the network of social relations in which all Athenian citizens were entangled. The second, on the accusations of atheism made against Anaxagoras of Clazomenae and Diagoras of Melos, demonstrates how difficult it is to pin down the implications of that term in classical Greece. Past and current debates. Discussions of asabeia, and in particular of the scope of asabeia as it was understood in classical Athens, have revolved around a number of questions, about which no consensus has been reached, and perhaps none will ever be. Pecorella Longo 2011. The issues begin with the nature of the evidence. There is only one trial that is recognized beyond doubt as resulting from a graph asabeias, that of Socrates. The trial of Amphictionies the following year, which is clearly concerned with impiety, is considered to have been the outcome of indixis, that is, denunciation before a magistrate, Hansen 1976, 128-32. In speeches from a number of other trials where the case was not a graph asabeias, but, for example a graph hybrios, e.g. Democrat 21, accusations of asabeia were also made, Sancho Rocha 2011. In other cases the contemporary evidence does not mention asabeia, and it is only authors writing much later who give this as the reason for them. A further set of trials for asabeia are known only from much later sources, and their very existence has been challenged by some. Dover 1976, 39-40, Wallace 1994, 137-8, Gagny 2009, 215-7, while vigorously defended by others, e.g. Baumann 1990, 37-49, Donoy 2002, 156-7. This lack of agreement over the nature of the evidence makes other questions more difficult to answer. There is debate about the scope of the term asabeia in Athenian law. Did it refer to a narrowly defined set of actions, for example improper activity within a sanctuary, Rudhard 1960, or was it left largely undefined, and open to the interpretation of prosecution, defense, and jury in a trial, Cohen 1991, 203-10. Answers to this question are determined in part by more general consideration of the open texture of Athenian law. How closely were those involved expected to stick to the issues raised in the formal charge? A distinct, but related, question concerns what activities might be classified as asabeia. Was the notion limited to actions, or could it refer to beliefs as well? Cohen 1991, 210-12. Could it be applied to the promulgation of certain ideas through teaching or publication? These questions are particularly significant for any discussion of atheism as a form of asabeia. A further issue, not always directly addressed, but very significant for the way in which impiety trials have been approached, is the question of whether charges of asabeia were brought for genuinely religious reasons, or whether they were a pretext for what were fundamentally political attacks, e.g. Baumann 1990. Here, the very attempt to make a distinction is problematic, since it requires importing a distinctly modern conception of what counts as religious, and, indeed, what counts as political, to the study of a culture in which such distinctions cannot be made, or at least not on the same terms as in any modern discussion. Some more recent discussions have recognized the limitations of the religious/political dichotomy, and have looked instead at the way in which accusations of impiety might have been used to mark out the boundaries of acceptable behavior in classical Athens. By focusing, in particular, on trials of women in the 4th century, scholars have considered how concerns about a range of deviant behaviors, including the use of magic, might be expressed through accusations, or at least suggestions, of asabeia. Trampidak 2001, Idinel 2010. Here, rather than being treated as being specifically about religion, or as political devices in disguise, accusations of asabeia are seen as one aspect of the maintenance of social order, and this is in keeping with the definitions of asabeia we find in ancient authors. It is worth considering this before turning to other ways of addressing the nature of asabeia. Ancient definitions. In the Pseudo-Aristotelian On Virtues and Vices we find an explicit definition of asabeia as error, plemaleia, concerning gods and daemons or concerning the departed, and parents and homeland, 1251a. Polybius provides a very similar definition. Asabeima is to do harm in matters concerning the gods, parents and the dead, the 15th of September 1936. By including parents and the dead, these definitions go beyond an exclusive concern with the divine, but extending the notion to include ancestors and homeland is not a very big step. Indeed, the Latin word pietas, from which the English word piety comes, has the same range of meaning, sic. INV Ret. 2.66. Plato, at one point, refers to asabeia and eusebeia to the gods and to parents, Resp. 615c, compare to Simp. 188c, but in other 4th century texts and in inscriptions a distinction is often made between what is owed to the gods and what is owed to mortals. Thus, for example, Xenophon, referring to contemporary Persians, regrets their asabeia towards the gods and their adikia towards men, c. 8.8.7, a regular formula in Athenian honorific decrees from the 4th century onwards uses the positive form of the word and indicates that rewards are being bestowed on the recipients on account of their philotimia towards the council and their eusebeia towards the gods, e.g. IG 2-3 416.20-1. This coupling of eusebeia and philotimia is something to which we will return. The fullest ancient discussion of asabeia comes in Plato's Laws. This dialogue is presented as a conversation about establishing a law code for the imagined city of Magnesia on Crete, and the theology of the dialogue is clearly in conflict with the traditional theism of Greek cities, Mayhew 2008, 2010. Nonetheless, the laws discussed are traditional in form, and correspond to laws known from inscriptions and other sources. Book 10 of the work is concerned with legislation in matters concerning the gods, and it is there that a law about asabeia is formally set down, 907d-e. But asabeia is mentioned several times in the later part of Book 9, which deals with crimes of violence. It is proposed there that if, in a fit of rage, a person kill their child, or their spouse, or their brother or sister, they must serve a period of exile, and be purified, but after that they may never share the house of their family. If they do so, a charge of asabeya may be brought against them, 868d, 869a. If they kill their parent, they are liable to a series of serious charges, including Ikea, violence, asabeya, and hierocilia, literally temple robbery, or stealing sacred things, the implication being that they have stolen the life of their parent. In this case it is impossible for them to avoid being liable for punishment, and so the penalty is death, 869c. Here we see asabeya as applying to actions concerning members of the family rather than the gods, fitting with the definition offered by Pseudo-Aristotle and Polybius. Another aspect of the legislation is worth stressing. It is not the action of killing a relative that leads directly to a dikasabiyas, rather it is the action of the killer in moving back in with the family of the victim. A similar situation is referred to in a speech in the Demosthenic corpus when the speaker has been accused of being a parricide, but a graph asabiyas is brought against his uncle for associating with him, Democrat 22.2. This is best explained by seeing asabeya here as being a condition rather than a category of action. Subsequent acts committed by, or in association with, an asabis, are open to a graph, or dike, asabiyas. We will return to this notion. There are two other cases where liability to charges of asabeya are mentioned in passing, 799b, 941a, but the main treatment of the term is the discussion of the law concerning asabeya that takes up the whole of Book 10, Mayhew 2008, Shopstyle 2011, 364-459. This starts by identifying as particularly problematic the acts of licentiousness and outrages of the young, 884a, in particular those committed against sacred things, public and private, or against magistrates, or the civic rights of individuals. This would correspond to the definition of asabeya just mentioned that includes offences against the patris, homeland, as well as the gods, but, in fact, the discussion that follows focuses only on the gods. The Athenian in the dialogue here proposes that no one will commit an impious act, ergon asabes, if they hold a correct understanding of the gods. An incorrect understanding of the gods can take three forms: not believing that the gods exist, believing that they exist, but do not care for men, or believing that they can be swayed by prayer and sacrifice, 885b. These three positions can be called atheism, deism, and traditional theism, Mayhew 2008, 76-192, and most of the book is spent arguing against each position. It is not suggested that holding any of these views is itself asabes, impious, although it is assumed that even otherwise law-abiding atheists will speak freely against other views of the gods, and therefore win over others to their point of view, and that would be an impious act, 908b-c. Obviously, traditional theism was not seen as threatening in real Greek cities. How far atheism was seen as a danger will be the subject of the second case study. The graph asabiyas brought against Socrates lies in the background of another of Plato's works, Euthyphro. The dialogue contrasts Socrates, who has just been indicted, with Euthyphro, who is trying to bring a charge of murder against his own father, an example of asabeya on the definition provided by Pseudo-Aristotle and Polybius. Here, however, while piety and impiety remain an important theme, Brute Seidman 2003, the discussion focuses on the terms hosion and anosion, usually translated as holiness and unholiness, respectively, and develops more into a debate about the nature of the gods than about human action. An alternative approach. A different perspective on impiety can be found through a study of inscriptions where asabeya is mentioned, Delhi Pisi 2011, and, on sacred laws, see, in this volume, Petrovich, Chapter 23. In a late 5th century sacred law from Kos, LSCG 150 equals IG 12, for 283, it is stated that if anyone cuts down cypresses within the temenos, sanctuary area, or takes cypress wood away from the temenos, to hire an asabeto, literally let him be impious to the sanctuary, he will be considered to be in a state of impiety with respect to the sanctuary. In an inscription from Lindos, LSS 90, from 22 CE, in response to various actions, it is said of the offender asabes estopoti tan theon, let him be or, as mentioned, he will be considered to be in a state of impiety towards the goddess, or enochoi onto asabei, let them be or, as mentioned, they will be liable for, prosecution for impiety. Another inscription, from Gambraean in Mysia, LSAG 16, states that, for women who fail to observe funerary regulations, mi hosion orte enai hos aspuse, thuine methani theon epideca eat, it is not holy for them, since they are in a state of asabeia, or, since they have committed asabeia, to sacrifice to any of the gods for 10 years. It is not immediately clear what the implications of asabeia are in these cases. Sacred laws are notoriously uninformative about procedures when they are broken. Parker 2004, Naden 2008. In the last example, it has been suggested that the inscription identifies an offense, asabeia, and a penalty, exclusion from sacrifices, Delhi PZ 2011, 66-7. However, it is also possible to see asabeia as a condition into which the women have come, and their exclusion from the sacrifices as intended to protect the sacrifices from the dangers they pose in this condition. In this case, the asabeia applies to the women's relationship with the gods of Gambraean, and lasts for a defined period, but it does not extend, it would appear, to other aspects of their lives. On the same interpretation, the person cutting cypresses on Kos should be excluded from the sanctuary, and those in lindos who go against the regulations laid down in the inscription should be excluded from any activities involving the goddess Athena. This interpretation fits closely with cases of king killers discussed by Plato in Laws Book 9. There, it is clear, the killer's condition is complex. As far as the city goes, his condition of asabeia is time-limited and can be purged, as he is exiled for 3 years and required to be purified. But his asabeia with regard to the family of his victim, which is his own family, is indelible and lasts for all time. As long as he keeps away from their house, he may live a normal life, but if he enters it, his condition of asabeia applies, and he is therefore liable for prosecution through a dike asabeias, for which the penalty will be death. As well as these sacred laws, inscriptions also provide evidence for penalties imposed upon those charged with asabeia, Delhi PZ 2011, 69-72. For example, in 3743 BCE a number of Delians were condemned for impiety, offline asabeias, and exiled for life, because they had driven the Amphictionies out of the sanctuary of Apollo on Delos, and had beaten them, IG 2-1635. Here it might seem that there is a much simpler situation with an offense of asabeia, attacking sacred ambassadors, and a penalty of exile. However, it could also be suggested that the offense was so serious that it put the offenders into a state of permanent and complete asabeia with regard to Delos, and therefore it was necessary to try, convict, and expel them immediately. In the laws, parricides are to be punished with death, and this can be understood on the same basis, that is, as a crime which puts the perpetrator in a condition of asabeia in relation to the whole of mankind and all the gods, as Plato's Athenian says, no law will permit it, 869c, so their death is the only possible way of resolving the situation. A parallel for understanding asabeia as a condition rather than an offense can be found with the case of atimia, the loss of civic rights, Hansen 1976, 55-90. As we have seen, eusebeia and philotimia are linked in honorific decrees from the 4th century onwards as representing the ideal relationship between the individual and the gods on the one hand, and mortals on the other. Their opposites, asabeia and atimia, would also be parallel. In Athens, there were a number of ways in which a citizen might become atimos, including cowardice, false testimony, and being in debt to the city, Hansen 1976, 72-4. Becoming atimos was not itself a penalty imposed by a court, rather, it was a condition that arose through the actions of the individual himself. It might also be limited in its scope, Handbook 1.73-6. And although a person who was atimos was certainly in a vulnerable position, he would not face prosecution unless he entered situations where his atimia was relevant, most obviously by taking an active role in Athenian politics. In a court case, the prosecutor's approach might be to establish that the defendant had done something which was not permitted for someone who was atimos, and then also demonstrate that the defendant had, at that time, been atimos, even though no one had previously suggested this. Such was the basis of the prosecution of Timarchos, Aeschines. 1. As we will see, Case Study 1, the trial of Andocides. The same technique could be used in the prosecution of a supposed Asabes. The traditional approach to the study of impiety has been to see legislation and litigation about it as the way in which the polis controlled the religious activities, or even beliefs, of its citizens. The approach outlined here is significantly different. It looks at Asabeia not in terms of acceptable and unacceptable acts, but as a range of conditions that determined the nature of relationships between individuals and the gods, but also between individuals and the various social groups in which they operated, including family, larger kinship groups, the polis, and the wider world. This approach does not fit well into the model of polis religion as it is currently conceived. See Kint 2012, 12-35. Although it might be said that what is now referred to as the polis religion model is not what was intended by the person now most associated with the term, Savinu Wood 2000a, 2000b, see Kint 2012, 5. On the other hand, social network theory might well offer a way of exploring further the range of contexts in which Asabeia is found in ancient Greek life, Idinal 2015, compared to Idinal 2011. In the first case study, a model based on social relations will be applied to one reasonably well-documented instance of a prosecution for Asabeia, the trial of Andocides. Case Study 1, the trial of Andocides. Andocides was brought to trial in 400 BCE, and although the immediate issue concerned his activities in that year, the roots of the matter went back to 415 BCE, when he was somehow involved in two serious affairs concerning the Athenians' relationship with the gods, the mutilation of the Hermi, and the profanation of the mysteries, Thurley 1996. The general scholarly consensus is that he took part in the mutilation, and that he admitted this when he informed on others who had taken part, but did not take part in the profanation. Nonetheless, the two affairs came to be seen as part of a single conspiracy, and so Andocides was considered Asabes on both counts. He went into exile, and tried twice to return to Athens, but only succeeded after the amnesty that marked the end of the civil war in 403 BCE. From that time he played his part in Athenian public life until he was prosecuted in 400 BCE. The prosecution failed, and Andocides carried on as a public figure until he was again prosecuted, this time successfully, on a different matter in 3921 BCE, and went into exile again. We have more evidence relating to the trial of 400 BCE than we do for most, as well as Andocides' speech in his own defense, Andoc. 1 with commentaries, McDowell 1962, Edwards 1995, we have what is probably one of the prosecution speeches, Lies. 6, with commentary in Todd 2007, 399-488, as well as Thucydides' narrative of the events of 415 BCE, Thuc. 6.27-8, 53, 60, and Plutarch's, Plut. Alc. 19-22. It is impossible to establish with certainty what Andocides actually did, given the conflicting statements in the sources, but it is clear that he was accused of entering sanctuaries of the gods in Athens, which he was not permitted to do because of his involvement in the events of 415. A further charge, that he left an olive branch on the altar in the city Eleusinion during the mysteries, which no one was permitted to do, is dealt with briefly in his defense speech and dismissed, Andoc. 1.110-16. In Andocides' speech, he discusses several decisions taken by the Athenian assembly, in particular the decree, Sophisma, of Isotimides, passed in 415, which excluded anyone who had confessed to impiety, 71, choose Asabisantas kai homologisantas, from Athenian sanctuaries, and the legislation relating to the amnesty of 403 BCE, which prevented people from being charged with offences committed before that year, 88. What the various pieces of legislation involved is not entirely clear, Carawan 2004. Modern debate has focused on the issue of whether the terms of the decree of Isotimides were made null and void by the amnesty, McDowell 1962, 200-3, Edwards 1995, 174-5. The trial has also been understood as unfinished businesses left over from the events of 415, Thurley 1996, 104-5, which, according to Thucydides, had at the time been seen as a threat to the democracy. 6.28. 2. They were also connected with the trial of Socrates, which took place a few months later. Bauman 1990, 106-16, Todd 2007, 408-11. On the specific question of Andachide's situation with regard to the mysteries, the understanding of Asabeia outlined above, an alternative approach, can help make things clearer. The claim of the prosecution is that he admitted that he had been involved in impious acts, lies. 6.14, and thus was acknowledged to be in a condition of Asabeia. The decree of Isotimides determined how such Asabes should be treated, but it did not determine who was or was not Asabes, so, in fact, the question of whether the decree was covered by the terms of the amnesty was irrelevant. The prosecution is also concerned with the scope of the Asabeia, suggesting that Greek cities might exclude from their own sanctuaries individuals who have committed asabemata, impious acts, in Athens, lies. 6.14. Andachide's claim is that he never committed an offense, and therefore has never been Asabes, Handbook 1. 10, 29, 71, while his unchallenged presence in sanctuaries, and his political activities in the years between his return from exile and the trial, suggest that no one else recognized him as an Asabes until it suited the man behind the prosecution, Callias, to stir up old allegations. But there is more to the issue of Asabeia here than the narrow question of whether Andachides was permitted to enter Athenian sanctuaries. The case involved a clash of thought and authority in determining what is impiety and what is not. It was not a space where action met law, but where the city renegotiated the meaning and the application of its laws. Gagny 2009, 232. The speeches on both sides address wider definitions of impiety. In particular, there is the question of whether Andachides informed against his own father, which, as we have seen, would count as Asabeia. Strauss 1993, 261-8. Andachides justifies his informing on others as the only way he could protect his family, Handbook 1.48-53, and he also launches an attack on the family life of Callias, 112-31, an aspect of the case that cannot be dismissed as a banal dispute about a girl, Bauman 1990, 115. The surviving part of the prosecution speech begins with a story told by an hierophant, and ends with advice from the son of a Deduchos, and Andachides in his defense questions Callias' fitness to be Deduchos himself, 1.124. It has been argued that Andachides, like Callias, was a member of the Genos of the Kerykes, from which the Eleusinian Deduchos was appointed, and it is clear that the speaker of the prosecution speech was also connected to the Genos, so that the trial was, above all, a family feud. Furley 1996, 49-52. It is therefore impossible, in this case, to distinguish between family matters and concern for the mysteries, for which the Kerykes had responsibility. Case Study 2. Accusations of atheism against Anaxagoras and Diagoras. According to Plutarch, an Athenian religious specialist, Diopeides, introduced a decree that allowed prosecutions to be brought against those who did not believe in, or respect, the gods, or who taught doctrines about the heavens. Choose Tarthea ou nomizontas logos peri ton metartian didascontas, a measure aimed at the philosopher Anaxagoras of Clazomenae, in order to weaken the position of Pericles, who was Anaxagoras' friend, Plut. Per 32. It is suggested that a reference to a graph Asabeias against Anaxagoras in Diodorus, 12.39.2, in connection with this is taken from the 4th century historian Ephoros, Parker 1996, 209n. 41, but this is not proof that a trial ever took place. However, it is clear that Anaxagoras' ideas could be the subject of public concern. In his Apology, Plato has Socrates accuse Meletos' claim that Socrates believed that the sun and moon were not gods, but that the sun was stone, lithos, and the moon earth, ge, to which Socrates asks whether Meletos thinks he is prosecuting Anaxagoras, 26 c.d. In Clouds, Aristophanes attributes such views to the character Socrates, 225, 367, and this probably explains why the exchange is included in the dialogue. The representation of Anaxagoras' ideas on the comic stage suggests that they would have been recognizable to an Athenian audience, and this receives support from a remark of Socrates in the Apology that his pamphlet could be bought for no more than a drachma in the orchestra. 26e. This is taken to be a reference to an area of the agora where books were sold, and the implication is that Anaxagoras' work was available to literate Athenians, although, by the time of Socrates' trial, the pamphlets would have been on sale for 40 years or more. Were Anaxagoras' ideas perceived as dangerous? It has been suggested that opposition to the perceived atheism of Anaxagoras and others came from a fear that it might undermine traditional religion. Ostwald 1986, 274-90. Such a view might seem to reflect concerns of the late 20th century CE more than the late 5th BCE, but when associated with the difficulties of the Peloponnesian War and, even more, the plague of the 430s, which Thucydides suggested led to a change in religious attitudes, 2.47.4, 53.4, it has been considered to have some force. Thucydides suggests that the plague led to a loss of fear of the gods, theonphobos, with a consequent rise in lawlessness, and also the abandonment of some religious practices. Atheism could be seen to threaten the same, although this is not explicitly suggested in the ancient texts. The case of Diagoras of Melos is somewhat different. Explicit evidence for him as the writer of a treatise on the divine comes only from late and unreliable testimony, Suda sv Diagoras. The earliest references to him as Atheos come from the 1st century BCE. Cicero attributes to him skeptical aphorisms, for example, when shown the dedications made by those saved from shipwreck by the great gods of Samothrace, he asks whether dedications of those who were not saved are, National D. 3.89. Cicero's near contemporary, Diodorus Siculus, reports that, in 415 BCE, Diagoras, who was called the atheist, came to be accused of impiety and, fearing the people, fled from Attica, 1:3.6.7. This accusation is referred to in two roughly contemporary texts, Aristophanes' Birds, 1073, and the prosecution speech against Andachides previously discussed, Lies. 6.17, in the latter, Diagoras is said to have committed impiety in word, concerning the sacred things and celebrations of another place, i.e. Athens. The most straightforward interpretation of this, given the context of the speech, is that he spoke about the Eleusinian mysteries, as ancient commentaries on Aristophanes also suggest, Woodbury 1965. Aristophanes indicates that a reward of 1 talent was offered for his arrest, and, although this is a large sum, it is perhaps understandable since the accusation was made at the time of heightened concern about impiety associated with the mutilation of the Hermes and the profanation of the mysteries, on which see Case Study 1, the trial of Andachides. It is pointed out by Andachides' prosecutor that Diagoras Asabeia was one of word rather than deed, but this rhetorical claim does not remove the point that this was not a case of unacceptable beliefs, but an unacceptable action, in revealing secrets of the mysteries. However, although our understanding of these accusations of atheism is limited by the paucity of the contemporary evidence, what seems clear in both cases is that the Athenians did not attempt to draw a clear line between belief and behavior. As we have seen, Plato, in his Laws, assumed that atheists could not avoid advertising their views to others, and, as a result, winning converts. It could be argued by the prosecution that Andachides could be assumed to be an atheist because he was prepared to go to sea while under threat of divine punishment. Atheism led to danger, both for the atheists themselves and those who came in contact with them, and this was why it was unacceptable. Atheism and Asabeia in Athenian politics. No discussion of Asabeia and atheism should avoid discussion of the trial of Socrates, although it is too large a topic to be discussed fully in a brief chapter. A number of recent discussions are cited later in this section, and there have been others, e.g. Stone 1988, Bernier 1997. There have also been a number of studies of Socratic religion more generally, e.g. McFerrin 1996, 2011. If we consider Socrates' trial alongside the case studies we have already examined, we can see that it raises essentially the same issues. As we have seen, suggestions of Socrates' atheism figure in the contemporary evidence, leading to the view that no argument can remove the charge of atheism from the formal indictment against Socrates, Parker 1996, 209. That formal indictment, as presented by Xenophon, is as follows: Socrates does wrong in not nomising the gods whom the city nomise, but introducing other new divinities. He also does wrong by corrupting the young, Mem. 1.1.1. How to translate the Greek verb nomizine has been a matter of ongoing dispute, e.g. Giordano Zaccaria 2005, Versnal 2011, 539-59. The question is, in part, about whether it refers more to mental states, belief in, or actions, respect or honor. On the basis of the former interpretation, some scholars have argued that Socrates was indeed prosecuted and convicted for holding a particular view, that is, the belief that there are no gods, Brickhouse and Smith 1989, although it is important to note that the indictment also included the charge of corrupting the young, so that it is persuading others to adopt the same view that is a large part of the problem, and it is clear that Plato's discussion in Laws is influenced by the events of Socrates' trial, see ancient definitions. On the other hand, Xenophon begins his Memorabilia with a defense of Socrates against this charge, by pointing out that he sacrificed regularly and made use of divination, 1.1. 2. Implying that nomas and tus theas involved actions. One way to look at the range of meaning of the phrase is to focus on one of the accusations made against Andocides in the prosecution speech. As we have seen, the speaker points out that they say that many of the Greeks exclude people from their own temples because of asabemata done in Athens. He then compares Andocides to Diagoras, and notes that because the Athenians sent out heralds to announce the bounty on the latter, an absent foreigner, while ignoring the impious citizen in their midst, they all seem to the Greeks to be more concerned with making threats than exacting punishment, lies. 6.16-18. He then says that Andocides has demonstrated to the Greeks that he does not nomise the gods, 19. The proof of this statement is that he has become a shipowner and travelled by sea, activities which put those who pursue them into the hands of the gods. The speaker goes on to show how the gods have now brought him back to Athens to face trial, having, in the intervening period, made his life miserable, 19-32. Here, nomizine simultaneously carries both meanings, to believe in and to respect the gods. It is not quite right to say it is poised between the meanings, as suggested by Todd 2007, 454, quoting Parker 1996, 201-8. For the speaker, Andocides' atheism and his asabeia are inextricable. As we have seen, the trial should not be reduced to a debate about whether Andocides did or did not do something in relation to the celebration of the Eleusinian mysteries, as it covered wider matters. We do not have any prosecution speech from the trial of Socrates, or indeed a genuine defense speech, although it has been suggested that the author of the prosecution speech against Andocides might be Miletos, the main prosecutor of Socrates, Todd 2007, 408-11. However, in summing up his defense of Socrates in Memorabilia, Xenophon expresses amazement that the Athenians could be persuaded that Socrates did not show self-control or moderation, sophronizing, concerning the gods, 1 January 2020. This is a rather different term from nomizine, and may better reflect the tone of the prosecution, and suggest that there was more to the accusations than discussion of Socrates' intellectual and political views. Athenian legal processes did not deal in narrow definitions. Socrates was involved in relationships with his fellow citizens in a variety of ways. Beyond his actions there was his teaching, which was specifically mentioned in the charges against him, and, if we are to believe the image presented by his disciples Xenophon and Plato, there was his frequent challenging of the views of other Athenians in conversation, and his association with other intellectuals, including, in particular, sophists. Compare 2 PL PRT 314b, 316a, Nub. Socrates' attitude to the gods, whatever it was, would have played some part in all of these relationships, and therefore to try to come up with a narrow view of what would have made the Athenians consider him impious is impossible. Impiety in ancient Athens, and in Greece more generally, has therefore to be understood in its social context. Maintaining good relationships with the gods, with members of one's family, and with one's neighbors, was an important aspect of life in any Greek community, and it was of concern to individuals and groups alike. Anything that was perceived as likely to disturb these relationships, whether it was what someone said, or did, or perhaps even thought, was a threat that had to be dealt with, and asabeia was the term used to describe that threat. Suggested reading. Impiety is mentioned surprisingly little in recent overviews of Greek religion. In John D. McAlson's Ancient Greek Religion, 2005, 2nd edition 2010, there is a discussion of piety, although, between the first and second editions, the word itself has been replaced by respect for the gods and religious correctness or similar phrases. Robert Parker's Athenian Religion, A History, 1996, has a chapter on the trial of Socrates, and a religious crisis, which covers several of the episodes discussed here, with reference to all the evidence. David Cohen's Law, Sexuality and Society, The Enforcement of Morals in Classical Athens, 1991, also considers impiety trials, but has a somewhat different approach to that taken here. Chapter 23. Sacred Law. Andrei Petrovich. Introduction. There is no sacred law. The entrance to St. John the Baptist Church in Heaton, Mersey, Stockport, visitors encounter a typical no-smoking sign, depicting a black lit-up cigarette in a red circle, crossed out diagonally with a thick red line. Underneath, there is a stern warning, no smoking. It is against the law to smoke in these premises. Directly next to it, however, on the same sheet of paper carefully wrapped in plastic, the church officials have placed a much more interesting text: "We know you don't smoke in church." Not smoking in church has been the self-policing custom for generations. But the government is very afraid that you might anyway. So we have to put up this sign. We apologize, and assure you that we don't really think you are impolite, inconsiderate or sacrilegious. Sorry. I raise this example because, in a number of ways, it encapsulates many of the problems pertaining to the traditional understanding of the term sacred law in the scholarship on ancient Greek religion. While Greek religion was never codified in anything resembling a book of scriptures, one of the most valuable sources of information about Greek cults comes from a body of evidence we have come to label as sacred laws. These are inscriptional texts, which were often set up in sanctuaries they relate to, detailing and prescribing various aspects of organization and of worship in Greek cults, and hence representing invaluable first-hand testimony for the historical realities of Greek religious practices. However, many of the texts which scholars have traditionally referred to as Greek sacred laws are prescriptive texts concerning religious rituals and matters of cult that were not conceptualized as laws in antiquity. Some Greek sacred laws were texts that relied on existing laws and were products of rule of law, but were themselves not laws, rather, for example, contracts or decrees. Some of them started off as memoranda of ancestral customs, tacitly understood by everyone as norms of behavior in certain cultic matters, and only later formulated as laws or official rules. Quite a few, however, remained memoranda of customs, self-policed, or commonly ignored, and never acquired legal status. Accordingly, some were official in character, adopting formal vocabulary and an appropriate narrative stance. Some were laconically prescriptive one-liners, while others provide rich exegetical detail in dozens of lines, relating reasons for their introduction and/or making clear references to their place within the religious tradition that produced them. Throughout the Greek world, as in Stockport, some sacred laws were issued by civic authorities, government, and some by various cult magistrates, others by private individuals who formulated rules for the cults they founded with their own resources. Correspondingly, the authority of the law need not be legislative. Rather, it could be rooted in the power of a city-state institution, sourced from the sacral sphere through cult officials and divine agency, or based on the power of property possession in the case of private individuals, or, indeed, any combination of some or all of the three. Furthermore, many Greek sacred laws simply relied on general awareness of religious traditions, The knowledge of tar patria or the ancestral customs that was passed down through generations often provided the framework that both enabled and limited the normative authority. This framework could also determine punitive powers. Hence, Greek sacred laws issued by a city-state could threaten financial penalties and develop a fairly elaborate system of charging fines, compared to e.g. LSAM 45. Those issued by sacred authorities often make their potential transgressor aware of divine wrath. God hates and punishes the offender is a well-attested motif, or utilize awry, curses may the person who disrespects sacred fish or damages sacred property, be considered evil and may he perish through an evil destruction. Having become food for fish is one of the more imaginative examples. LSAM 17. Smyrna 1st century BCE, compared to also LSAM 20.41-5, Philadelphia 1st century BCE for a threat of kakairai or horrible curses. However, the spheres of civic and sacred authority and corresponding domains of punishment were seldom kept so distinct, since many sacred laws, irrespective of the underlying authority, threaten the wrongdoer with both divine powers and human jurisdiction. In contrast, others do not make reference to fines or punishment at all. Should we understand the term law in its traditional definition, that is, as the set of rules of a community that imposes penalties if they are not followed, a number of difficulties with the term sacred law arise. The major problem is that many of the texts so described in our corpora, while being prescriptive in nature, were not laws qua laws in antiquity. In addition, they are often generically heterogeneous texts, sacred only in a rather general sense, inasmuch as they determined how to perform a cult-related matter, but even this they did in a variety of ways, from suggesting, to telling and requesting. See Parker 2004, 57, on Decrees and Exegetical Laws, Lapu 2009:3, 11, and Chaniotis 2009, 2012, on the variability of these types of texts. Therefore, one could consult these texts and perform relevant rituals for a variety of reasons, for example, because it was what the members of a particular group traditionally did, because it was law-abiding behavior, or because it was considered pious, or, as is often the case, for all of these reasons. To return to the example from Heaton Mersey, one does not smoke in church because no civil person would do so, or because it could result in a hefty fine, or, perhaps, because God may not be best pleased if one did. Hence, like the church notices in Heaton Mersey, Greek sacred laws differ greatly concerning their powers of persuasion. They stem from different authorities, and vary greatly in the types of mediation, enactment procedures, and the range of the sanctions envisaged. On sanctions in these texts, see Naden 2009, on mediation Lapu 2009, 3-11. These texts are cultural products resulting from the religious, legal, economic, and ethical concerns of dozens of ancient Greek city-states and sanctuaries. They survive captured on stones, and some lead tablets, in a wide variety of textual forms and material contexts, and, in addition, exhibit a marked diversity of formulation over time, on factors which induce change in rituals, the so-called ritual dynamics. See Chaniotis 2009. For these reasons, and others that have to do with history of scholarship, the term sacred law is today almost universally understood to be ill-defined and largely misleading scholarly jargon, a term in need of re-evaluation and reconceptualization. An excellent overview of this problem is given in Carbon and Pirendel Forge 2012. Where are we now and how did we get here? Sacred law and the history of corpora. The extant corpora of sacred laws contain around 500 epigraphically preserved texts. Carbon and Pirendel Forge, 2012, 173-5. Count in Leges Graecorum Sacrae, equals LGSI, Leges Graecii et Insularum, equals LGS2, Lois Sacris de Lac Minor, equals LSAM, Lois Sacris des Sites Grecs, Supplement, equals LSS, Lois Sacris des Sites Grecs, equals LSCG, Lois Sacris et Reglements Religieuses, equals SIDI, and Greek Sacred Law, equals NGSL, a total of 448 sacred laws, passages concerning texts from literary sources are found in Tresp 1914, but this is in need of updating. To these 448 texts Carbon and Pirendil forge add 80 texts from Asia Minor and Kos, which Lapu gathered in a checklist included in his edition of Sacred Laws, NGSL Appendix B, bringing the grand total to 528 texts. This number is constantly increasing through new finds, regular reports on new texts, and updates concerning editorial work on already published texts are available in EBGR and SEG, both now also online. In terms of their geographical distribution, these texts are found across the entire Greek world, from Tomi, on the Black Sea, in the north, via Macedonia, central Greece and the islands, with Crete, to the Upper Egypt in the south, and from the Ada plus or minus Yarman province in southeast Turkey, over central Anatolia to the western tip of Sicily in the west. Greater numbers of finds are associated with sites of greater ritual activity, and developed epigraphic habit. Athens, Delphi, Delos, Kos, and the cities of Korea are particularly rich suppliers of these types of text. In terms of historical distribution, the earliest inscribed sacred laws date to the 6th century BCE, maybe late 7th century. Compared to NGSL number 6, their number increases throughout the Hellenistic period and first 2 centuries of the imperial period, and declines after the 3rd century CE. These texts range in content from instructions about particular private or public rituals, such as prayers, sacrifices, and dedications, to regulations concerning the organization and execution of festivals and mysteries. Many are concerned with more mundane practical issues such as the management of priesthoods and duties of sacred officials, e.g. the allotment and sale of priesthoods, and handling or maintenance of temple finances and property. By way of a generalization, one can say that these texts have 3 basic foci: ritual activities, ritual agents, and ritual spaces. See Lapu 2009:9, 110, for a discussion of the contents of sacred laws pertaining to sanctuaries and sacred spaces, cult officials and cult performance. Like their content, the form of these texts also shows great variation. Among the more commonly encountered types of documents are decrees, sophismata, diagrammata, sungraphi, diagraphi, etc., sacrificial calendars, boundary stones, horoi, contracts, dedications, proper laws, nomoi, building inscriptions, oracular and pseudo-oracular texts, and statutes. The shortest texts, such as inscriptions from boundary stones, consist of a few words only. A good example of this type is LSCG 109, from the precinct of Zeus on Poros, dating to the 5th century BCE, which contains the following entry regulations: Hypartos precinct. No uninitiated and women allowed. In contrast, decrees, laws, and contracts can consist of several dozens to more than 100 lines. One of the longest ones, the regulation concerning Andanian mysteries, LSCG 65, consists of close to 200 lines. See further, in this volume, Kearns, Chapter 3. Similarly, the authority on which such texts are grounded can vary greatly. Sacred laws could be issued by private individuals, professional and religious associations, religious experts, and, more generally, personnel at sanctuaries, or by any political body. For example, sacred laws were issued by civic magistrates, demis, institutions of a polis, regional federations, divine, kings, and gods themselves, on authority and sacred regulations. See Parker 2004, Petrovich and Petrovich 2006, Chaniotis 2009, Lapu 2009:4-5, on religious authority in Greece. More generally, see Parker 2011, 40-63, on the construction of authority in epigraphic contexts, Ma 2012. Returning to the term itself, sacred law is an ancient, but relatively rare, collocation, a direct translation of the ancient Greek phrase, hieros nomos. The first secure epigraphic references to hieroi nomoi are found in decrees and a hymn from the Hellenistic period, compared to LSCG 154, A6 to 9 and 15, Kos, 3rd century BCE, and LSS 45, 69, Aksum after 217 BCE, LSCG 150, A11, Kos, 4th century BCE is uncertain. Hymn of Isilos of Epidaurus, IG 42, 128.10. This term was just one of a dozen, or so, that the Greeks themselves used to denote prescriptive texts regulating their rituals and other dealings with the sacred. When they spoke of these texts as laws, much more common were references to just nomoi, laws, or patrioinomoi, ancestral laws, rather than hieroinomoi. However, in the course of the development of scholarship on Greek religion, it was hieros nomos, rendered in Latin as a lex sacra, that became commonly used as a scholarly category for all prescriptive texts dealing with the sacred, in spite of the fact that modern collections of leges sacrae include more decrees than nomoi. Over time, in fact, the practice of grouping decrees together with nomoi caused methodological problems. First, it blurred the lines between various, otherwise distinct, types of primary evidence, and, secondly, it gave a misleading impression of generic consistency and homogeneity among these texts. First uses of the term sacred law as a scholarly category in the study of Greek religion, and a generic misnomer in epigraphy, go back to early attempts at systematization of the relevant material. See Gorlinsky 2012, 3-4. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the term lex sacra started being used for almost any text, or even, at one stage, for relevant excerpts from unrelated texts, which laid out, announced, regulated, prescribed, changed, or prescribed aspects of Greek religious life. Thus, the category subsumed texts of a heterogeneous nature. As I have outlined, these texts varied greatly in terms of their content and form, and, perhaps most crucially, in terms of the authority that issued them. In truth, there is not much that holds these texts together. What provides a notion of conceptual unity among the sacred laws is that all of them concern the religious life of Greek communities and are typically prescriptive in nature, and that they are printed on adjacent pages between the same hard covers of a modern corpus. Modern scholarship received the category of sacred law from late 19th century CE systematizations and employed it for a long time in spite of its shortcomings, not because these went unrecognized, they were, from early on, but because of the chronic lack of alternatives. For these reasons, the first 2 decades of the 21st century have witnessed several extensive research projects aimed principally at providing notional and definitional clarity to the material gathered in these corpora, and rethinking the criteria for inclusion or exclusion of texts, as well as establishing a critical language which would enable scholars to conceptualize and describe the ways in which Greeks regulated their cultic activities. Large-scale projects such as collection of Greek ritual norms, CGIN, conducted by Carbon and Pirendil Forge in Liege have already provided very helpful suggestions in this respect, especially as far as terminology is concerned. Instead of using the term sacred law, Carbon and Pirendil Forge recommend the term Greek ritual norm, which might significantly reduce the number of ambiguities in the scholarly use of labels for religious prescriptive texts of the Greeks. In their view, a new corpus should include, exclusively, texts that deal with rituals in the strict sense of the word, and texts that have a clear normative character, also at the level of language, ideally those texts whose prescriptive character is evident in the use of imperatives, futures, infinitives, or other linguistic markers of normativity. On terminology and on the project in Liege, see Carbon and Pirendil Forge 2012. Difficulties with the category of sacred law are a product of a series of historical contingencies. So, before we come to more recent attempts at systematizations, we should look first at the origins of the corpora and outline how collections have developed up to the 21st century. The most important modern corpora of sacred laws are, in chronological order, Johannes von Prott and Ludwig Zehen's Leges Graecorum Sacrae, LGSI, 1896, Ludwig Zehen's Leges Graecii et Insularum, LGS2, 1906, Francis X. Sokolowski's Lois Sacris de l'Ac Mineur, LSAM, 1955, Lois Sacris des Sites Grecs, Supplement, LSS, 1962, and Lois Sacris des Sites Grecs, LSCG, 1969, followed, more recently, by Georges Rougemont's Lois Sacris et Règlements religieuses, Cid I. 1977, and Aaron Lopu's Greek Sacred Law, NGSL, 2005, 2009. This process of systematization starts with the work of Johannes, Hans, Theodor Anton, von Prot, a scholar of extraordinary acumen, and obsessive personal devotion to Greek religion, who met a tragic fate. Von Prot was a close collaborator of Wilhelm Dorpfeld at Athens and a prodigious epigraphist whose PhD dissertation, supervised in Bonn by Hermann Usner, was concerned exclusively with Greek sacrificial calendars, Fasti Graecorum Sacri. Pars Prior, Greek Sacred Laws. Part 1. This thin volume was published by Tübner in Leipzig in 1893, and is now available online at archive.org. A significantly expanded version of this dissertation was published in 1896 as Leges Graecorum Sacrae e Titulis Collecti, Fasti Sacri. Pars Prior, Greek Sacred Laws collected from inscriptions, Sacred Calendars. Part 1, published as a joint edition with Ludwig Ziehen, by Tübner, Leipzig. Von Prot was 27 at the time. Over the next 7 years, he grew increasingly consumed by his work on Peloponnesian mystery cults. In 1903, and following some sort of a deeply unsettling vision experienced at the Eleusinion at Sparta, a sanctuary whose foundations he discovered himself, he committed suicide in his room at the DAI, German Archaeological Institute, in Athens. Work continued under Ziehen as editor, and, 3 years later, the second part of the edition was published, also in Leipzig by Tübner, Leges Graecae et Insularum, Laws of Greece and the Islands. Both parts are readily available as affordable reprints nowadays. As a criterion for inclusion in the corpus, von Prot concentrated on the contents, rather than the genre, of the documents he collected. For the 1893 dissertation, he put together 4 inscriptions, all of which were concerned with the types and dates of public sacrifices at Athens, 3 texts, and Mykonos, 1. However, along with the remnants of the Athenian sacrificial calendars, he also included a Myconian sophisma, literally voting, hence decree, SEG 25.845 equals LSCG 96, about instituting sacrifices and determining sacrificial times. The first 3 texts, proper sacrificial calendars, dryly list the divine recipient of the sacrifice, along with the date and type of the offering. Typically, calendars are organized by local months, with an entry for each month including a list of names of the relevant gods and heroes, and specifying the offering or ritual a worshipping community is to provide or perform at a certain time. On calendars, see Lapu 2009, 65-8. The Myconian sophisma, on the other hand, while listing the times and types of sacrifices for a number of divinities, is also concerned with a. the introduction of several types of sacrifice and the organization of a procession, b. the place of the kill and the handling and distribution of sacrificial meat, c. priestly privileges, d. restrictions concerning participation in sacrificial ritual, and e. financial issues, to name just some of the additional aspects of this text. Like von Prot's dissertation, LGSI dealt predominantly with sacred calendars and affiliated texts, that is, inscriptions that laid out which rituals, mainly sacrifices, should be performed for which divinity on a certain date. The volume contains 28 texts arranged geographically, with every entry conservatively and reliably edited with an erudite line-by-line commentary on epigraphic and religious matters. In terms of the genre of the documents, it includes sacred calendars, sophismata relating to or augmenting existing sacred calendars, as well as texts referring to themselves as ancestral laws, patrionomoi. While the volume is largely outdated, due to lack of alternatives, for the time being it remains the first port of call for any investigation of sacred calendars. For the second volume, LGS2, the editors had planned to collect documents relating to royal cult. Von Prot's task was to gather material pertaining to the cults of Alexander the Great and Hellenistic rulers, while Ziehen should have collected the rest. After von Prot's death, Ziehen continued his task. He collected material belonging to various epigraphic genres, with some inscriptions relating more to religious matters than others, and planned a further edition to follow. This was to contain texts from Asia Minor, but it never came to be published. The positive reviews he received encouraged him to collect even more and more heterogeneous material. One reviewer, see Rouse 1909, 23, explicitly mentioned the need to collect also votive inscriptions, catalogues, administrative enactments, and documents dealing with temple finances. In this context, the criteria for the inclusion of documents under the rubric Lex Sacra grew increasingly lax. LGS2 also saw changes in editorial methodology and the principles of organization of the material. Ziehen arranged material not by the content of a text, nor by the genre of a document, but, rather, according to the geographical region. LGS2 contains 153 texts, and the introduction bears testimony to Ziehen's quandaries concerning criteria for inclusion of the material in his corpus. It states that he decided not to include financial documents, by which he meant temple treasuries and funds. Various financial documents of other types are included in LGS2, and to disregard excerpts concerning religious life in texts that primarily dealt with other issues. However, documents concerning subsidiary activities pertaining to cults were included in the corpus, along with documents regulating ritual practices. Ziehen also collected texts dealing with cultic infrastructure, such as documents concerning the administration and organization of cults, elections and sales of priesthoods, appointments, duties and privileges of religious magistrates, as well as texts and dossiers concerning temples and the protection of their property, dedications, eulogism, sacred funds, sacred land. In terms of ritual proper, the collection included all texts known at the time that dealt with any ritual actions, from sacrifices and dedications, to the organization of processions and festivals, and purity requirements. Thus, the distinction between texts prescribing ritual activity in its strictest sense, and texts dealing with the practical context in which a ritual activity was embedded became blurred. However, a great merit of Ziehen's collection is that he also made an attempt to arrange the material according to the issuing authority. For example, in the case of Attic material, he organized 3 sections: texts issued by states, texts issued by associations, and, finally, texts that had been issued privately. Thus, he highlighted crucial issues of agency and authority, which were to be taken up again in relevant scholarship only towards the end of the 20th century. The current standard editions of Greek sacred laws, LSAM, LSS, LSCG, are associated with the name of Franciszek Sokolowski, a Polish Catholic priest, survivor of Sachsenhausen and Dachau concentration camps, and an American professor, whose monumental editions were published in French. Some 50 years after the publication of LGS2, at the suggestion of Louis Robert, Sokolowski picked up where Ziehen broke off. He first collected texts from Asia Minor, creating Lois Sacris de l'Asie Mineure, LSAM. This collection contains 88 texts, edited with a critical apparatus, bibliographical information, and a line-by-line commentary on religious, linguistic, epigraphic, and historical issues. It concluded with still useful indices comprising a list of prices of priesthoods and sacrificial animals, important Greek words, and subjects. The arrangement of the regulations followed geographical principles, and within each region, the texts were arranged chronologically. Again, all texts dealing with Greek cults were included except for funerary legislation and Hellenistic royal cult material. Lois Sacris des Sites Grecs, supplement, LSS, published 7 years after LSAM, was organized in the same way. It furnished a further 133 texts that had been found throughout the Greek world since the publication of LGS2 and LSAM, but excluding the rich finds from Kos gathered by Mario Segre, ISCR, Kos. This material from Kos was partly included in Lois Sacris des Sites Grecs, LSCG, Sokolowski's final volume. An excellent edition of koan material is now available in IG 12:4. LSCG was conceptualized as an update to LGS2, containing 181 documents, organized according to the same principles as the first 2 volumes, and accompanied by learned commentaries and indices that are still very helpful today. Sokolowski's volumes significantly widened scholarly horizons, and still offer an indispensable tool for the study of Greek religion. Some reviews have pointed out occasional weaknesses in the handling of the texts, e.g. Forrest 1964, in particular with regard to some of Sokolowski's textual interventions. Although this is undoubtedly correct, it is, perhaps, too harsh. For LSAM, at least, Sokolowski had inspected the relevant stones himself, and made notes, but all of this material was destroyed during the war. This led him to propose restorations from memory. Some 15 years after conducting his autopsy, a brief mention of this is made in LSAM 5. Two corpora, smaller in terms of the number of texts, but both of exceptional importance, were produced after Sokolowski, Rougemont's Lois Sacresit Reglements Religieuses, equals Sidai, and Lapu's New Greek Sacred Laws, NGSL. Sidai is a critical edition of 13 texts found at Delphi. Rougemont, who shifts in his title and his terminology between religious regulation and sacred law, does not go into much detail concerning criteria for inclusion or exclusion of material in his corpus. Some thoughts on this are found in CID 1-4, although he does explicitly criticize the category of sacred law. Lapu's NGSL, on the other hand, updates Sokolowski's corpora by providing a modern critical edition with translation and an exhaustive commentary of 27 texts not included in Sokolowski's volumes. The introductory section of this volume, NGSL 3-110, is one of the most detailed and fullest analyses of the relevant texts to date, and the first large-scale systematic attempt to tackle sacred laws as a scholarly category. The volume is written with great rigor and attention to detail, even if with some admittedly conservative tendencies. Lapu's approach to material and criteria for its selection are rooted firmly in the traditions of Ziehen and Sokolowski. His criteria are laid down in NGSL 4-9. However, this volume is, for the time being, the first place to turn for an introduction and access to the material. Where are we going? Current debates. This brings us to current scholarship, and the tautological impasse, pointedly criticized by Robert Parker, 2004, 57-8 texts assembled in Sokolowski are sacred laws and sacred laws are the texts assembled in Sokolowski. Given the current state of the corpora, an increasingly vocal recognition of difficulties with the term sacred law, scholars are gradually turning their attention to issues of typology, taxonomy, and the notion of authority in these texts. In order to dispense with the scare quotes with which sacred laws regularly continue to be invoked, Carbon and Pirendl Forge 2012, 164, a number of alternatives have come to be used. Recent studies will typically employ any combination of adjectives sacred, cult, icy, religious, or ritual with nouns regulations, ordinances, and norms, while sacred law, without inverted commas, is used with either a subversive or a reactionary tone, or by the less well-informed. Underpinning this tendency is research conducted over the past decade that has been decisively influenced by methodological concerns in legal history on the one hand, and ritual studies on the other. Starting with the former, in 2004 Robert Parker drew attention to the distinction in our corpora between decrees issued by civic bodies on the one hand, and the texts he labeled exegetical laws on the other. In his parlance, exegetical laws were texts which, while not being formally decrees, were mostly concerned with prescribing rituals in the strict sense of the word, sacrifices, prayers, purifications. This important distinction presents a milestone in our thinking about these texts, not simply because of the emphasis on formal or generic features of the texts, but especially because the distinction highlights the various levels of authority involved, a point which was developed further and most clearly articulated by Angelos Chaniotis in 2009, in his analysis of stratigraphy of ritual norms, to which I will return shortly. A second force driving current debates comes from ritual studies. In 2005, building on concepts of praxis by Pierre Bourdieu, e.g. 1972, 1990, 1998, and notions of agency and power developed by Anthony Giddens, especially 1979, Kruger, Njowan, and Stavrianopoulou, 2005, made a significant contribution to the debate on the role of ritual agency. In particular, they emphasized the distinction between emic and etic perceptions of the role of agency in ritual. What modern scholars call a sacred law is, in emic context, a set of stratified heterogeneous agencies with distinct appellation. They argue that scholars should instead identify and engage with each of these separately. Various contributions in Evtikia Stavrianopoulou's 2006 edited volume consequentially also drew attention to the question of agency in these texts, and tackled the issue of the typological features of these texts, and how this relates to the issuing authority. In a seminal article published in 2009, Angelos Chaniotis argued that many of the texts labeled as leges sacrae can be assessed in terms of their issuing authority. He posited a stratigraphy, 2009, 98-102, that starts with tar patria eth ancestral customs, that is, those texts without a recognizable mortal author, and often without a fixed written form, which determine the core of the ritual practices. Following tar patria are nomoi or laws, specific instructions with a recognizable human authority behind them, and typically with a fixed form. These determine the execution of ancestral customs of a polis. Finally, there are sophismata, the decrees of a polis assembly, deriving from human agents and concerning variable elements in the execution of ritual, perhaps ensuring or increasing ritual efficacy. One of the most recent, and most ambitious, contributions to the debate on taxonomy is in line with these developments. Matthew Carbon and Vincione Pirendel-Forge have published, in 2012, a programmatic overview of their planned edition of Ritual Norms, Collection of Greek Ritual Norms equals CGRN, which aims at resolving terminological difficulties and replacing Sokolowski's volumes. In order to do away with the ambiguity of sacred law, they introduce a new and clearly defined term ritual norm, and present criteria for the inclusion of material in their corpus. The term ritual norm subsumes inscriptions that, in a wide sense, have a normative character and whose main subject matter is ritual practice and performance. Accordingly, their collection will include texts dealing with purificatory and sacrificial rituals strictly defined, that is, in their terms, norms exclusively prescribing ritual practices and performance. Carbon and Pirendel-Forge 2012, 173-81. Hence, there is a tendency in most recent scholarship to stress the importance of the epigraphic genre of a ritual text, and, directly related to this, to emphasize the significance of the authority issuing a norm. This is no coincidence. Both issues have long been recognized as vital for engagement with these texts, but previous work prioritized the production of collections, sidelining other aspects. This shift in emphasis in the study of ritual texts is of great importance, since it will prompt a re-examination not just of the terminology we use, or the organization of the corpora, but also the way we think about the practice and organization of Greek religion in the context of the Greek polis. The need for terminological clarity and a more sophisticated approach to the material is not simply prompted by philological concerns. Greater understanding of the significance of terminological distinctions for the Greeks themselves, combined with analysis of the types of assertions of authority by different agents, will allow us to raise crisper questions about the ritual competence and religious purview of individuals, religious and political institutions, or, in effect, of gods themselves. Authority, agency, genre, some open questions and possible future directions. Current debates focus on the issues of authority, agency, and genre, and have started focusing on formulations of ritual competence. How does the authority issuing a sacred regulation affect both the content and the textual form of a regulation? When it comes to both formulations and modifications of ritual actions, who is allowed to introduce what kind of a change and by which means? Do civic institutions have a set of realms of influence differing from that of divine agents? If so, do private ritual activities such as, say, cult foundations, rely on the civic or divine mode, or both? These questions require analysis of the roles of both human and divine agents, as well as more attention to the role of genre, or textual form. In this sense, one could build on Chaniotis' 2009 model of a stratified hierarchy of norms, and posit that all texts codifying Greek ritual activities rely on three basic sources of authority. These are, I. Divine agents who are typically ascribed an active role in the founding of rituals, 2. Tradition, which serves the function of preserving them, and 3. Human agents, in various guises, who may be authorized to conduct modifications. In this chapter, it is possible only to scratch the surface of these issues and briefly sketch some of the more promising avenues of research. I will focus on the issue of divine agency. The idea of divine agency in the formulation of ritual activities, on which see Bissine 2005, Petrovich and Petrovich 2006, for later material, Brawl 2009, finds one of its clearest formulations in Plato's Republic, for 27 B.C., in which the institution of some of the most important rituals is ascribed to Apollo at Delphi. In the ideal state, Plato's Socrates posits, Apollo should authorize cult foundations, sacrifices, thusiai, and funerary rituals, as well as other services, therapiae, of divinities, by which he means gods, daemons, and heroes alike. For of such matters we ourselves know nothing, and in founding our city, if we are wise, we shall take no advice and ask for no guidance save from our national guide, as he gives his guidance from his seat on the omphalos in the center of the earth. He is the national guide of all men. Echoes of this idea are found throughout ritual texts, as well. Divine agency is associated with foundations, sacrifices, and other rituals in the strict sense of the word, such as prayers and processions, among others. Often these texts are formulated as instructions received through oracles requesting the introduction or reform of a particular cult. Typical formulae include Ho Apollon Ekrosin, Apollo prophesied, etc. See Petrovich and Petrovich 2006 for examples of norms in which divinities institute rituals. One such case is LSCG 46, 3rd century BCE, an amendment to a decree regarding the cult of Bendis at Athens, where the incentive for the foundation of a temple is clearly associated with an oracle, albeit of Dodona, rather than Delphi. The people of Athens have given the right of possession of land of all the peoples to the Thracians solely, and the right of foundation of the sanctuary in accordance with the Dodona Manteia, and the right to organize the procession. In this case, the Athenians act on divine instructions, obliged by Zeus' mandate to allow the Thracians to found a sanctuary and organize a procession. See also LSCG 55 for the foundation of a sanctuary upon divine revelation. In other cases, the establishment of a ritual or a sanctuary can be represented generally as a consequence of divine agency, with or without explicit reference to an oracle. An intriguing passage is found in a regulation from the Sanctuary of Men of Attica, 2nd century CE, LSCG 55, which states that Xanthos Lykios, slave, of Gaius Albius, consecrated the sanctuary of Men Tyrannos, having been chosen by God, with good luck. How did the god choose Xanthos? Was Xanthos instructed by an oracle to found the sanctuary, or did a god appear to him in a dream? Both options could find proponents. See Lane 1976, 8-9, 24-9, but this is less important for present purposes than that the source of the initiative was divine agency. Similarly, in his well-known hymn inscribed in the sanctuary of Asclepios at Epidaurus towards the end of the 4th century BCE, or towards the end of the 3rd, Isylos of Epidaurus describes the hieros nomos, sacred law that establishes a procession in honor of Asclepios and Apollo, as deriving directly from the two gods, by saying, I promise to have, the text, inscribed, if this proposition which I moved, was to become our law, nomos. For it did not come about without gods. Isylos has found this sacred law, hieros nomos, by divine allotment, theomoira, never wilting, ever-flowing gift for immortal gods, IG 42, 128.8-9, for text and commentary see Cold 2003, 60-74, late 4th or early 3rd century BCE. In another example, divine King Antiochos of Commagene points out the divine origin of a law, presumably on sacrifices, saying, on divine advice I had the sacred law, hieros nomos, inscribed onto sacrosanct stellae, and this law was pronounced by my voice, but the mind of the gods determined it, before 31 BCE, OGI 383 with Crowther and Fasella 2003, LL 109-11 and 121-2 respectively. Alongside foundations of sanctuaries, processions, and sacrifices, we find also prayers as the content of divine legislature. A text from Myonia, LSAM 19, contains a divinely sanctioned instruction on ritual prayer along with a threat of divine punishment in case of transgression, in accordance with the command, epitage, of the gods, the sacred house has issued the command that one should observe the prayer of 9 days to Zeus Masphiletinos, Men Tiamos and Men Tyrannos. If someone disobeys one of these things, he will learn the powers of Zeus. These aspects, divinities construed as enforcers of their norms, policing the rituals and ensuring that they are observed or conducted properly, and threatening punishment if not, are well attested. Several examples of curses have already been mentioned. To these one can add some of the more explicit passages where gods threaten humans if they fail to observe the rules of a ritual. LSAM 20, a famous text from 1st century BCE Philadelphia, details a cult foundation for which Zeus has given instructions. Zeus has given one Dionysios revelations in a dream on how to perform cleansing and purifying rituals, and has requested that he found mysteries in his home, for which the god has also provided rules of conduct, including stern warnings. Man and woman who would do one of the prescribed things are not to enter this house here because great gods are established here and they look over these things, and they do not accept those who disobey revelations. What does it mean that gods look over, literally observe, episkopeuo, the rituals? What did the enforcement of these regulations look like in the cult's historical reality? These lines are, perhaps, indicative of the more significant role that the conscience of the worshipper started playing in cult in the Hellenistic period. Awareness of divine attention must have had a strong effect on the internal disposition of the worshipper, and made him question and re-evaluate his moral stance towards the gods, or, to put it in the language of Greek religious ethics, his synodesis, a term which we encounter in increasing numbers from the Hellenistic period onwards, and which is rendered in Latin as conscientia. What of the role of tradition, tar patria, and civic institutions? How do they formulate ritual norms? These questions, and many more, still await answers. But a first step in this direction might be to establish a clear taxonomy of the norms, by conducting an analysis of the attested types of authorities setting out cultic regulations. This could be based on the corpora mentioned in this chapter, and updated on the basis of EBGR and SEG. If we gained a statistical overview of the extant sacred laws by epigraphic, genre, issuing authority, and content, we could start paving the way towards a fuller and more systematic understanding of the intricacies of Greek ritual life. Suggested reading. On issues of terminology and current and planned projects concerned with the material, see the excellent overview in Carbon and Pirendl Forge 2012. See there also an overview of minor corpora not discussed here, and monographs on some of the more important texts. For a detailed overview and discussion of the genres, typology, and content of traditional sacred laws, see NGSL 3-110, with further literature. For information on sacred laws found after the publication of NGSL in 2004, see relevant volumes of Kernos with the Epigraphic Bulletin for Greek Religion, EBGR. On issues of normative authority, see Parker 2004, Petrovich and Petrovich 2006, Chaniotis 2009, and Brute Seidman 2009, and other authors in Brule. Part 6. Who? Chapter 24. Gods Olympian or Chthonian? Susan DC. Introduction. This chapter's concern is with a debate that has been running in scholarship on ancient Greek religion for as almost long as there has been a conception of Greek religion as a subject of scholarly endeavor. Where commentators have stood on the debate has borne on how they have interpreted the array of divine beings venerated by the Greeks, with implications for understanding how gods, heroes, and other categories of powers were conceptualized, and how mortals would position themselves in relation to these powers. The paradigm, first formulated in the late 18th century, has been adapted, critiqued, dismissed, and restated in various ways ever since. The terms I shall introduce it in initially are crude ones, but ones that have guided and at times oversimplified and Christianized how the divine world has been envisaged. On the one hand, there are thought to be the sky or mountain-dwelling Olympians. These are the major gods, distant from, but overall well-disposed towards, mortals. Their counterparts are the Chthonians, thought of as lesser, literally and metaphorically darker, and older, see, in this volume, Kearns, Chapter 3. Such figures, the word God is sometimes considered too grand for them, are linked with the well-being or otherwise of the land and with the underworld. These dangerous, infernal, shadowy figures were, it has been held, propitiated not because the Greeks wanted to do so unless the Greek in question was a particular kind of individual, a witch perhaps, or a sorcerer, or an inhabitant of an unenlightened pre-classical age, but out of fear of what would happen were they not appropriately venerated. There is more. As summarized by Scott Scullion, in the flux of scholarly fashion Olympian and Chthonian have been seen as coinciding with a rich variety of cosmic oppositions, rich-poor, aristocratic-democratic, Indo-European indigenous, masculine-feminine, patriarchal-matriarchal, advanced-primitive, rational-mystical, and so on, Scullion 1994, 76, see also, in this volume, Delforge and Pironti, Chapter 4. On the Olympian side fall the first sets of pairings in Scullion's list, with the advanced, rational, male-dominated Olympian gods constructed as exemplars of how the Greeks idealized their social order. On the Chthonian side fall those beings that are variously interpreted as primitive, indigenous, local, and feminine. To this, one can add other binaries that have pervaded thinking about Greek religion, and which have been enabled by an Olympian superior versus Chthonian inferior division. These include Panhellenic local, religion magic, community individual, and polis margens. For an appraisal and critique of such oppositional thinking, see Kint 2012, especially 123-54. I shall begin by examining how the Olympian Chthonian model came to be devised. Then I shall consider various doubts that have been expressed concerning its usefulness, including by some of those who helped embed it into the study of Greek religion in the first place. Next I shall assess how the late 20th century saw discoveries that challenged the prevailing way of understanding Greek worship as centering round an Olympian Chthonian binary, and how the debate came to be given fresh energy in the wake of the diverging stances taken by Scullion and Renata Schlesier. This section will also discuss the sources that have been used to support or indeed challenge the paradigm. Which evidence, I shall ask, has been taken as key? Does how it has been used tell us as much, if not more, about the positions of particular interpreters than about those of the ancient authors whose work is being mined? Then I will move to this chapter's case studies, which will focus upon deities who have been branded as Chthonian, Hecate and Dionysos. These sections will not be about these particular gods per se but will be using them as vehicles for exploring the scholarly concept of a polarized divine world, and for asking whether the ancients themselves could, under any circumstances, conceive of their gods in antipodal terms. Like other contributions to this book, the case studies will draw on sources from two broad periods, archaic classical and Hellenistic. I shall consider how far aspects of the gods in question remain a theme throughout the evidence, and how different periods produced varying readings of each. Polarizing the divine. The notion of a divide between Olympian and Chthonian originates with George Friedrich Kreutzer, 1771-1858, and Karl Ottfried Müller, 1797-1840. The latter regarded the Olympians as beings who, in their serene sublimity, demand for themselves only the sweet vapors of the sacrificial bones and fat, and the Chthonians as those who wished to take part in life by feeding on flesh and blood and demanding the whole sacrificial animal for themselves. Müller 1833, 180, trans. Schlesier 1991-92, 48. The distinction came to be formally anatomized by Erwin Rodi, 1845-1898, according to whom the Greeks conceived of two different forms of deities because this is what they had inherited from their prehistoric ancestors. These supposedly simpler, agrarian-based people venerated gods who, similarly uncomplicated and agrarian-based, were localized beings associated with the earth and the underworld. According to Rodi, with the advent of the Homeric age there emerged a class of deities who were the polar opposite of these indigenous, place-confined beings. The conceptual differences were supposedly complemented by different ways of venerating each type of being. The Olympians were held to be worshipped by day, the Chthonians at night. Olympians supposedly received white animal victims, the Chthonians black ones. Sacrifices to the Olympians were thought to take place on high altars, while Chthonian sacrifices were conducted on low hearths or in pits. The sacrificial victim of the Olympian gods, it was thought, had its throat turned up to the sky, while the Chthonian sacrifice was directed downwards. The bones and thigh fat from Olympian sacrifices were said to be offered to the god, and the worshippers would eat the meat, while everything would be consumed to please the Chthonian deity. In Olympian worship, libations were supposedly performed for both god and worshipper, while libations for the Chthonians would be poured into the earth. Olympians were considered to have been worshipped accompanied with music, whereas their Chthonian counterparts would be venerated in silence. Thus was set in place a way to think about Greek deities based around binary and hierarchical thinking in the wake of a supposed prehistoric clash between two opposing conceptions of what a deity was. The most extreme of the 20th century proponents of the concept was Paul Stengel, 1845 to 1935, so much so that the adjective Stengelian has come to be applied to his conviction of the rectitude of the concept. See Brugquist 2005, 63. Among the most inventive adaptation was that of Jane Ellen Harrison, 1850 to 1928, who aligned the concept of a dualized divine world with the theory, proposed by Johann Jacob Bachofen in 1861, of an original matriarchal, goddess and earth-venerating religion eventually supplanted by the gods of the usurping patriarchs, Harrison 1903, especially 1-31, Bachofen 1967. As a proto-feminist matriarchalist, Harrison regarded this transition as something to be regretted rather than as the progress towards the higher religion that Bachofen or Rodi and others had envisaged. See Robinson 2002, 164-9. But, by reversing the privileged pole, her work was still being guided by the polarized thinking of her predecessors. Although, as I have set out, 18th and 19th century scholars devised a way of thinking that divided deities into two differentiated camps, some of those who did most to embed this polarized thinking into scholarship also expressed a concern that it might not invariably do justice to Greek religion. Kreutzer noted that it was not only the Chthonians that were both mild and awful as the Olympian gods could also be thus, Kreutzer 1810-1812, 170-2. Rodi was concerned that Olympian and Chthonian gods could not always be easily distinguished, Rodi 1898, 273 and 1. Comparable doubts have continued to surface in the work of those who are, in certain other respects, guided by the paradigm. For example, Fairbanks argued that we are not justified in describing any one type of worship as distinctively chthonic, Fairbanks 1900, 259. Wilamowitz Moellendorff observed, 1931, 244.3, that the term chthonic had become das beliebte Schlagwort, the popular catchphrase. According to Walter Burkert, cultic reality remained a rich conglomerate of Olympian and chthonic elements in which many more subtle gradations were possible. Burkert expresses reservations as to the applicability of a self-perpetuating opposition in which one pole cannot exist without the other, Burkert 1985, 202, for more on these, and other, assessments down to the late 20th century, see Schlesier 1991-92, 43-4. The state of play, as described by Scullion in a paper delivered in a 1997 conference on Olympian and Chthonian sacrifice, subsequently published in the Proceedings in 2005, was that we are far nearer the opening of debate on this issue than we are to any kind of closure. Scullion 2005, 23. Scullion maintains that what may look like sources that challenge the classification are in fact difficult and mixed cases, Ibid, 35, compared to Scullion 1994, which argues for the fundamental soundness of the distinction between Olympian and Chthonian gods and rituals, 117. On the other side of the debate stands Schlesier, who has argued that the terms chthonic cult or Chthonian religion should be discarded because they are misleading, Schlesier 1991-92, 50. The extent of Schlesier's disagreement with Scullion may be exemplified by this quotation from her contribution to the discussion after the latter's 1997 paper. I got the impression that you were trying to save the concepts and were arguing that all the terms you introduced, like modification and mingling and mixture, had the effect of justifying the distinction. But in my opinion they did just the opposite. They show that the distinction cannot help us to understand ancient Greek religion, Scullion 2005, 35. Other scholars, including Scullion and Schlesier's fellow participants at the 1997 conference, have argued that the categories need to be redefined rather than either retained or discarded, and that it is how scholars have divided up the categories that has been misleading rather than the categories themselves. See e.g. Henrichs 2005, and also Bremer 1994, 43, Eckroth 2002. Rather, it is now held, the category that matters is Chthonian because it is the Greek's own. Thus, Parker has identified 4 kinds of powers which were classified as Chthonian by the Greeks: the ordinary dead, the exceptional dead, heroes, powers of the well-being of the earth, and the powers thought to inhabit the underworld. Parker 2011, 80-1. There are, in fact, only 2 passages that identify an absolute dualism between Chthonian and Olympian, and the later author is likely to be drawing on the earlier. See here Schlesier 1991-92. 44-5. Moreover, the motivation for simplifying Greek religion by the earlier author needs contextualizing in relation to his particular political and rhetorical agenda. In c. 400 CE, Porphyry wrote that Olympian deities receive temples and high altars, bomoi, while Chthonians are worshipped on hearths and low altars, da antr. Nymph. 6. Around 800 years earlier, in c. 400 BCE, Isocrates painted a schematized picture of the Greek gods for Philip by, in Parker's words, exaggerating, to make a particular rhetorical point that has nothing to do with religion. Parker 2011, 80. Isocrates set out the precepts of Greek deities and their worship as follows: those who are responsible for bringing us blessings we address as Olympians, but to those who cause calamities and punishments we apply less pleasant names. Private persons and polis found temples and altars to the former group, whereas we honor the latter neither in prayers nor sacrifices, but perform rites of aversion against them. 5.117, TRDC. Beyond these 2 sources, there is limited evidence for such an extreme either-or division. For example, the Oresteia, that treasure house of Chthonian concepts, Scullion 1994, 111, categorizes gods in ways that do not match the rigid terms of the foundational scholarship on Olympian versus Chthonian deities. For example, Agam 88-91 lists 4 kinds of gods that are granted bomoi. For 2 of these, the high ones, Hypatoi, and the Uranians, a high altar might seem suitable. However, the localized and earthly nature of the other 2, the Chthonians and the marketplace gods, would, in the terms of the scholarly division of Olympian and Chthonian, merit low altars. On this and other passages that categorize gods in a more nuanced manner than the reductive Olympian-Chthonian binary allows, see Schlesier 1991-92, 46-7, on the creation and destabilization of dualistic concepts of deity in the Oresteia, see Scullion 2005. In the late 20th century, fueled by the discovery of new evidence, notably the 5th century BCE Lex Sacra of Silenus, Jameson, Jordan, and Kortansky 1993, see also Clinton 1996, the concept of a distinctively Chthonian way of worshipping a god came to be finally rejected, see e.g. Eckroth 2002, Henrichs 2005. In a paper at the 1997 conference already mentioned, Parker wrote that Greek sacrifices did not divide neatly into 2 classes, the Olympian and Chthonian. Parker 2005, 39. By 2011, Parker could state more prescriptively that Chthonian sacrifice as a single type has vanished. Parker 2011, 84. Can we make a notion of Olympian and Chthonian deities as irreconcilably single types disappear as well? When Hera, one of the major deities who might be seen to suit an Olympian characterization, smites the earth in the Iliad, 14.271-9, 15.34-8, to invoke Chthonian powers, she performs what O'Brien considers hardly the gestures appropriate to a wife of Zeus, 1993, 96. However, if we consider at these actions from a different angle, they look appropriate to the wife of a god who, as Olympios and Basileus, is quintessentially Olympian, but whose other epithets include such palpably Chthonian aspects as Chthonios, Hes. Op 456, LSCG 96.25, and Katak Chthonios, Hon. Illinois 9.457. Moreover, Zeus Polias crosses the Olympian Chthonian boundary, according to Scullion, 1994-90, as does Zeus Sota, a partly Chthonian household god, Scullion 2005, 24. To these guises, one might add the serpentine Zeuses, which include Philios, Agathodaimon, Ptesios, and the decidedly Chthonian character, Versnal 2011, 27, of Zeus Mylikios. On the Chthonian traits of Zeus, see further Bedecker 1983a, Parker 2011, 67-9, with notes 9-12. As for Hera, in addition to evoking the powers of the earth, she is herself a Chthonian deity, comparable to or even a double of Gaia, the goddess who is literally earth. For example, it is sometimes Hera, him. Hong. 30.305-9, Stesic. FR 239, rather than Gaia, e.g. Hes. Theg. 820-2, Stesic. FR 239, who mothers Typhon, the most horrible of the Greek mythological monsters. If one avoids thinking in terms of Olympians as a distinctive class, or Chthonians as another class, seemingly odd or marginalized features of major gods stop being such. The next section of this chapter will turn to Hecate, the first of my case studies, to consider how this goddess has been simplified through being understood as a prototypically Chthonian deity. Hecate, goddess of nocturnal sorcery. A question that has been asked in recent scholarship on ancient Greek religion, see especially Kint 2012, and which is also a key concern of the present book, is whether the religious can be confined within a construct that lets certain activities be marginalized. Certain deities have similarly been marginalized, including ones that, like Hecate, fall into a supposedly magical characterization. One of the ways of envisaging the divine world Burkett's concept of subtle gradations, Burkett 1985, 202, is applicable to Hecate, a deity that many scholars, including Burkett himself, have simplified by asserting that, at her core, she is a deity of the underworld, conjuring, and necromancy. In part, she is this, and Burkett's assessment of Hecate as the goddess of nocturnal sorcery who is able to enter the underworld, 1985, 200, can be supported by a range of evidence. For example, while Creusa is offstage seeking to poison Ion with Gorgon blood, the chorus of Euripides' Ion evoke Enodia, a deity often equated with Hecate, as ruler of night-wandering occurrences, 1048-9. At Euro Alex. FS 62H Collared Crop, Cassandra prophesizes that Hecabe will become one of Hecate's barking dogs. The similarity between the names Hecate-Hecabe might be more than coincidental. See Lyons 1997, 154-5. Hecate is pleased with dark ghosts according to her Orphic hymn, 1. A 2nd century AD epiphany of the goddess represents her with snaky feet and hair and a terrible glare. The manifestation is preceded by howling dogs and ends when she disappears into a chasm, Lucian Philops. 17.22-4, for commentary and further references, see Ogden 2002, 273. Using sources from two broad periods, I will show that these aspects of the goddess could be augmented. However, I shall also show that, as early as the Archaic period, a more nuanced and variegated image of the goddess was formed, which does not fit the standard interpretation of the goddess, despite the attempts of several scholars. Between these sources, a change takes place inversely to the traditional evolutionary model. She starts out as multifaceted then, later, becomes narrowly chthonic. The divine world of the Apollonios Rhodios' Argonautica is split into the two halves that Parker emphasizes it never was in actuality, Parker 2011, 80. The gods of Olympos, anthropomorphized to the point of absurdity, are turned into pieces of Alexandrian sculpture, A. Ebert 2012, 374, while other deities, prominent among whom are Hecate and Rhea, are archaized and marginalized. Hecate is the Rora, Brimo, e.g. 3.861, 2, the Night Wanderer, e.g. 3.148, for 0.829, for 0.1020, the Queen of the Dead, 3.862, and Simply Earthly, Chthonian, 3.862, 4.148. She is connected with drugs of all kinds, some healing, some destructive, 3.803, which can put out fire, 3.531, and halt rivers, the stars, and the moon, 3.532-3. When the goddess is invoked, by Jason, 3.1191-224, Jason comes to the place of worship alone, secretly and by night, and performs rites that match the image of the Chthonian sacrifice portrayed in 18th and 19th century scholarship. The sacrifice takes place over a pit in the ground a cubit deep over which Jason slit the throat of the sheep, and duly placed the carcass on top. Then, he kindled the logs by placing fire beneath it, and poured mixed libations over them, calling on Hecate Brimo, 1207-11. When the dread goddess hears the invocation from the utmost depths, 12:13, she appears with snakes around her head and accompanied by barking hellhounds. While the depiction of Hecate by Apollonius represents the goddess as a nightmarish leftover from an earlier divine stratum, in one of the earliest and, indeed, foundational works of archaic Greek literature, Hesiod's Theogony, the goddess is depicted in similar ways to the major deities, and indeed merits inclusion among this class of deities. I explore how the goddess is depicted in this source to illustrate a recent, normalizing, trend in the interpretation of Hecate. The pioneering study is Zographu 2010, which finds Hecate to be as much a part of the divine network as the likes of Apollo, Hermes, Zeus, and Athena. Like the much later Apollonian Hecate, the Theogony's goddess is an anomalous hangover from an older stratum. Whereas her fellow titans are variously defeated by Zeus, for example, by imprisonment, swallowing, or smiting, she is the one whom Zeus the son of Cronos honored above all others, 411-12, through splendid gifts, to have a share of the earth and the unfruitful sea, 413, and to receive a share of honor also from the starry heaven, 414, where she is honored exceedingly by the deathless gods, 415. All translations in this chapter are my own. This representation of Hecate as a deity honored excessively by Zeus and others has been seen as a problem in need of a solution, and, as is typical of problems identified in Greek religious scholarship, a solution has been forthcoming. Hesiod has, it has been argued, taken a break from his narrative of the rise of Zeus to celebrate a goddess of special significance to his family or community, for example as the principal goddess of the local peasantry, or as the localized Boeotian version of the mistress of animals, or as the favorite deity of Hesiod's family. On these and other such assessments, see Johnston 1990, 22n4. What such evaluations cannot allow for is how typical Hesiod's Hecate is of goddesses and of deities more broadly. Like several of the goddesses of the Homeric hymns, she is at once integrated into the divine world overseen by Zeus, and never wholly subordinated to this god. On the operational power of goddesses in the hymns, see Clay 1989. Moreover, as a deity with a range of fields of operation, she is typical of the major deities. Those she favors include assemblymen, warriors, athletes, horsemen, seafarers, fishermen, and herdsmen, Hes. Theg. 432-47. Fishermen, whose business is in the dazzling, tempestuous sea, call upon the goddess along with Poseidon, 439-42. As a herdsman's deity, she is partnered with Hermes, with whom she is good in the byres at increasing the stock, and in the droves of cattle and herds of goats and flocks of woolly sheep, 444-6. This depiction of Hecate co-presiding over particular fields of competence exemplifies the tendency of the Greeks to envisage gods working in pairs. For example, Hestia and Hermes are complementary powers of space, see especially Vernant 1983, 127-75. Meanwhile, Athena, an especially busy networker, is paired with a series of deities including Hephaestos, skilled craft, Demeter, agriculture, and Ars, war, and, like Hesiod's Hecate, shares jurisdiction for the sea with Poseidon and herdsmanship with Hermes, see Burkett 1985, 141, DC 2008, 47-58. There is just one aspect that conforms to traits standardly connected with Chthonian powers, and even this one falls outside the standard depiction of the goddess as power of sorcery, the night. This is the role of Chorotrophos, granted by Zeus on his acquisition to power, that made her a nurse of the young who after that day saw with their eyes the light of all-seeing dawn. 450-52. On Chorotrophic deities, see Price 1978, Bedecker 1983a. As far as the interpretation of Hecate is concerned, then, the Olympian, Chthonian prism has some mileage. The goddess is depicted in a range of sources as a power of the underworld and sorcery, who, in the simplistically dualistic divine world of Apollonios, is counterpoised to the courtly and modernized Olympians. However, such a depiction cannot cover all aspects of Hecate, who is represented comparably to other major deities as early as Hesiod. Dionysos, principle that destroys differences. Since Nietzsche, 1872, made Dionysos the dissolver of boundaries and purveyor of unity of opposites, see Biuma 2006, 337-49, and Rodi provided a much more scholarly version, Seaford 2006, 7, of Nietzsche's god. Dionysos has been understood in relation to various paired opposites, including polis margens, Greek barbarian, god-hero, god-mortal, life-death, and communality-individuality. This section will consider some of the ways in which Dionysos was constructed in ancient Greece in relation to a polarity of Olympian Chthonian and related poles of life-death and mortal-immortal. It will then examine how, as a mystery god, Dionysos variously unifies, mixes, and transcends and transgresses these boundaries as, in Charles Siegel's words, the principle that destroys differences, Siegel 1982, 234. The section will illustrate how the concept of an Olympian Chthonian binary can apply to Dionysos but not in the rigid terms of the scholarly paradigm. Dionysos features among the Olympian 12, as on the Parthenon frieze, where a figure generally held to be this god. No better candidate has come forth with the possible exception of his fellow boundary crosser, Heracles, is seated companionably between Hermes, on whose shoulder he rests his arm, and Demeter, whose left foot crosses his right leg, E24-26, on the identification of these deities. See Niels 2001, 161-4. As well as having a home among the Great 12, Dionysos has some of the hallmarks of a hero as one born from a divine mortal, Zeus, Semele, union, who dies. However, he gets dying out of the way before he is actually born as he is at once killed and blasted to godhead by the thunderbolt of Zeus. Then, after being rescued by Zeus and sewn into the god's body, Dionysos emerges for a second time as, though, his father's monogenetic child. Ancient accounts of the conception, death, and birth of Dionysos include PHLD, de Piet. 60 Gompas equals Hes. FR 346 megawatts, P, Oxy 30. 2509, Hes. Theg. 942, Pind. O. 2.24 to 6, PY. 11.1, Euroback. 6 to 12, Apollod. Bibble 3.4.34, Nonnus, Dion. 8.413 to 14. Alternatively, before ever reaching the womb of Semele, let alone the thigh of Zeus, Dionysos was considered to have already entered a cycle of death and rebirth. First, he was killed and dismembered by the Titans. Then his body parts were collected by the gods and formed into a meal and fed to Semele. Duly impregnated, by her future son, Semele gave birth to the reborn god. The various, often esoteric, sources and their place within the Orphic myth of Dionysos are pieced together in Graff and Johnston 2007, 66-93. A concept of Dionysos as a god moving around a cycle of death and life can be traced at least as far back as one of Heraclitus's riddles of coinciding opposites. Were it not for Dionysos for whom they march in procession and chant the hymn of the phallus, their action would be outstandingly shameless. But Hades and Dionysos are one, him for whom they rave and celebrate Lanaya, B15 DK. The fragment has been read as a triumph of reason over an earlier, coarser religious stratum, see Wildberg 2011, especially 209-11. However, by setting up a polarity of Dionysos' Hades which intersects with those of life-death, sex-death, and obscenity-piety, the fragment is not only differentiating the two gods, but depicting them as coinciding duplicates. See, further, Adoma, Nas 1999, 92-4, Wildberg 2011, 232. I am now going to build on what Richard Seaford cautions, 2006, especially 11, namely that there has been a good deal written about Dionysiac dualities that is overly sweeping and abstract. According to Seaford, the way to make sense of this aspect of the god is to contextualize it in relation to Greek concepts of death, afterlife, and the mystery cult. A comparable set of Dionysian oppositions and unities to that expressed by Heraclitos is represented on 3 5th century BCE bone tablets from Olbia, OFB 463-5, a major location of Dionysiac mysteries. Here, the god is construed as the outcome or culmination of paired opposites rather than, as in Heraclitos, being himself presented as one of a pair. One of the tablets is inscribed as follows: life, death, life, peace, war, truth, falsehood, Dion, OFB 465. I have deliberately kept the name of the god as Dion rather than, like Graff and Johnston, 2007, 186, supplying the remaining letters of Dionysos. The name Dion might be inferring a deity who is God or even God. Compare to the ancient conception of Dionysos as the one God, on which, see verse 2011. I shall now turn to how such a unity of life, death and attendant polarities, including earth-heaven, thirst-satisfaction, and thirst-drunkenness, is expressed in a set of tablets dealing with the release from death to a blessed afterlife by Dionysos Barkios. These have generated increasing interest over recent years. See Cole 2003, Graff and Johnston 2007, Edmonds 2011, and, in this volume, Edmonds, Chapter 37. Inscribed on gold leaves, they were originally hung around the body of the deceased initiates. The tablets set out what the deceased person has been advised as an initiate, and inform or remind the initiate how he or she can affect what happens after death. They date from the 4th century BCE to the mid-2nd, or even 3rd, century CE, and have been found in a variety of locations across the Greek mainland, islands, Italy, Sicily, and Magna Graecia. Thus, they attest a commonality of Dionysiac worship over several centuries and across the Greek-speaking world. Among the tablets concern is the relationship between two of the categories of Chthonians that Parker classifies, 2011, 80-1, see Polarizing the Divine, above, the ordinary dead and heroes, as well as a possible third category, the underworld gods. At 2.11 according to Graff and Johnston 2007, the deceased is instructed to drink from the waters of memory so as, from then on, rule among the other heroes. According to 3.4, the initiate will become a god instead of mortal. The motif of transformation into gods is also found at 5.9 and 9.4, and the initiate is qualified for inclusion among the race of gods at 5.3, 6.3, and 7.3. The kind of god in question could be a Chthonian, akin to the various chthonic deities evoked in the tablets. These include the Queen of the Chthonians, 5.1, 6.1, 7.1, 9.1, Chthonian Koi, 4. 8. Eucles, good name also attested as an epithet of Hades, and Eubolios, good counselor, a specialized guise of Dionysos, and of Zeus, and the name of an Eleusinian mystery deity. For Eucles and Eubolios, see 5.2, 6.2, 7.2, 9.2, for discussion, see Graff and Johnston 2007, 1-3. However, this kind of god could be a sky deity rather than a Chthonian. The initiate of Tablet 5 has sunk beneath of the breast of the Chthonian queen, 5.7, but has also flown out of the heavy, difficult circle, 5.5. At 25.9, the initiate will acquire a new name, Starry, that suits one who has ascended rather than descended. Alternatively, to make a choice between which type of journey is being undertaken would be to miss the point about the coincidence of Dionysos' opposites that the tablets construct. Conclusion. This closing example concerning the liberation of the soul of the deceased from an ordinary afterlife shows that an Olympian Chthonian, or, at least, astral Chthonian, binary could have meaning for the Greeks in the particular context of Dionysiac mysteries. The example also shows that, rather than being expressed in rigid terms, the relation between the two poles was a fluid one that interrelated with other oppositions. Thus, it lacks the abstracted, standalone significance that modern scholarship has accorded it. An inflexible division of gods into Olympian and Chthonian reduces the divine world to a misleading level of simplicity which says more about the scholarly environment and Christianized assumptions of the pioneers of the study of Greek religion than it does about how the ancient Greeks themselves perceived their gods outside certain deliberately simplified representations. For example, Isocrates to aid his mission to persuade Philip towards leniency, Aeschylus to hang together various themes of the Oresteia, or Apollonios Rhodios to present a schematized Hellenistic literary concept of the divine. The divine world cannot be reduced to a conception that even some of its adherents have found too ordered, rule-bound, and consistent to be true. Gods could be Olympian and Chthonian and much more besides. A notion of a strictly polarized divine world is a skewed one. Suggested reading. The applicability or otherwise of the categories Olympian and Chthonian is explored in Schlesier 1991-92, which argues for their rejection, and Scullion 1994, which makes a case for their retention. Parker gives an overview of the state of the debate at 2011, 80-4. On the issue of whether the Greeks differentiated between Olympian and Chthonian sacrifice, or indeed had a concept thereof, see Hegg and Ulroth 1997, Eckroth 2002, and now Parker 2011, 283-6. On the range of traits of Hecate including those typically understood as Chthonian, see Bedecker 1983b and Johnston 1990. Johnston's principal interest is the Neoplatonist adaptation of the goddess beyond the time frame of this book, but she also traces the prehistory of this concept. The interpretation of Hecate as a deity with typical polytheistic traits has been spearheaded by Zographou 2010. On Hecate and other deities in the Argonautica, see Lai 2012 and A. Ebert 2012. The wealth of recent scholarship on Dionysos includes Seaford 2006 and Schlesier 2011, both of which evaluate previous debates. Studies in English on the Bacchic gold leaves include works by Cole 2003, Graff and Johnston 2007, and Edmonds 2011, all of which demonstrate the significance of this body of evidence for an understanding of Greek religion. Chapter 25. God's Origins. Carolina Lopez Ruiz. Introduction. Do origins matter? I&R need to organize the world around us within graspable categories, pinning down the origins, real or invented, of any particular thing serves the purpose of both classification and explanation. Scholars of Greek religion in the last decades, however, have consciously resisted this impulse, after realizing that the inquiry into origins is often a dead end. It is, unfortunately, the case that, when it comes to the ancient world, ultimate origins of specific cultural phenomena are usually impossible to retrieve. Moreover, even when we know them, there is not necessarily an obvious correlation between the origin of the cultural item and its perceived origin, which usually plays a greater role in its reception and history. More importantly, it is often not clear how ascertaining origins explains the function of the specific object of inquiry within its culture. The Greek gods are no exception and stubbornly elude this type of analysis, since their origins lie long before the first narrative testimonies about them. Before Homer and Hesiod, mid to late 8th century BCE, the names of Greek gods only appear listed in the Mycenaean documentary texts, which provide little information beyond proving that a god, with his later historical name, existed in Greece at least by the late 13th century BCE. Moreover, linguistic, literary, archaeological, and iconographic evidence contribute in different ways to the understanding of the gods' composite personalities and trajectories, but not one of these elements in isolation offers a straight answer to the origins question. The preoccupation with origins has receded since the 1960s and 1970s, as the study of ancient myth and religion has moved from evolutionism to functionalism and from an interest in individuals and their thoughts to an interest in groups and their needs. Graff 2009, 130. This shift was propelled by the structuralist school, led by Jean-Pierre Vernant, 1914 to 2007, which emphasized the analysis of the pantheon as a whole and the structures of meaning that governed its internal dynamics, as opposed to focusing on individual gods. At the same time, Walter Burkert, 1931 to 2015, revived the previous interests in origins, especially of rituals, while also attending to the importance of ideological systems and mythical structures, e.g. the dynamics of the gods as a family system. Burkert also introduced the study of the gods to the fields of biology and anthropology and promoted the exploration of Near Eastern comparative evidence. Comparativism has come to the fore also in the studies by Martin West, looking into both the Indo-European heritage of West 2009 and Near Eastern influences on the ancient Greek gods, West 1997, c. in this volume, Bremer, Chapter 40. Each of these approaches offers valuable insights, but not necessarily into the gods' origins proper. More importantly, modern scholarly analyses might not necessarily represent what Greek worshippers thought at the time about their gods. To some degree, that will always elude us, but it is, nonetheless, necessary to begin any discussion by considering cosmogonic accounts and other mythical texts, as well as non-mythical accounts by historians and ethnographers. Second, we should contrast ancient views to modern approaches through which scholars have attempted to reconstruct the early history of the gods out of pieces of evidence and references not available in antiquity. These modern tools fall, in turn, into three types: linguistic, origins of the names, namely, Indo-European, pre-Greek, or other, such as Near Eastern; comparative, e.g. similarities with other gods in other cultures; and archaeological, iconography, cultic activities, etc. After surveying these approaches, three case studies, Zeus, Heracles, and Aphrodite, will exemplify the types of problems and debates surrounding the inquiry into the gods' origins, and the need to combine different types of sources and disciplines. Greek perceptions. The Greeks told stories about their gods' births, geographical origins, and travels. The trajectory of the gods, as well as of sacred objects and statues representing them, was inseparable from their personality and status, as we see most explicitly in the Homeric hymns. Gods, like heroes, were often imagined to have been born or raised in some remote place at the fringes of the Greek world, or even outside of it, for instance, Zeus' birth in Crete, Apollo's in Delos, or Dionysos' wanderings through Asia, only then establishing their places of worship. The gods were not perceived as static entities, or as belonging to one place, and the way in which they owned a place and a cult had little to do with their real origins, from a modern scholarly standpoint, and more with the narratives that the Greeks preferred to tell about the god and the way in which his identity and authority was constructed through those narratives. For example, in the Homeric hymn to Apollo, the god is born on Delos to a wandering Leto, thus connecting his birth story to the island on which one of his most famous sanctuaries later thrived. His early wanderings throughout the Greek world then led him to establishing his oracle at Delphi. Hymn. Hong. AP 216-339. Hesiod's Theogony showcases how Zeus attained his ruling position after facing multiple threats since his birth, overcoming them through violent struggles and wise negotiations. Similar stories of birth, early life, and wandering fill other myths about gods, which we cannot discuss here, but, in general, these mythical narratives have little to do with the historical, anthropological origins of the gods. Furthermore, not all ancient sources, in fact very few, are interested in explaining the origins of the gods. For instance, although Homer's epics are earlier and are a literary model for the Homeric hymns, they portray, as it were, a later stage in divine politics, one in which a stable order of Olympian gods is already in place. The poet behind either the Iliad or the Odyssey is not interested in divine genealogies, which are assumed and tied to the established family bonds, while his focus is on the heroes on earth and how they relate and interact with the gods. Still, some interesting traditions about the gods' mythological origins occasionally surface in the Homeric poems. For instance, Aphrodite is the daughter of Zeus and Dion in the Iliad, 5.170-1, unlike in Hesiod, where she is the daughter of Oanos, Sky, Thebe. 185-206. Hephaestus also has a different genealogy in Homer, as the son of Hera and Zeus. In Hesiod, Hera begets him alone, in response to Athena's birth from Zeus' head, Thebe. 924-9. Finally, the sea gods Tessis and Okeanos are, in Homer, the primordial parents of the world, Illinois. 14.201, 246, 302, signaling a different cosmogony than the one Hesiod followed, where earth and sky become the primordial couple, sharing the first stages of creation with other entities, chaos, eros, tartaros, etc. Thebe. 116-27. Hesiod's Theogony, a poem dedicated specifically to the birth of the gods, illustrates the point that the Greeks elaborated stories about the gods' origins to make sense of the gods as they knew them, anthropomorphic entities mostly born from other gods in an undefined time, forming a complicated and growing family group. Tracing their origins meant glimpsing the world's beginnings. In Hesiod, the earliest components of the cosmos were, in order of appearance, chaos, earth, Gaia, the underworld, Tartaros, and love, Eros, then darkness, Erebos, and night, born from chaos, and Aether and day, born from night, Thebe. 116-33. In the idea of the first elements, the tradition of theogonic myth is inseparable from cosmogony and from the type of inquiry that also produced the beginnings of natural philosophy. See Lopez-Ruiz 2010, 105-9. The issue of divine origins became a central matter of philosophical and theological speculation among the authors of the so-called Orphic cosmogonies. This corpus is extremely complicated, see West 1983 for an overview, but it is worth noting that the Orphic poets and thinkers paid much attention to the etymologies of divine names, whether real or imagined. They also crafted alternative cosmogonies and theogonies, including new divine entities, e.g. protagonos and fans, while they positioned Zeus at the center of a recreation of the universe. See Lopez-Ruiz 2010, 130-70. On Old versus New Divinities, see also, in this volume, Kearns, Chapter 3. In the classical period, when the genre of historical writing begins, we find some interest in the origins of the gods, but not as much as expected. The best classical source for this type of discussion is Herodotus, especially in Book 2.43-64 of his Histories, in which the historian postulates the non-Greek origins of various Greek beliefs and practices. The most categorical and famous of his statements is that the names of almost all the Greek gods came to Greece from Egypt, albeit not directly but through the Pelasgians, a name used by Greeks to denote the indigenous peoples of prehistoric Greece. 2.50.2. Exceptions to this rule are, according to him, Poseidon, whom he traces to Libya, 2.50.2.3, the Dioscoroi, Hera, Hestia, the Mys, the Graces, and the Nereids, 2.50.1. One can only wish that he had explained what he meant by the names. Tar Unomata, an issue outside our scope here, see commentary in Ashery, Lloyd, and Courcella 2007. Herodotus elaborates this idea in connection with the Oracle of Dodona, allegedly introduced by priestesses from Egyptian Thebes, 2.51-4. Besides that, he considers Heracles to be, originally, an Egyptian god, 2.43-4, the same worshipped by Phoenicians in Tyre and Thasos, 2.44, meaning Tyrian Melkart, to whom Heracles was assimilated, and believes that the seer Melampus learned the worship of Dionysos from the Phoenicians who came with Cadmos to Boeotia, 2.49.3. Similarly, Herodotus traces Aphrodite to the heavenly Aphrodite of the Phoenicians from Ascalon, i.e. Ashtar to start, 1.105.3, from where she was brought to Greece via Cythera, on which see Aphrodite, a Cypro-Phoenician goddess and her names, below. The historian, finally, attributed the stabilization of the Greek pantheon to the poetry of Hesiod and Homer, 2.53. Herodotus' inquiries are the best example of how the Greeks, not unlike modern scholars, reached their own conclusions, informed by available sources and through a collage of synchronic perceptions and deductions, whether these contained scientific truths or not. Herodotus also shows that, whenever the Greeks were in contact with other peoples, the process of interpretatio was bound to take place, whereby the Greeks drew comparisons between their own gods and those of others, Demeter and Isis, Dionysos and Osiris, Aphrodite and Astarte, Zeus and Amon, Zeus and Baal, Heracles and Melkart, and so on. Herodotus also views the rites he observed in Egypt as equivalent to Greek rituals. This does not mean he overlooked cultural differences, since his observations often dwell on stark contrasts of conduct and customs. Nonetheless, when it came to the gods and their rituals, he noted that there was a tendency to draw common denominators, whether Egyptian or Greek names were used. Hence, the gods and their perceived origins served as loci that facilitated the ongoing processes of cultural exchange. There are also cases in which the introduction of new gods falls within historical times. See, in this volume, Anderson, Chapter 21. The cult to the Anatolian Great Mother, the goddess Cybele, was adopted in the Greek world in the 6th century BCE, and she maintained an Asiatic exotic identity even when she was partly assimilated into Greek mother goddess figures such as Gaia and Demeter. The god Asclepios was introduced in Athens in 420-19 BCE from his famous cult in Epidaurus. The tragedian Sophocles, apparently, temporarily hosted the live snake that represented the newcomer, Parker 1996, 175. The inauguration of a cult to the Thracian goddess Bendis in the Piraeus is alluded to at the beginning of Plato's Republic, 328a, and attested in other sources. Adonis, Aphrodite Urania, and the Thyasos, drinking association, of Sabazios were other cults introduced by Cypro-Phoenician settlers in Athens and slowly taken up by the Greek population, Parker 1996, 160-1. In Hellenistic times, when Greek culture spread throughout the Near East, the process of interpretatio was part and parcel of the cultural encounters between Greeks and others, with whom they shared a polytheistic system with a daunting capacity for expansion. In some areas of Hellenistic Egypt, Demeter was worshipped as Isis, but Isis herself, in her Egyptian form, was also accepted in the Greek and Roman worlds during this period. Johnston 2004, 104-5, Stevens 2005. We even have cases of the introduction of new, composite, gods in the Greek pantheon, such as Serapis in Alexandria, usually attributed to the deliberate agency of the first Macedonian king in Egypt, Ptolemy Isota, in order to facilitate Greek-Egyptian cultural integration. The reality behind this event, however, is more complex, as the Osiris Apis composite god in his Egyptian version was already worshipped by the Helleno-Memphites, Greeks settled at Memphis, before the Ptolemies, where it coexisted with the Hellenized Serapis, Moya 2011, 147-8, see also, in this volume, Klibel, Chapter 41. Regarding the origins of the Olympian gods and the host of gods of the older generations, primeval and nature gods, nymphs, etc., it is a small consolation that the Greeks themselves were as ignorant as we are, if not more. They too projected into the remote past deductions from the present configuration of things, constructing continuities that were, more often than not, fantastic or inaccurate. Modern inquiries. Two developments in the history of scholarship have changed the field of classics and greatly expanded the horizons of early Greek civilization, offering new insights into the Greek pantheon. First, the development of comparative linguistics since the late 18th century situated Greek in the family of the Indo-European languages. Second, the decipherment of the Linear B script in the 1950s demonstrated that the late Bronze Age Aegean was Greek-speaking, pushing back by over 4 centuries the first testimonies of the Greek language, to about the 13th century BCE if not before. The earliest testimonies of Greek were, until then, the poems of Homer and Hesiod and the roughly contemporary, early alphabetic inscriptions from the mid-8th century BCE onwards. So what do these sources tell us about the gods' origins? Beginning with this second development, Mycenaean Greek texts provide the oldest attestation of the Greek gods. These documents, however, are not literary but exclusively administrative. They are the records of the Mycenaean palaces, with lists of properties, offerings, labor forces, taxes, and so on. This means we have only bare names, listed in relation to offerings, but no information about their functions or qualities, see Ventris and Chadwick 1956. Moreover, only about 1/3 of the Greek gods of the Archaic and Classical period appear in these documents. The gods listed in the Linear B tablets whose names survived into historical times are Ars, Anna goddess Aragia, Artemis, Dionysos, Eileithyia, Inyalios, Erinus, Hephaestos, Hero, Hermes, the mother of the gods, Poseidon, with a feminine counterpart Poseidija, the winds, and Zeus, with a feminine counterpart Diweja. There are also names of independent gods that become epithets in later religion, e.g. Inyalios, Potnia, Pen. Hero, also, might have been originally a title for one or multiple goddesses, from the same word as hero, heroes, itself of unclear origin, Dowden 2007, 48. She might not have always been the consort of Zeus, and alternatives occasionally appear. In Homer's Iliad, 5.170-1, Dion is his wife, a consort attested in a cult at Dodona. This or another Dion is mentioned in Hesiod's Theogony 17. Her name is, strictly speaking, an equivalent of that of Zeus. Literally, she is Ms. Zeus, like the Mycenaean Diweja. In the Homeric hymn to Apollo 1-13, to give another variant, Leto is the official consort of Zeus on Olympos. More striking than the continuities are the absences from these texts, specifically of the principal Panhellenic gods Aphrodite, Apollo, Athena, and Demeter. This does not exclude the possibility that they were already part of the pantheon of some Greek community not represented in these texts. However, as we shall see, Aphrodite may well be a goddess imported from the Levant or Cyprus in the Iron Age. Apollo is often also considered a relatively young god, whose name resists analysis. One hypothesis connects it with the Apella, a warrior gathering in some Greek states, Dowden 2007, 49. Poseidon may have originally been the consort of Demeter, if his name is analyzed as containing the same element, Poteideion, Dowden 2007, 48. Poseidon may have originally been the consort of Demeter, if his name is analyzed as containing the same element, Poteideion, Dowden 2007, 48. Despite its limitations, the Mycenaean evidence has shaken some previous assumptions about the formation of the Greek pantheon. Apollo, traditionally perceived as the quintessential Greek god, is absent, while Dionysos, already considered an imported and exotic god by the Greeks, turns out to be among the old Mycenaean gods. The ambivalent god of wine was structurally foreign, as required by his qualities as an outsider who brought a necessary degree of relief and disorder to the communities by means of wine, drama, and initiation rites. Seaford 2006, Dowden 2007, 48, compared to Burkett 1985, 161-7. Otherness was a function of his identity in classical times, not of his historical origins. Finally, little can be said about other principal gods, including Artemis, Hermes, and Hephaestos. Their names are obscure and there is no ancient lore about their origins beyond their mythical birth stories. Scholarship, therefore, tends to set aside the question of their ultimate origins and focus instead on their characterizations and cults. Dowden 2007, 48, for Artemis, Dowden 2007, 51-2 and Burkett 1985, 149-52, for Hermes, Burkett 1985, 156-7. The Greek pantheon as we know it, therefore, was neither set in the Late Bronze Age nor completely unfamiliar, as quite a degree of continuity is evident. In fact, the pantheon was never completely set, as local constellations of gods varied in configuration, and even in historical times the pantheon continued to expand. The idea of the 12 gods or dodecatheon was itself unstable. It does not work unless main deities are excluded, and seemingly a relatively late construction, possibly based on Anatolian models. Dowden 2007, 43-4, Bremer 2010a, 6. To the epigraphical testimony provided by the Late Bronze Age and Archaic texts, we can add a different type of linguistic archaeology provided by the field of historical linguistics. This discipline has the unique potential to reach independent conclusions about the god's origins. To simplify the working principle, if the name of a god can be traced to a pre-Greek Indo-European formation, By comparison with other Indo-European languages, it can be argued that the divinity, along with that name, came to the Hellenic peninsula with the Greek speakers sometime in the early 2nd millennium BCE, as opposed to having been independently formed in Greece or imported later. The case of Zeus provides a good example. His name is clearly Indo-European, from the root ****** that also lies behind our word day. However, Zeus is really unique in his straightforward Indo-Europeanness, and his clear-cut linguistic genealogy does not completely match his historical personality. See Zeus, more than an Indo-European sky god, below. It is also interesting that the Greeks did not use the common word for god in the Indo-European languages, that is, the one used in Latin, deus, and derived from the same root as day. While Greek maintains an adjective dios for brilliant, divine, their word for god, theos, is related to the word for sacred, and has cognates only with Indo-European languages attested in Western Asia and Anatolia, Armenian, Lycian, Lydian, and Luwian, Bremer 2010a, 1. Other, more obscure deities, have Indo-European names. Examples include Zeus consort in Boeotia, called Plataea, broad, with parallels in the Vedas, and Helen, who was worshipped in Sparta since the Bronze Age and, some think, may be traced to a sun-maiden divinity, from the same root as Aelios, Bremer 2010a, 1-2. To these we can tentatively add the name of Demeter and the Mycenaean goddess Potnia, mistress, from a root * pot, compared to Greek posis, master, Latin potis, able, empowered, also present in the name of Poseidon. As an epithet, the title is, in historical times, attached to Athena, Hera, Demeter, and other goddesses. In turn, a subset of Greek gods classified as Indo-European have, as names, Greek words proper, usually divinizations and personifications of natural phenomena, such as Aelios, sun, Eos, dawn, Nyx, night, hypnos, sleep, thanatos, death, to mention but a few. See Stafford and Heron 2005. Still, from the plethora of personified divinized elements attested in Hesiod and Homer, only Aelios, sun, and Eos, dawn, have a traceable Indo-European lineage beyond Greek culture. West 2009, 194-227. To sum up, our scholarly traditions have strongly attributed to Greek culture an Indo-European inheritance, but we have to acknowledge the fact that only a small part of the Greek pantheon can be traced to a pre-Greek, Indo-European milieu. This is a problem only if we insist on equating linguistic kinship or genealogy with cultural trajectories and even ethnic identities. The Greek language might be essentially Indo-European, but Greek culture or rather cultures took form in an Eastern Mediterranean context, in contact with both a pre-Greek Aegean substratum and with Near Eastern civilizations. Arvidsson 2006, 1-62, Lopez Ruiz 2010, 8-16. The closest Indo-European peoples they interacted with were Anatolian, Hittites, Luwians, Lycians, and others, who were themselves culturally integrated within the Mesopotamian and Levantine realms. Both Greek and Anatolian cultures defy the rigid classifications of historical linguistics that are sometimes used to delimit and separate cultural entities. The Greek gods indicate the contrary, that the borders of religious identities are porous and malleable and change over time, and they do not necessarily follow our modern discipline-oriented categories. Zeus, more than an Indo-European sky god. As already mentioned, Zeus is the standard-bearer of the Indo-European component of the Greek pantheon. It is indeed significant that the head of the pantheon and king of the gods bears a clearly pre-Greek name of Indo-European stock. The day-god or sky god has left traces in many Indo-European cultures. Examples are Dios Pitar, Indic sky god, Jupiter or Diospiter, Roman sky god, the Germanic *Tiwaz, which lies behind our Tuesday, as well as the word for day in Latin, dies, and the Greek word eudia, good weather. Burkett 1985, 125-6, Dowden 2006, 9-10, 2007, 48. However, Zeus' true origin as an Indo-European sky god does not faithfully capture his character's development in historical times, when his assimilation into the contemporary storm god figures of adjacent Mediterranean cultures is most salient. Zeus indeed shared with the Near Eastern storm gods a similar place in what was a dominant mythical and theological structure, a succession of gods, in which the youngest generation of weather gods overcomes the older gods and monstrous enemies and establishes a new order. Lopez Ruiz 2010, 84-129. Allegedly, Zeus' image as a storm god who rides the clouds and wields lightning is more dominant than his image as a deity of the day or sky. He is the lightener, asteropetes, and thunderbolts are the missile shafts of great Zeus. Hes. Theg. 707-8. Zeus shares attributes, rank, iconographic and literary images with his counterparts, namely Hurro-Hittite Teshub and Tarhan, Luwian Tarhunt, Mesopotamian Marduk, but perhaps especially with Canaanite Baal. In the Ugaritic texts, Baal dwells on the summit of a mountain to the north, Mt Saphan, Mt Carsios for the Greeks, like Zeus on Olympos. Brown 2001, 47-9, Lane Fox 2008, 242-58, and his voice and weapons are thunder. Baal's sister Anot holds a prominent place in the pantheon, though not as his partner, like Hero, and he himself is the son of El-Ilu, a supreme older god, equated in antiquity with Cronus. One of Zeus' most common epithets is Cloud Gatherer, Nephelegerita, which mirrors the epithet of Baal as the Cloud Rider, RKBRPT. In turn, similar epithets are used for the northwest Semitic storm god Adad, Hadad, a variant of Baal, such as Lord of Lighting or Establisher of Clouds. West 1997, 115, 295, 400, Endpoint 55, Brown 2001, 145-7. The fact that Zeus was born and reared on Crete, according to the main tradition, Hes. Theg. 453-91, also situates him on an off-scent crossroads between the Near East and Greece. For discussion of other non-Greek epithets of Zeus, see, in this volume, Bremer, Chapter 40. In Greek literature and mythology, therefore, the personality and attributes of Zeus are far less determined by the Indo-European vertical, diachronic or genealogical connection to a bright sky or day deity than by the horizontal, synchronic or historical line that connects him to the other Near Eastern heads of pantheons. Those were his true peers, in a network not unlike that of the city-state kings who partook in the Eastern Mediterranean cultural and economic coronary in the Late Bronze Age, and who called each other brother. Heracles, a pan-Mediterranean figure. Even more than his father Zeus, Heracles is a character that resists clear classification as Indo-European. While the Greeks analyzed his name as Heracles, having something to do with Hera and her glory or fame, Kleos, this is probably an artificial etymology for what is most likely an originally non-Greek name. Burkett 1985, 210. Born in Thebes from the union of Zeus with a mortal woman, his wanderings and colorful exploits made him a truly pan-Mediterranean hero, accepted on Olympos as a god after his death. Heracles absorbed the attributes and stories of many other local heroes and gods throughout the Mediterranean, and he might have originated from a non-Greek figure to begin with. It has been suggested, for instance, that Heracles stemmed from the chief Mesopotamian god of the underworld, Nergal, who was also called Irakal and lord of Arkala, the great city. Not only is Heracles quite at home in the underworld in his several incursions there, but Nergal is often represented with a lion, bow, and club, like the Greek superhero. It is also evident that some motifs in Heracles' myths have precedence in the Near East, such as that of a hero fighting a seven-headed snaky monster, similar to the Hydra, which appears in Mesopotamian and Ugaritic iconography. The Babylonian god Marduk, in turn, fights and kills 12 enemies in the Enuma Elish, the same number as Heracles' labors, though this number also has independent astrological connotations. His similarities with Babylonian hero King Gilgamesh are also remarkable. They were both partly assimilated to Nergal, they both killed monsters, and they both traveled to the edges of the known world and entered the underworld. As with other figures discussed here, the Near Eastern features of the hero god are not necessarily incompatible with his roots in Indo-European lore. For instance, the Vedic figure Indra or Trita fought a three-headed monster and carried away cattle that were hidden in a cave, a striking parallel to Heracles' capture of the cattle of the three-headed Geryon, For the comparative evidence, see Burkett 1979, 78-88, West 1997, 458-72. Heracles, therefore, is a good example of a prehistoric figure of agglutinating characteristics, all contributing to his mythical DNA, as it were, rendering our linguistic and cultural demarcations obsolete. Aphrodite, a Cypro-Phoenician goddess and her names. The earliest extant account of the birth of Aphrodite is in Hesiod's Theogony 185-206, where she emerges from the foam produced by Uranos' severed genitalia thrown into the sea after Cronus castrated him. Her birth by parthenogenesis from Uranos' sky, however, does not agree with the version in the Homeric poems, in which she is assumed to be the daughter of Zeus. She is called Dios Thygata, and in which her mother, mentioned in only one passage, is Dion. See section Greek Perceptions, Illinois. 5.170-1, compare to also Apollod. Bible 1.3.1. Some scholars rely on Aphrodite's relationship to Zeus in Homer, and on comparative evidence, such as the ushers of the Sanskrit hymns of the Rig Veda, to argue for her origin in an Indo-European dawn goddess, who is known for her celestial connotations and her sensual beauty. A goddess such as this could have later bifurcated in Greek religion into two goddesses, Eos, Dawn, and Aphrodite, Cyrino 2010, 23-5. Following in Hesiod's footsteps, others have accepted the alleged link between Aphrodite's name and the Greek aphros, foam, and to an older Indo-European root for foam or cloud, compare to Indic *abra, to which the suffix dj, same as in Greek diostia, would have been added, either related to brightness or directly to the name of Zeus, Cyrino 2010, 26. On the other hand, close connections were drawn already in antiquity between Aphrodite and the Phoenician love goddess Ashtart, Astarte. This has led scholars to attempt to explain her name from the Semitic standpoint. It is possible, some postulate, that the name Aphrodite was simply the way Greeks got their mouths around some form of the Phoenician goddess Astarte. Dowden 2007, 48, compared to Cyrino 2010, 26. Relying on the goddess association with Cyprus and the Phoenicians, Martin West, 2000, has proposed connecting the name with a hypothetical Cypro-Phoenician cult title Prazit, or the like, from a Canaanite word Prazi country town, lady of the villages. Be that as it may, the name is originally not Greek, and all other evidence points to Aphrodite's genesis in the Levant or Cyprus. A constant in the figure of Aphrodite is the geographical connection with the islands of Cyprus and Cythera. This is reflected in her epithets Cyprus and Cytherea, and the derived Cyprogenia, born on Cyprus. Hesiod, Homer, and the Homeric hymn to Aphrodite assume these connections, as do later authors, e.g. HDT 1.105.2-3. But it is Herodotus who introduces another important referent for Aphrodite's early history, namely, her identification with the Phoenician love and sex goddess Ashtart, compared to also Paus. 1.14.7. Thus, when the historian and ethnographer talks about the great antiquity of the temple of heavenly Aphrodite in Ascalon, he remarks that it is the oldest of all the temples of the goddess, for even the temple in Cyprus originated from there. Herodotus is referring to the temple of Phoenician Ashtart, which he then specifically ties with the Greek cult, adding, as for the one on Cythera, it was Phoenicians who founded it, who came from this same land of Syria, HDT. 1.105.3, my translation. The two goddesses were identified early on, and, indeed, Phoenician Ashtart was exported to Cyprus, as attested epigraphically and archaeologically at Kition since the end of the 9th century BCE and later at Paphos, Lipinski 1992, SV Astarte. Her sanctuary and cult in that city achieved widespread fame well into Roman times, c.e.g. Hom. Od. 8.362-3, Hom. Himaf. 58-67, Paus.1.14.7, Diod. Sic 5.75.5. The link between the goddess and Paphos is also reflected in the story of King Pygmalion, same as Phoenician Pumeatan, who fell in love with a statue, which the goddess brought to life, and with whom he begot a daughter called Paphos, of Met. 10.243-97. The goddess connection with Cythera, however, is more elusive. In his Theogony, 192-6, Hesiod made the goddess stop first at Cythera and then arrive at her main religious center on Cyprus. A temple dedicated to her and mentioned in later sources, Paus. 3.23.1, has been located tentatively near the Acropolis of the city of Cythera, Asheri, Lloyd, and Courcella 2007, 55, but a Phoenician foundation, as per Herodotus' testimony, cannot be ascertained, and it is not likely that her cult there predates the epithet. Again, a Levantine connection might be at play. Sometime before Hesiod, the Greeks may have adopted the name or title of a Phoenician goddess, formed after the Semitic craftsman god Kotha or Kutha, compared to Ugaritic Kotha Wahasis. This god was identified with Hephaistos in antiquity, which would explain the rare myth in which Aphrodite is Hephaistos' wife, OD. 8.266-366. This feminine divine title, Kutharia or the like, in time, would have been reanalyzed as Cytherea and reinterpreted as related to the island of Cythera, West 1997, 56-7. Moreover, Aphrodite's association with Uranos also points to a Phoenician connection. The goddess is commonly referred to and worshipped as heavenly Aphrodite, Urania, in Greek epigraphical and literary sources, e.g. Herodotus, Plato, Pausanias, an aspect that squarely matches the enthronement of Semitic Ashtart as Queen of Heaven in the Levant. This characterization invited philosophical speculation about the existence of two different types of Aphrodite, a heavenly one, representing sublime love, and a more earthly one, representing lower sexual needs, including prostitution. The first one was Aphrodite Urania and the second was called Pandemos, of all the people, e.g. P.L. Simp. 180d, see Rosenzweig 2004, CHS 2 and 5. The Levantine vein of Aphrodite also partly clarifies her connection with Adonis, e.g. Apollod. Bible 3.14.4, of Met. 10.503-739. The dying and rising youth and beloved of the goddess shares essential features with Babylonian Dumuzi Tammuz, Burkett 1985, 177, and his cult flourished in Byblos and Cyprus, both within the Phoenician orbit, from where it was later adopted in Athens and Alexandria, Parker 1996, 160, compared to also Brown 1995, 245, West 1997, 57. The ancient identification of Aphrodite with Semitic Ashtart explains some of the accents of the love goddess, such as her occasional portrayal as mistress of beasts, as when she strides across Mount Ida with wild beasts in the hymn to Aphrodite, 68-74, and as a potential warrior goddess, e.g. in Hom. Illinois, 5.352-430, where she is, however, scorned as unfit for battle. The Semitic goddess, indeed, encompassed these features, as did her counterparts, Mesopotamian Ishtar and Egyptian Isis. But the realms of the wild and weapons were, in Greece, usually allocated to the figures of Artemis and Athena. Furthermore, the ancient belief that there existed institutionalized sacred prostitution at Aphrodite's sanctuaries in Corinth, mentioned only by Strabo 8 June 1921, c. 379, may also derive from her general identification with Near Eastern sex goddesses, whose temples included prostitutes, as noted by ancient sources, e.g. Shamhat in the Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablets I 2, HDT 1.199, Euseb. Vit. Const 3.55, 3.58. Once more, Cyprus might provide the missing link, since the cult of the Greek and Semitic goddess overlaps there. Finally, Aphrodite shares with Ashtart the protection of seafarers. Aphrodite is called Limnia, Euploia, Pontia, etc., and with doves, among other things, see West 1997, 56-7 and Budin 2003. We may close the discussion on Aphrodite by revisiting Hesiod's birth story, Thebe. 189-200, in light of the above factors. The main components of his account, namely, her descent from Uranos, her emergence from the foam around his genitals, and her connections with the two islands, seem to be deliberate explanations of her already obscure or misunderstood name and epithets, and how they relate to her birth, the geography of her cult, and her personality. The epithet Cytherea, whatever its origins, was, by Hesiod's time, understood as pertaining to the island of Cythera, while Aphrodite's connection with Cyprus was prominent and historically accurate. The name Aphrodite was obscure to the Greek speakers, so its resemblance to foam, Aphros, was creatively mythologized by Hesiod, or others before him. Her birth from Uranos was probably a way of integrating her title Urania, heavenly, within the Theogonic scheme, while the explanation of her parthenogenesis through the severed genitals in the sea allowed for an ingenious integration of the foam etymology and her connections with the sea, and even for a pun on genitals and flirtatious smiles, Theeg. 200, in other words, Hesiod tries to resolve poetically the thorny questions about origins that the modern scholar tries to resolve scientifically, all the while both theories remain quite removed from historical, or prehistorical, origins. Conclusion. It is apparent that, even when a hypothesis is advanced about the origins of a god's name, myth, or cult, we should avoid taking up an essentialist or reductionist position. Such a position would, for instance, ascribe for Zeus either an exclusively Indo-European cachet, or an exclusively Near Eastern one, or would see Aphrodite as a Phoenician goddess above all. Even knowing the layers of both Indo-European and Near Eastern aspects that formed the god's characters, both figures were ultimately as Greek could be, because being Greek encompassed precisely the kind of cross-cultural contact that produced such complex figures. The Greeks not only appropriated foreign elements and integrated them in their own discourse of cultural identity, but also hypercharacterized elements of their culture as foreign even when they were strictly not, or when they had been well integrated into their religious landscape. Gods such as Dionysos and Aphrodite are good examples of the productive ambivalence of this self-conscious exoticism. All in all, there are multiple ways in which modern scholars might hypothesize a god's origins. The Greeks' own perception of their gods can be scrutinized through historiographical and literary testimonies, while independent, modern conclusions might be reached through historical linguistics, archaeological evidence, inscriptions, iconography, comparative mythology and literature, and anthropology. Our knowledge of the early history of the Greek gods will advance only through the collaboration and debate among different disciplines and methodologies. And even so, as the cases discussed in this chapter show, we can reach only partial and composite views about the Greek gods, which do not necessarily do justice to the local and synchronic perception of a god or goddess. Suggested reading. For general topics and authors, consult entries in OCD and NP. For early iconography of the gods, consult LIMC and Gantz 1993. For Linear B and Origins, see Rougemont 2005, Bremer 2010a, 2-6. For a compendium of Indo-European mythological and poetic motifs, see West 2009. A basic source for Greek religion is still Burkett 1985, but Parker 2011 offers new perspectives. Parker 1996 is a thorough study of Athenian religion, with Chapter 9 focusing on the introduction of new gods. On the gods, see also essays in Bremer and Erskine 2010. For divine personifications in the Greek world, consult Stafford and Heron 2005. Recent studies of several gods have appeared in the Routledge series Gods and Heroes of the Ancient World, bringing up to date the scholarly discussion about Zeus, Dowden 2006, Dionysos, Seaford 2006, Athena, DC 2008, Apollo, Graf 2009, Aphrodite, Sereno 2010, and Heracles, Stafford 2012.